Arihant Publications, India, Ltd. Arihant Publications, India, Ltd. All rights reserved. Copyright publishers. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system or distributed in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, web or otherwise without the written permission of the publisher. Arihant has obtained all the information in this book from the sources believed to be reliable and true. However, Arihant or its editors or authors or illustrators don't take any responsibility for the absolute accuracy of any information published and the damages or loss suffered thereupon. All disputes subject to Meerut, UP, jurisdiction only. Administrative and Production Offices. Registered Office Ramkha 4577/15, Agarwal Road, Daryaganj, New Delhi -110,002 Tela, 01147630600, 435185550, fax, 01123280316. Head Office Colony, TP Nagar, Meerut, UP, 250,002 Tel, 0121-7156203, 715-6204. Sales and Support Offices. Agra, Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, Bareilly, Chennai, Delhi, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Jaipur, Jhansi, Kolkata, Lucknow, Nagpur and Pune. ISBN 978-93-2419-539-5. Text XXXXXXXXX. Published by Arihant Publications, India, Ltd. For further information about the books published by Arihant, log on to www.arihantbooks.com or email to info@arihantbooks.com. Follow us on Contents. Current Affairs. History 5 to 32, 1 to 27. Ancient India. Prehistoric period. 1. Indus Valley Civilization. 1. Vedic period. 3. Jainism and Buddhism. 5. Dynasties of Ancient India. 6. Medieval India. Provincial Kingdoms. 11. Mughal Empire. 12. Later Mughals and Marathas. 14. Modern India. Advent of the Europeans. 15. Governor-Generals of Bengal. 15. Governor-Generals of India. 16. Viceroys of India. 17. The Revolt of 1857. 19. Chief National Activities. 19. Art and Culture. Classical Dancers of India. 26. Musical Instruments and Instrumentalists. 27. Geography. 28 to 50. World Geography. Universe. 28. Solar System. 28. Rocks. 31. Landforms. 31. Atmosphere. 32. Greenhouse Effect and Global Warming. 33. Important Canals and Lakes of the World. 34. Major Islands and Minerals of the World. 35. Indian Geography. India. 37. Highest Peaks of India. 37. Important Lakes and Rivers of India. 39. Important River Projects and their beneficiary states. 40. Natural Vegetation of India. 41. Soil in India. 42. Forests of India. 43. Climate. 44. Agriculture. 44. Mineral Resources. 45. Transportation in India. 46. Railways. 46. Road Transport. 46. Water Transport. 47. Air Transport. 47. Environment and Ecology. Important Sanctuaries and National Parks. 49. Biosphere Reserves of India. 50. Indian Polity. 51 to 64. Framing of the Indian Constitution. 51. Enactment of the Constitution. 51. Preamble. 51. Important Articles. 52. Directive Principles of State Policy. 54. Fundamental Duties. 54. The President. 54. The Vice President. 56. Council of Ministers. 56. Prime Minister. 56. Union Legislature. 56. Supreme Court. 58. Controller and Auditor General. 58. The States. The Governor. 59. States legislature, 59. The panchayats and the municipalities, 60. Committees to study panchayat system, 61. Union Public Service Commission, 61. Election and Planning Commission, 62. National Development Council, 63. Finance Commission, 63. E-Governance and its impacts, 63. Important parliamentary terms, 64. Constitutional amendments, 64. Indian economy 65 to 74 Outline of Indian economy, 65. Broad sectors of Indian economy, 65. 5-year plans at a glance, 66. National income of India, 66. Indian caste structure, 67. Inequality, 67. Poverty, 67. Employment, 68. Industries, 69. Major industries in India, 70. Banking and finance, 71. Insurance, 72. Census 2011, 73. Economic terms, 74. General science 75 to 102. Physics Newton's laws of motion, 75. Circular motion, 75. Gravitation, 76. Satellites, 76. General properties of matter, 77. Archimedes principle, 77. Density, 78. Heat and thermodynamics, 78. Waves, 80. Light, 80. Lens, 81. Human eye, 82. Magnets, 83. Atomic and nuclear physics, 83. Laser technology in India, 85. Chemistry, physical and chemical changes, 86. Corrosion, 87. Acids, bases and salts, 89. Soaps and pesticides, 90. Biology, living world, 92. The cell and human systems, 92. Fat-soluble vitamins, 93. Blood, 94. Central nervous system, 95. Some human diseases caused by viruses and bacteria, 96. Ecology, 98. Biotechnology, 98. Computer components of computer, 101. Memory, 101. Some commonly used terms, 102. General knowledge 103 to 128. First in the world, male and female, 103. Superlatives, 104. Countries with capitals and currencies, 105. Geographical epithets, 106. Major newspapers of the world, 109. Religions of the world, 109. First in India, male, 111. Female, 111. Books and authors, 113. Important dates and days of the year, 114. Abbreviations, 115. Awards and honors, 119. Indian defense, 122. Current Affairs National LL Union Budget 2020 to 21. LL Union Budget 2020 to 21 was presented in Parliament on February 1, 2020 by the Union Minister for Finance Nirmala Sitharaman. This year's Union budget centers around three ideas: aspirational India, economic development, a caring society. The Finance Minister said that the Union Budget 2020 to 21 aims to achieve seamless delivery of services through digital governance, to improve physical quality of life through national infrastructure, pipeline risk mitigation through disaster resilience, social security through pension and insurance penetration. Focused points. Fiscal deficit target pegged at 3.8% of GDP for FY20. Over 6 crore farmers under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana have been insured. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Surashta and Upan Mahabhayan, PM Kusum, to be expanded, providing 20 lakh farmers in setting up standalone solar pumps. One product, one district for better marketing and export in the horticulture sector. Agri-credit target for the year 2020 to 21 has been set at 15 lakh crore. PM Kisan beneficiaries to be covered under the KCC scheme. NABARD refinance scheme to be further expanded. 69,000 crore allocated for the healthcare sector. Out of the total amount, 6,400 crore will be sanctioned for Ayushman Bharat Yojana. Government will start IND-SAT exam to promote study in India and a degree-level online education program for the deprived. Government proposed 3,000 crore for Skill India to provide relevant skill training to the youth. 27,300 crore allocated for 2020 to 21 for development and promotion of industry and commerce. Investment clearance cell proposed to be set up to provide end-to-end facilitation and support. National Technical Textiles Mission to be set up with 4-year implementation period from 2020 to 21 to 2023 to 24. New scheme NERVIS to be launched to achieve higher export credit disbursement. 100 more airports to be developed under UDAN by 2025. Railways will set up Kisan Rail through PPP model so that perishable goods can be transported quickly. 4-station redevelopment projects and operation of 150 passenger trains through PPP. Current Affairs 6LL 22,000 crore proposed for power the plan to provide piped water across and renewable energy sector in Indian households by 2024 with 3.6 2020 to 21 trillion of funding. Expansion of National Gas Grid Economic Survey 2019 to 20 from the present 16,200 kilometers to India's Economic Survey 2019 to 20 was 27,000 kilometers proposed. Tabled in the Parliament by the Chief an allocation of 6,000 crore will Economic Advisor, CEA, Krishnamurthy be provided for Bharatnet Subramanian followed by Finance Minister scheme. Nirmala Sitharaman on January 31, 2020. 28,600 crore will be allocated in the Economic Survey 2019 to 20 builds on FY21 for women-linked India's aspiration of 5 trillion economy by programs. 2024 to 25 with the theme of wealth creation. Allocation for senior citizens and Divyang enhanced to 9,500 crore. Highlights GDP growth pegged at 6 to 6.5% in FY 2020 to 21 allocation of 2,500 crore for as against 5% estimated for 2019 to 20. 2020 to 21 for tourism promotion. Survey suggests relaxing fiscal deficit and Indian Institute of Heritage target to revive growth in economy and conservation under ministry to achieve GDP of $5 trillion by 2025. Of culture proposed, which the India needs to spend about $1.4 trillion status of a deemed university. On infrastructure reforms accomplished in PSBs, 10 uptick in GDP growth expected in banks consolidated into 4 and second half of 2019 to 350,000 crore capital infused. Theme of survey is to enable markets. Government to amend and promote pro-business policies and Companies Act to decriminalize strengthening trust in the economy. Civil offenses. Ethical wealth creation key to India insurance cover for bank becoming $5 trillion economy by 2025 depositors raised from 1 lakh to gross GST monthly collection crossed the 5 lakh. 1 lakh crore mark 5 times till December 2019 government to sell government stake in India ranks third in number of new firms IDBI Bank to private investors. Created 1.24 lakh firms created in 2018 the government has proposed to compared to 70,000 in 2014 sell a part of its holding in the LIC. India's large economy needs an efficient through an initial public offering banking sector to support growth. State of IPO. The banking system needs urgent attention. Jan Aushadhi Kendra scheme to survey suggests rationalization of offer 2,000 medicines and 300 government intervention in boosting surgicals in all districts by 2024. Economic freedom and wealth creation TB Hair to Death seated access to health services through Ayushman campaign launched commitment Bharat and mission Indradhanush across the to end tuberculosis by 2025. Country has improved 3.60 lakh crore approved for JAL Thalanomics. Affordability of vegetarian Jeevan Mission Thali improved 29% and that of 12,300 crore allocation for non-vegetarian Thali by 18% from Swachh Bharat Mission in 2020 to 21 2006-07 to 2019 to 20 Current Affairs Cabinet approved the medical termination of pregnancy amendment bill 2020, the Union Cabinet has approved the medical termination of pregnancy amendment bill 2020 on January 29, 2020. The bill will amend the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971 and extends the upper limit for permitting abortions from the present 20 weeks to 24 weeks. Sangvidhan named as Oxford Hindi Word of 2019. Sangvidhan or Constitution has been named as the Hindi Word of the Year for 2019 by Oxford University Press on January 28, 2020. The word was picked as 2019 saw the values of democracy, secularism, justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity being tested on the touchstone of the Sangvidhan. SC allows government to bring African cheetah to India. The Supreme Court has allowed the centre to introduce the African cheetah to a suitable habitat in India, Pal Perkuno Sanctuary in Madhya Pradesh, on an experimental basis on January 28, 2020. The decision was taken after a petition was filed by National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, to introduce the African cheetah from Namibia as the rare Indian cheetah that has become almost extinct in India. Indian Railways commissioned first waste-to-energy plant. Indian Railways has commissioned the country's first governmental waste-to-energy plant in Mancheshwar Carriage Repair Workshop at Bhubaneswar under the East Coast Railway Zone 7. It is the fourth waste-to-energy plant in the country and first plant commissioned by government sector and Indian Railways, IR. New Indian English words added to Oxford Dictionary. The 10th edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, which was launched on January 24, 2020, has 384 Indian English words. In this latest edition, 26 new Indian languages words namely Aadhar, Chal, Gaba, Hartal, City and several incorporate words like chatbot, fake news, microplastic and over 1,000 new words were included. ISRO unveiled Viamitra for Gaganyaan. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, has unveiled a half-humanoid or human robot named Viamitra which will be sent to space as part of the Gaganyaan mission on January 22, 2020. Viamitra, or a friend in the sky, is capable of conversing with astronauts, recognizing them, and responding to their queries. It is called half-humanoid since it does not have legs, though it can bend forward and sideways. PolNet 2.0 facility launched. Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, MHA, Nityanand Rai has inaugurated revamped police communication services PolNet 2.0 on January 20, 2020. It is a captive satellite-based network that provides video, audio and data connectivity across the country, especially in times of disasters when regular communication either gets jammed or crashes. 8. Pariksha PE Charkha 2020 held. PM Narendra Modi has attended the third edition of Pariksha PE Charkha 2020 held at Takatoura Stadium in New Delhi on January 20, 2020. He advised students to study in their comfortable time, enter the exam hall with faith and without any pressure and start attempting the paper with easier questions. He guided students that they should not fear failures and learn from it as it would lead them towards their success. Su-30 MKI aircraft squadron inducted. Indian Air Force has inducted the first Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter aircraft squadron at the Sanjivur Air Base. The Su-30 MKI fighters are being equipped with the air-launched version of the BrahMos hypersonic cruise missiles which can hit targets at around 300 kilometers with precision. This is the first Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft squadron in South India which will look after a maritime role as well. One Nation, One Ration card scheme will be implemented by June 2020. Union Minister Ram Vilas Paswan has announced on January 20, 2020 that the One Nation, One Ration card scheme will be implemented by June 1, 2020 across the country. Under this scheme, A beneficiary will be able to avail benefits across the country using the same ration card. The beneficiaries will be identified and verified through Aadhaar authentication at the Fair Price shops on the Electronic Point of Sale, EPOS, devices. Current affairs: India successfully test-fired K-4 ballistic missile. India successfully test-fired the 3,500 km strike-range nuclear-capable K-4 submarine-launched ballistic missile off the coast of Andhra Pradesh on January 19, 2020. The missile system is being developed by the DRDO and is to be fitted into the indigenously built Arihant-class nuclear-powered submarines of the Indian Navy. Pulse Polio Program 2020 launched. President Ram Nath Kovind has launched the Pulse Polio Program 2020 by administering polio drops to children below 5 years at Rashtrapati Bhavan on January 18, 2020. The Pulse Polio Program 2020 was conducted as a part of National Immunization Day across the country. Apna Urea, Sana Agal brand of Hurl launched chemicals and fertilizers. Minister D.V. Sadananda Gupta has launched the Apna Urea Sana Agal brand of Hindustan Urvarak and Rasayan Limited, Hurl, in New Delhi on January 17, 2020. Hurl is a joint venture company promoted by the three Maharatna companies, Coal India Limited, NTPC Limited, and Indian Oil Corporation Limited. ISRO's GSAT-30 launched. India's high-power telecommunications satellite, GSAT-30 and Eutelsat Connect was successfully launched from Kourou Launch Base, French Guiana by Ariane 5 BA-251 on January 17, 2020. It will be replacing the INSAT-4A satellite, which launched in 2005, and it is designed to be operational for at least 15 years. Current affairs: Second premium Tejas train flagged off. Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani has flagged off Mumbai Ahmedabad Tejas Express on January 17, 2020. This is the IRC's second premium train after the semi-high-speed and fully air-conditioned Delhi-Lucknow Tejas Express. The train is fully air-conditioned and comprises all the modern facilities with personalized reading lights, CCTV cameras, bio-toilets, LED TV, automatic doors, and many more. 9. Mukherjee Port. On the occasion of 150th celebrations of the Kolkata Port Trust, KOPT. Two oldest pensioner of the port SMT Nazreen Bhagat, 105 years, and Mr. Naresh Chandra Chakraborty, 100 years, were honored at the event. Second round of intensified Mission Indradhanush 2.0. The Union government has launched the second round of intensified Mission Indradhanush 2.0 at block level in 35 districts of Uttar Pradesh on January 7, 2020. The intensified Mission Indradhanush 2.0 K9 Gujarati dedicated to the nation aims to immunize children under 2 years. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has of age and pregnant women against dedicated the 51st K9 Gujarati self-propelled artillery gun at the Larsen and AIDS Vaccine Preventable Diseases. Tubro, L&T, Armored System Complex. 10 more Indian wetlands got at Hazira in Gujarat on January 16, 2020. Ramsar Site Tag K9 Gujarati is a 155 mm, 52 caliber. 10 more wetlands in India have been self-propelled artillery gun with a recognized as Ramsar wetland sites, maximum range of 40 kilometers, customized, taking the total number in the country from the original K9 Thunder gun to 37. Raisina Dialogue 2020 held. The Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, and the Observer Research Foundation, ORF, has jointly organized the 5th edition of the Raisina Dialogue 2020 in New Delhi from January 14 to 16, 2020. The theme of the Raisina Dialogue this year, 2020, is Navigating the Alpha Century. It brought together 700 international participants, out of which 40% of the speakers were women, emphasizing India's commitment to gender equality. Uttar Pradesh, with one Ramsar site, has added 6 more, namely Nawabganj, Parvati Agra, Saman, Samaspur, Sandi, and Sarsinawar. Maharashtra got its first Ramsar site, Nander Madhaneswar, while Punjab, which already had 3, added 3 more sites, namely Kesapur Mayani, Bias Conservation Reserve and Nungal. 107th Indian Science Congress held. The 107th Indian Science Congress, ISC, was inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi on January 3, 2020 at the University of Agricultural Sciences in Bengaluru. PM Modi's visit to Kolkata Karnataka. The focal theme of the PM Narendra Modi paid a two-day official visit to Kolkata, West Bengal from Congress 2020 is Science and Technology January 11 to 12, 2020. During this visit, he, Rural Development, renamed Kolkata Port as Shyamaprasad. It aims to bridge the gap between urban and rural India and improving the quality of farmers' life through science and technology. PM Modi has launched the Indian Science, Technology, and Engineering Facilities Map, ISTEM, portal, which will hold the database of all R&D facilities, established in institution across the country and will enable their sharing among the researchers. Swachh Sarvekshan League 2020 result announced. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, MOHUA, has announced the results of the first and second quarter of Swachh Sarvekshan League 2020 on December 31, 2019. In the first quarter, April, June 2019, under the category of population between 1 lakh and 10 lakhs, Jamshedpur was on first spot followed by New Delhi and Bilaspur, whereas, in the second quarter, July to September 2019, Jamshedpur, Chandrapur and Khargone topped the charts. RPF renamed as Indian Railway Protection Force Service. The Ministry of Railway has accorded Organized Group of Status, OGAS, to its Security Force Railway Protection Force, RPF, and renamed it as Indian Railway Protection Force Service on December 31, 2019. RPF is a security force, established by the Railway Protection Force Act, 1957, enacted by the Indian Parliament for the better protection and security of railway property. India State of Forest Report 2019 released. Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar has released the India State of Forest Report on December 30, 2019, which provides comprehensive information, current affairs about the forest cover, forest vegetation density, tree cover, progress of plantation outside the designated forests, etc. for India as well as states. Karnataka, 1,025 square kilometers, topped the country in growing the maximum amount of forest in the last 2 years, followed by Andhra Pradesh, 990 square kilometers, and Kerala, 823 square kilometers. Mangrove cover in the country has increased by 54 square kilometers, 1.1%, as compared to the previous assessment of 2017. There is an increase of 42.6 million tons in the carbon stock of the country as compared to the last assessment of 2017. Atal Bhujal Yojana launched. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched Atal Bhujal Yojana, or Atal Jal, a scheme for sustainable management of groundwater resources, in New Delhi on December 25, 2019. The scheme was launched on the occasion of 95th birth anniversary former Prime Minister late Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and it is also named after him. Cabinet approved updation of National Population Register. The Union Cabinet has approved an expenditure of 8,754.23 crore for the exercise of Census of India 2021 and 3,941.35 crore for updation of the National Population Register, NPR, on December 24, 2019. Census of India will cover the entire population in the country, while NPR will also cover all the population except in the state of Assam. DRDO tested CRISAM successfully. DRDO successfully flight tested indigenously developed quick reaction surface-to-air missile, CRISAM, system from Chandipur off the Odisha coast on Current Affairs 11 December 23, 2019. The missile was flight tested with full configuration in deployment mode, intercepting the target mid-air, meeting the mission objectives. Nest facility to be available 24/7 for customers. President approved Arms Amendment Bill 2019 of SIPS. Bill 2019. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has announced on December 6, 2019 that the National Electronic Funds Pinaka missile successfully test-fired transfer, NEFT, system will be made. DRDO has successfully tested the available 24x7 on all days from upgraded version of the Pinaka rocket December 16, 2019. Mark II from firing test range at Chandipur under the current system, Funds Can Testing Center in Odisha on December 20, 2019. The Pinaka Mk2 rocket is modified as be transferred through NEST from Eta missile by integrating with the navigation, AM to 7 p.m. from Monday to Friday, except on holidays. Control and guidance system to improve the end accuracy and enhance the range. President approved the recycling. President Ram Nath Kovind has approved the Arms Amendment Bill 2019 for a maximum punishment of life imprisonment for manufacturing and carrying illegal arms on December 16, 2019. The act will enhance the period of arms license from 3 years to 5 years and also to issue arms license in its electronic form to prevent forgery. National Broadband Mission launched. Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad has launched National Broadband Mission, NBM, on December 17, 2019. The mission will facilitate universal and equitable access to broadband services across the country, especially in rural and remote areas. 2 versions of BrahMos missile test fired. India successfully conducted 2 separate trials of supersonic cruise missile BrahMos, one each from land and air platforms on December 17, 2019. The land attack version was test-fired from a mobile autonomous launcher at Launch Complex 3 of the ITR at Chandipur, while the air attack version was test-fired from Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft. President Ram Nath Kovind has approved the recycling of ships Bill 2019 for safe and environmentally sound recycling of ships in India on December 13, 2019. The already existing Shipbreaking Code, revised 2013 and the provisions of the Hong Kong Convention, 2009 will be joined together in this bill. The Citizenship Amendment Act, 2019. President Ram Nath Kovind has given his assent to the Citizenship Amendment Bill, 2019, turning it into an act on December 12, 2019. The act amended the Citizenship Act, 1955 and aims to provide Indian citizenship to the non-Muslim illegal migrants belonging to the 6 minority communities, namely Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, Christian, and Sikhs from Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and Pakistan who had arrived in India before December 31, 2014. ISRO launched RISAT-2 BR-1 and 9 foreign satellites. ISRO has launched India's latest spy satellite RISAT-2 BR-1 and 9 foreign satellites, 6 from the US and 112 each from Israel, Italy, and Japan, through PSLV-C-48 at Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh on December 11, 2019. RISAT-2 BR-1 is radar imaging Earth observation satellite developed by ISRO and the second satellite in the RISAT-2B series. The satellite will be used in applications such as agriculture, forestry, and disaster management support. Fit India School Rating System launched. Union HRD Minister Ramesh Pokhriyal and Sports Minister Kiren Rijiju have launched the Fit India School Rating System at Kendriya Vidyalaya No. 1, Delhi Cant on December 4, 2019. The Fit India School Rating System has been launched as part of the Fit India campaign. Fit India School Rating System as per certain parameters is expected to enhance the image of the schools. India conducted night trial of Prithvi-2 missile. India has successfully conducted night trial of the indigenously developed nuclear-capable Prithvi-2 surface-to-surface missile as part of a user trial for the armed forces from ITR at Chandipur in the coast of Odisha. The missile has a strike range of 350 kilometers with warheads carrying capacity of 500 to 1,000 kilograms. First night trial of Agni-3 missile conducted. India has conducted the first night trial of nuclear-capable long-range surface-to-surface ballistic missile Agni-3 from the Abdul Kalam Island off Odisha coast on November 30, 2019. The Agni-3 has a strike range of 3,000 kilometers to 5,000 kilometers and is capable of carrying both conventional, nuclear warheads weighing up to 1.5 tons. Current affairs. BrahMos supersonic cruise missile test-fired. Indian Navy has successfully test-fired the 290 km strike range BrahMos supersonic cruise missile from the Navy's stealth destroyer in Kochi in the Arabian Sea on November 28, 2019. The supersonic missile successfully hit a decommissioned target ship in Arabian Sea. The air-launched BrahMos missile is a 2.5-ton supersonic air-to-surface cruise missile, designed and developed by BrahMos Aerospace Private Limited. ISRO launched Cartogate-3. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, has launched advanced Earth imaging and mapping satellite Cartogate-3 along with 13 commercial nanosatellites into sun-synchronous orbit from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh on November 27, 2019. Cartogate-3 was launched by PSLV C-47 rocket along with 13 other CubeSats from the USA. UFO logo and motto released. The logo is based upon the literal meaning of UFO. Means people and PAL means caretaker, i.e. caretaker of people. It is designed by Prashant Mishra, from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, UP. Motto of the UFO, Ma Gridakasias Vidhanam, do not be greedy for anyone's wealth. Parliament passed Jallianwala Bagh National Memorial Amendment Bill 2019. Parliament has passed the Jallianwala Bagh National Memorial Amendment Bill 2019 on November 19, 2019. The new bill contains an amendment to the Jallianwala Bagh National Memorial Act, 1951, and changes the provisions for trustees of the memorial. Current affairs. 13 Defense Exercise Test Missile Description. Sindhu Sudarshan Exercise. The Indian Army conducted exercise Sindhu Sudarshan for the year 2019 in the deserts of Rajasthan from November 29 to December 4, 2019. The aim of this exercise is to evaluate the capability of the defense services in an integrated air-land battle. Shakti 2019. Indian and French armies conducted joint counter-terrorism drills under Exercise Shakti 2019 in the Mahajan Field firing range in Rajasthan from October 31 to November 13, 2019. Sindhu Sudarshan 7 exercise. The Strike Corps of the Indian Army has conducted its second phase of the exercise named Sindhu Sudarshan 7 in Rajasthan from November 12 to 18, 2019. Samudra Shakti. The 2nd Divisional Naval Exercise Samudra Shakti 2019 between Indian Navy and Indonesian Navy was held in the Bay of Bengal from November 6 to 7, 2019. SCOJTX 2019. Home Minister Amit Shah has inaugurated the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, Joint Exercise on Urban Earthquake Search and Rescue, SCOJTX-2019 in New Delhi on November 4, 2019. Just Leap 2019. The first ever India-Uzbekistan joint military exercise Just Leap 2019 was held at Sirte Training Area near Tashkent from November 4 to 13, 2019. The exercise enabled sharing of best practices and experiences between the armed forces of the two countries. Sudarshan Chakravartini War Exercise. A 2-day-long Sudarshan Chakravartini War Exercise 2019 of the Indian Army was held at Jaclamar Field Firing Range, Rajasthan from October 20 to 21, 2019. IMNEX 2019. The 2nd edition of India-Myanmar Naval Exercise called IMNEX 2019 was held in Visakhapatnam from October 19 to 22, 2019. The exercise was consisted in 2 phases. The harbor phase includes visits to Indian naval units, training, and maintenance facility at Visakhapatnam. India test-fired Prithvi-2 missile. India has successfully test-fired indigenously developed nuclear-capable Prithvi-2 missile from a mobile launcher from Launch Complex 3 of Chandipur Integrated Test Range, ITR, in Balasore district of Odisha on November 20, 2019. It is a surface-to-surface missile, which has a strike range of 350 kilometers. It is capable of carrying 500 to 1,000 kilograms of warheads and is powered by liquid propulsion twin engines. The Bharatiya Poshan Krishi Kosh is a repository of diverse crops across 128 agroclimatic zones to help enable better nutritional outcomes. Special winter-grade diesel launched. Home Minister Amit Shah has launched a special winter-grade diesel for the citizen of Ladakh through video conferencing in New Delhi on November 17, 2019. The winter-grade diesel has been Bharatiya Pasan Krishi Khas launch developed by Indian Oil Corporation, and stays unfrozen up to -33. The Ministry of Women and Child Development along with Bill and Melinda degrees Celsius. It will help to reduce hardships faced by the local people. Gates Foundation has launched the Bharatiya Pasan Krishi Khas, BPKK, in new for transportation and mobility during the harsh winter months. Delhi on November 18, 2019. 14. Darjeeling green and white tea received GI tag. 2 tea varieties of Darjeeling tea, namely green tea and white tea, were registered under Geographical Indication of Goods, Registration and Protection, Act, 1999 on November 16, 2019. Darjeeling produces 85 lakh kilograms of tea. Of this, green tea constitutes 10 lakh kilograms and white tea constitutes 1 lakh kilograms. India conducts first night trial of Agni-2 missile. DRDO has successfully conducted the first night trial of nuclear-capable intermediate-range ballistic missile Agni-2 from the Dr. Abdul Kalam Island off the Odisha coast on November 16, 2019. The 20-meter-long two-stage ballistic missile has a launch weight of 17 tons and can carry a payload of 1,000 kilograms over a distance of 2,000 kilometers. Sisari River Bridge inaugurated. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has inaugurated the Sisari River Bridge at Lower Dibang Valley in East Chang district of Arunachal Pradesh on November 15, 2019. It is the 200-meter-long bridge between Jonai Pasigat Ranagigarwan Road, will provide connectivity between Dibang Valley and Chang. It was constructed by Project Brahmank of Border Roads Organization, BRO. Current affairs. The order was passed by a 5-judge constitution bench headed by Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi, with other members including Justices N.V. Ramana, D.Y. Chandrachud, Deepak Gupta, and Sanjeev Khanna. Ayodhya case verdict. After about 70 years of legal battle in independent India, the Babri Masjid Ram Janmabhoomi land dispute of Ayodhya resolved. The Supreme Court has finally delivered its much-awaited verdict on November 9, 2019 in the landmark Ayodhya Ram Mandir Babri Masjid land title dispute and ruled in favor of the Hindu side with regards to the ownership of the disputed piece of land. The apex court has also ordered the government to allot a 5-acre plot and a prominent place in Ayodhya to the Muslims to construct a new mosque. Kartarpur Corridor inaugurated. PM Narendra Modi has inaugurated integrated set post of Kartarpur Corridor at Dera Baba Nanak in Punjab on November 9, 2019. He also flagged off the first batch of over 500 Indian pilgrims led by Akal Takht Dargini Harpreet Singh to Gurdwara Darbar Sahib through the corridor. SAI released food safety guidelines for schools. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, SAI, has released draft regulations titled Food Safety and Standards, Safe Food and Healthy Diet. CJI's office to come under RTI for school children, Regulations, 2019, on Supreme Court ruled that the office of November 7, 2019 the Chief Justice of India, CJI, is that the draft is a 10-pointer chart that public authority under the Right to Prohibit the Sale and Promotion of Information Act on November 13, Unhealthy Food Items in Schools and 2019. Nearby locations. Current Affairs. Sela Darpan Portal launched. Union Minister of State for HRD Sanjay Dhotre has launched the Sela Darpan Portal for Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, NVS, in New Delhi on November 6, 2019. Sela Darpan Portal is an ENE-to-ND governance school automation and management system for Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, NVS. International who declared the global risk of novel coronavirus, 2019 nCoV. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of a novel coronavirus a global health emergency on January 30, 2020 because the outbreak continues to spread outside China. Coronavirus is an umbrella term for viruses that cause illness ranging from common cold to diseases such as the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, MERS, and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, SARS. By January 31, 2020, 213 deaths have been reported and 9,776 confirmed cases. Hawaiian telescope captured most detailed pictures of the sun, yet Hawaii's Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope has captured the highest ever resolution images of the solar surface on January 29, 2020. The images show the sun's surface to be made up of granular structures, like nuggets of gold, each about the size of France. Sheikh Khalid bin Khalifa bin Abdulaziz Al Thani appointed as new PM of Qatar. Sheikh Khalid bin Khalifa bin Abdulaziz Al Thani has been appointed as new Prime Minister of Qatar on January 28, 2020. 15 along with the position of Prime Minister, he has also taken over as the Minister of Interior. He succeeded Sheikh Abdullah bin Nasser bin Khalifa Al Thani, who submitted his resignation to the Emir. Switzerland minted world's smallest gold coin. Switzerland's state-owned Swiss Mint has minted world's smallest gold coin of 2.96 millimeters, 0.12 inches, on January 23, 2020. The coin features a face of scientist Albert Einstein sticking out his tongue. It weighs 0.063 grams and has a nominal value of 1/4 Swiss francs, 26 cents. Corruption Perceptions Index 2019. Transparency International has released the Corruption Perceptions Index 2019 during the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in Davos on January 23, 2020. Denmark and New Zealand have cornered the top spot, followed by Finland, Singapore, Sweden, and Switzerland in the top 10, among 180 countries. India slipped 2 positions to 80th in the index with a score of 41 while it was at 78th in the previous year's ranking. Global Talent Competitiveness Index 2020. Global Talent Competitive Index, GTCI, 2020 has been released at the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, WEF, on January 22, 2020. Switzerland emerged as the most talent-competitive nation of the world, followed by US and Singapore. India has moved up 8 places to the 72nd position out of 132 countries from 80th position in GTCI 2019. 16 Current Affairs. E-Passport launched in Dhaka. Henley Passport Index 2020. Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has launched e-Passport in Dhaka, Bangladesh on January 22, 2020. With this, Bangladesh has become the first country in South Asia and 119th country in the world to have an e-passport facility. The e-passports will have an embedded chip in them which will contain the biometric data of the passport holder, photograph, and other information contained in the passport. Henley and Partners has released the Henley Passport Index 2020 on January 8, 2020. Japan emerged as the world's most powerful passport, while Singapore took the second spot, followed by South Korea and Germany. India's rank has dropped from 82nd in 2019 to 84th in 2020, which means that Indian passport allows visa-free entry to 58 destinations worldwide. Nigeria's passport ranked 199th as the weakest passport in the world. Sakellaropoulou becomes Greece's first woman president. Greece's parliament has elected Katerina Sakellaropoulou as the first woman president in the country's history on January 22, 2020. She will succeed current conservative president Prokopis Pavlopoulos, whose 5-year term expires in March. Prior to her election, she served as president of the Council of State, the highest administrative court of Greece. Pedro Sanchez re-elected as the PM of Spain. Pedro Sanchez Torres Castellón, a Spanish politician and socialist leader, has been re-elected as Spanish Prime Minister on January 7, 2020. He has also been Secretary General of the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, PSOE, since June 2017. Guyana takes over the chairmanship. Palau becomes first country to of G77 ban reef toxic sunscreen. The South American country Guyana has took over the chairmanship of the Group of 77, G77, for the year 2020 from Palestine. The Group of 77, G77, is the largest intergovernmental organization of developing countries in the United Nations. Robert Abela elected new PM of Malta. Malta's governing party has elected a new leader, Robert Abela, as 14th Prime Minister of Malta on January 12, 2020. At the internal party elections, he obtained 9,342 votes against 6,798 for his rival Chris Fearn. He replaced Joseph Muscat, who resigned in December 2019. Palau has become the first country in the world to ban various types of sunscreen to protect coral reefs on January 1, 2020. The sunscreen consists of oxybenzone and octinoxate, absorbs UV, ultraviolet rays which causes water more acidic, makes corals susceptible to bleaching and agitating fish stocks. Who designated 2020 as Year of Nurse and Midwife. World Health Organization, WHO, has designated the year 2020 as the Year of the Nurse and the Midwife in honor of the 200th birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale. The year 2020 is significant for WHO in the context of nursing and midwifery current affairs strengthening for universal health coverage. The WHO will also launch first ever State of the World's Nursing Report in 2020 prior to the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly. China launched Shijian 20 satellites. China has launched its heaviest and most advanced communications satellite, Shijian 20, by its largest new carrier rocket, Long March 5, from Wenshan Space Launch Center in South China's Hainan Province on December 27, 2019. The Long March 5 rocket can carry a maximum payload of 25 tons into low Earth orbit and 14 tons into geosynchronous orbit. Donald Trump launched U.S. Space Force. U.S. President Trump officially has launched U.S. Space Force, the first U.S. military service in over 70 years focusing on warfare in space, on December 22, 2019. He has signed the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, authorizing the establishment of Space Force. 8 West African countries renamed common currency. 8 West African nations have agreed to change the name of their common currency from CFA franc to ECO on December 22, 2019. CFA franc is the name of 2 currencies, the West African CFA franc, which is used in 8 West African countries, and Central African CFA franc, which is used in 6 Central African countries. Global Gender Gap Report 2020. World Economic Forum, WEF, has released the Global Gender Gap Index Report 2020 on December 17, 2019. Under the report Mind the 100-Year 17 Gap, India has been reached 112th among 153 countries. The report analyzed 153 countries in their progress toward gender parity, focusing on 4 main dimensions: economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. UK General Elections 2019. Boris Johnson won the United Kingdom, UK, general election after his Conservative Party crossed the required majority of 326 votes of the 650 seats in the House of Commons on December 13, 2019. The Labour Party headed by Jeremy Bernard Corbyn and the Scottish National Party headed by Nicola Ferguson Sturgeon gained 203 and 43 votes, respectively. U.S. shuts down WTO appeal court. The appeal court of the World Trade Organization, WTO, that acts as trade dispute settlement body for the members, was shut down by the United States on December 9, 2019. Without WTO's appellate body, the dispute settlement will return to pre-1995 GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, status quo. Human Development Index 2019. Norway topped the Human Development Index, HDI, 2019 according to the Human Development Report released by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, on December 8, 2019. Switzerland and Ireland stood at the 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, out of 189 countries. India has jumped 1 place from 2018 to 129 in 2019 in HDI. 1825 Colombian Pesos Climate Summit. The 2019 United Nations Climate Change Conference, also known as 25 Colombian Pesos, was held in Madrid, Spain, from December 2 to 13, 2019 under the presidency of the Chilean government. Originally, the summit was supposed to take place in Chile, but was relocated to Spain after political unrest in Santiago. The conference incorporates the 25th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFUC, the 15th meeting of the parties for the Kyoto Protocol, CMP15, and the second meeting of the parties for the Paris Agreement, CMA2. NATO Summit 2019. The United Kingdom, UK, hosted two-day organized 2019 NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Summit in London from December 3 to 4, 2019. The purpose of the summit was to make the heads of state and heads of government of NATO member countries to evaluate and provide strategic direction for alliance activities. The year 2019 marks the 70th anniversary of the summit. Current Affairs. Sweden paid a 5-day official visit to India from December 2 to 6, 2019. The King and Queen of Sweden inaugurated the 14 mld, megaliters per day, sewage treatment plant, STP, Sarai Village in Haridwar, Uttarakhand. Nuad Thai massage included in UNESCO Heritage List. The famous 2,000-year-old Nuad Thai massage that has been practiced in Thailand has been officially added to the UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage practices. The massage follows a traditional healing mechanism that folds the body and uses sharp elbow techniques, combining acupressure and Indian Ayurvedic principles. Oxford Word of the Year 2019 announced. Oxford Dictionaries has declared climate emergency as the word of the year for 2019 on November 21, 2019. Climate emergency is defined as a situation in which urgent action is required to reduce or halt climate change and avoid potentially irreversible environmental damage resulting from it. Pakistan launched Shaheen-1 missile. Pakistan has conducted successful test. Afghanistan first country launch of Shaheen-1 surface-to-surface to recognize Indian Pharmacopoeia. Afghanistan has become the first country to recognize the Indian Pharmacopoeia standards for drugs and medicines. The Indian Pharmacopoeia, IP, is an officially recognized book of standards as per the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, 1940 and Rules 1945 thereunder. Swedish King and Queen visited India. King Carl XVI Gustav Folke Hubertus and Queen Sylvia Renata Sommer lack of ballistic missile on November 18, 2019. The Shaheen-1 missile is capable of delivering all types of warheads up to range of 650 kilometers. Pakistan becomes first country to launch new WHO-approved typhoid vaccine. Pakistan has become the first country in the world to introduce a new typhoid vaccine on November 15, 2019. The vaccine was approved by the WHO in Current Affairs 19/2018, initially used during a 2-week immunization campaign from November 18 to 30 in the urban areas cricket of Sindh. The new vaccines have been Diplomat Cup 2020 provided by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to the Pakistani government free of cost. The team of the Indian consulate has defeated the team of the Pakistan. Bright Summit 2019 held consulate to lift the Diplomat Cup cricket. The 11th Bright Summit convened in Championship of 2020 in Dubai on Brasilia, Brazil, on November 13 to 14, January 18, 2020. 2019 with the theme Bright Economic. This is the third successive year that India Growth for an Innovative Future won the Diplomat Cup Championship. All BRICS leaders, namely Brazilian. The first tournament was won by President Jair Bolsonaro, Indian Prime Bangladesh in January 2017. Minister Narendra Modi, Chinese India West Indies ODI Series President Xi Jinping, Russian President India beat West Indies by 4 wickets to win. Vladimir Putin and South African President Cyril Ramaphosa discussed at a 3-match ODI series by 2-1 at Barabati Stadium Cuttack, Odisha. Rohit. Wide range of topics from intra-block. Sharma was named man of the series. Cooperation to global governance. Sports and games. Sri Lanka call match fixing a crime. Sri Lanka has become first South Asian nation to criminalize several offenses related to match fixing on November 12, 2019. The move comes after Sri Lankan Parliament passed a bill related to it labeled as Prevention of Offences Related to Sports. If a person is found guilty of committing an offense, then he may find himself jailed for a term up to 10 years and will also be required to pay other fines. NASA unveiled its first electric plane. NASA has launched an early version of its first all-electric experimental aircraft, the X-57 Maxwell, on November 9, 2019. Adapted from an Italian-made Snam P2006T twin-engine propeller plane, the X-57 has been under development since 2015. The Maxwell will be the agency's first crewed X-plane to be developed in 2 decades. India-West Indies Women's T20 Series. The India women's cricket team played with West Indies women's cricket team from November 1 to 20, 2019. Indian women's cricket team defeated the West Indies in a 5-match T20I series by winning the 5th and last T20 match by 61 runs at the Providence Stadium in Georgetown, Guyana. India and Bangladesh T20 series. India defeated Bangladesh by 30 runs in the third and final T20I to win 3-match series 2-1 in Nagpur on November 10, 2019. Deepak Chahar won the Man of the Match and Man of the Series awards. India-West Indies Women's ODI Series. Indian women's cricket team won the 3-match series 2-1 against West Indies by 6 wickets in the third and final ODI match in North Sound, Antigua. Smriti Mandhana was named the player of the match, while Stephanie Taylor was named player of the series. Current Affairs 20 Tennis. Hobart International 2020 27th edition. Hobart International Tennis Tournament took place at the Hobart International Tennis Centre in Hobart, Australia from January 13 to 18, 2020. Indian tennis player Sania Mirza and her Ukrainian partner Nadia Tikhonov have won the 2020 women's doubles title. The 2020 Hobart International was a women's tennis tournament played on outdoor hard courts. Qatar Open 2020. The 28th edition of the Qatar Open 2020 men's tennis tournament took place at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex in Doha, Qatar from January 6 to 11, 2020. Russia's Andrei Rublev won the singles title after defeating Corentin Moutet of France in the final. Brisbane International 2020. The 12th edition Brisbane International Tennis Tournament 2020 took place at the Queensland Tennis Centre in Tennyson from January 6 to 12, 2020. Karolina Pliskova of Czech Republic won the singles title after defeating Madison Keys, USA, in the final. ATP Cup 2020. Novak Djokovic, Serbia, has defeated Rafael Nadal, Spain, to make Serbia the champion of ATP Cup 2020 held at Ken Rosewall Arena in Sydney, Australia from January 3 to 12, 2020. The 2020 ATP Cup was the first edition of the ATP Cup, an international outdoor hard-court men's tennis tournament. ITF World Champions 2019. International Tennis Federation, ITF, honored 11 players by its annual awards named as ITF World Champions 2019 in singles, doubles, wheelchair, and juniors category on December 20, 2019. Category winner men's singles Rafael Nadal, Spain, women's singles Ashley Barty, Australia, women's doubles Tamia Babos, Hungary, and Kristina Mladenovic, France. Davis Cup tie 2020. India defeated Pakistan in the tie match for the International Tennis Federation's ITF Davis 2020 Cuban Pesos was held in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan from November 29 to 30, 2019. Steven Nezenchetian and Leander Paes won the match against Huzaifa Abdul Rahman and Muhammad Shoaib 6-1, 6-3 in the only doubles match of the tie between India and Pakistan. Davis Cup 2019. The Davis Cup final was conducted from November 18 to 24, 2019 at the Casa Magica in Madrid, Spain. Spain's Rafael Nadal clinched 6th Davis Cup title in men's singles after beating Denis Shapovalov of Canada. Fed Cup 2019. The final of 57th edition of Fed Cup 2019 was held in Australia on November 10, 2019. It is the most important tournament between national teams in women's tennis. France defeated Australia with 3-2 in the finals and won the Fed Cup 2019. Hockey National Ice Hockey Women's Championship Ladakh lifted the 7th National Ice Hockey Championship Women's Trophy after defeating Delhi at the Karzu Ice Hockey Rink in Ladakh on January 7, 2020. Current affairs. The tournament was organized by the Ice Hockey Association of India, IHAI, in association with the Ladakh Winter Sports Club. Badminton Indonesia Masters 2020. The 2020 Indonesia Masters Badminton Tournament took place at the Istora Gelora Bung Karno in Indonesia from January 14 to 19, 2020. Category winner men's singles Anthony Sini Sukaginting, Indonesia, women's singles Ratchanok Intanon, Thailand, Malaysia Masters 2020. The 2020 Malaysia Masters Badminton Tournament took place at the Axiata Arena in Malaysia from January 7 to 12, 2020. Category winner men's singles Kento Momota, Japan, women's singles Chen Yufei, China, BWF World Tour Finals 2019. The second edition of Badminton World Federation, BWF, World Tour Finals 2019, officially known as the HSBC Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation BWF World Tour Finals 2019, took place at Tianhe Gymnasium in Guangzhou, China from December 11 to 15, 2019. Chess Hastings International. India's P. Mangesh Sundram won the title in the 95th edition of the prestigious Hastings International Chess Congress at Hastings in England on January 6, 2020. He remained unbeaten and finished in clear first place with 7.5 points from 9 games after securing a 33-move draw in the final round against compatriot T.A. Stani. 21 Shooting. 63rd National Championship. National Rifle Association of India, NRAI, and MP State Shooting Academy has organized 63rd National Shooting Championship Competitions, NSCC, 2019 at Shooting Academy Shooting Ranges, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh from December 7, 2019 to January 4, 2020. Manu Baker has bagged 4 gold medals, individual and team events in senior and junior, in the women's 10-meter air pistol event. Shooter Zina Kidda, Himachal Pradesh, has won the gold medal of the 10-meter air rifle event. Saurabh Chaudhary, Uttar Pradesh, has won the gold medal in the men's 10-meter air pistol event. Youth Games. Khelo India Youth Games 2020. The third edition of Khelo India Youth Games, KIYG, 2020 was held at Karmavir Navin Chandrabodoloi Indoor Stadium in Guwahati, Assam from January 10 to 22, 2020. Maharashtra topped the medal tally with total of 256 medals, followed by Haryana and Delhi. It was organized by Ministry for Youth Affairs and Sports and conducted in partnership with the School Games Federation of India, SGFI, Indian Olympic Association, IOA, and Assam State Government. The second edition of Khelo India Youth Games was held in Pune, Maharashtra in 2019, topped by Maharashtra. Current Affairs. 22 Awards and Honors. National Padma Awards 2020. The Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA, has announced the names of 141 Padma awardees for 2020 on January 25, 2020. Out of 141 awardees, 7 personalities have been chosen for Padma Vibhushan, 16 personalities for Padma Bhushan and 118 personalities for Padma Shri. Award awardee Padma George Fernandez, Arun Jaitley, Vibhushan Sushma Swaraj and Sri Visheshatirtha Swamiji Sri Pejavara Adhokate Mata posthumous, Sir Anirudh Jugnauth, M.C. Maricom and Chanulal Mishra Padma Syed Nuasam Ali, Neelkanta Bhushan Ramakrishna Madhav Menon and Manohar Parrikar, posthumous, M. Mumtaz Ali, Muzaffar Hussain Beg, Ajay Chakravorty, Manoj Das, Balkrishna Doshi, Krishnamal Jagannathan, S.C. Jamer, Anil Prakash Joshi, Dr. Tsering Landal, Anand Mahindra, Professor Jagdeep Seth, T.V. Sindhu, and Venusrinivasan Padmahari Sundravarma, Sri Vasistha Narayan Singh, posthumous, Dr. Kishal Kanwar Sharma, Kalyan Singh Rawat and 114 others. Subhash Chandra Bose Apta Prabandhan Puraskar 2020 Disaster Mitigation and Management Center, DMMC, Uttarakhand, and Kumar Manan Singh have been selected for the second Subhash Chandra Bose Octa Prabandhan Puraskar 2020 on January 23, 2020. DMMC was selected under Institution category while Sri Kumar Manan Singh was selected under Individual category for their contributions in disaster management. Rashtriya Bal Puraskar 2020 President Ram Nath Kovind has conferred the Rashtriya Bal Puraskar 2020 to 49 children in the age group of 5 to 18 years at a ceremony at Rashtrapati Bhavan on January 22, 2020. 29th Saraswati Salmon prominent Sindhi writer Vasaf Mohi will be conferred with 29th Saraswati Salmon for his short stories collection checkbook which talks about the miseries and sufferings of marginalized sections of the society. BCCI Annual Awards 2018-19 The Board of Control for Cricket in India, BCCI, has presented its annual awards in 25 different categories for the 2018-19 seasons in Mumbai, Maharashtra to honor all the legendary cricketers on January 12, 2020. Jasprit Bumrah received the prestigious Pali Umrigar Award for being the best international cricketer for 2018-19 season. Poonam Yadav has been adjudged the best international cricketer among the women. Nipah Venkaiah Naidu National Awards Agricultural Scientist M.S. Swaminathan and Social Worker Dr. Dutta Muniratnam were respectively chosen as the first recipients of Nipah Venkaiah Naidu National Award for Excellence and Nipah National Award for Social Service on January 9, 2020. 66th National Film Awards Vice President Venkaiah Naidu has conferred the 66th National Film Awards for the year 2018 in 31 categories in New Delhi on December 23, 2019. Current Affairs Category Award Best Actor Vicky Kaushal, Yuri, The Surgical Strike, Ayushmann Khurrana, and Hadhun, 23 out of which 45 are collections of poems including Kanda Kavyas, Katha Kavyas, Charita Kavyas and songs. 28th Bihari Puraskar Rajasthan-based noted writer Manisha Kulashrestha has been awarded the 28th Bihari Puraskar for 2018 for her novel Best Director Adityadar, Yuri, The Svapna Path on November 23, 2019. Surgical Strike, she is known for her works like Seegoff, Best Music Sanjay Leela Bhansali Salban Zika and Panchkanya. The Padmavat Award is named after famous Hindi poet Best Hindi Movie and Hadhun Bihari and is presented by the K.K. Birla Foundation to writers of Rajasthani. Dada Saheb Phalke Award Amitabh Bachchan has received the 50th Oregon Dad Saheb Phalke Award 2019, India's Indira Gandhi Award for highest film honor from President Ram National Integration Nath Kovind on December 29, 2019. He noted environmentalist and social was honored for his outstanding activist Sandy Prasad Butt will be contribution for the growth and awarded the Indira Gandhi Award for Development of Indian Cinema National Integration for the years 2017 Best Actress Kirti Suresh, Mahanadi, Sahitya Akademi Award 2019. The Sahitya Akademi announced its annual literary awards for 2019 for works in 23 languages on December 18, 2019. Shashi Tharoor won the Sahitya Akademi Award 2019 for his book An Era of Darkness, The British Empire in India. Gangadhar National Award Hindi poet Visvanath Tiwari from Uttar Pradesh to be honored with Gangadhar National Award during the 53rd Foundation Day celebrations of the Sambalpur University. He was the former president of the Sahitya Akademi between 2013 to 2014 and has authored several anthologies. 55th Jnanpith Award Malayalam poet Akithamesuppan Nambudiri has been chosen for the 55th Jnanpith Award for his outstanding contribution to the Malayalam literature on November 29, 2019. Akitham has authored 55 books and 2018. He has earlier been awarded the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 1982 and Padma Bhushan in 2005. JCB Prize for Literature 2019 US-based Indian author Madhuri Vijay's debut novel, The Far-Field Bag 2019 JCB Prize for Literature on November 2, 2019. The Far-Field is an impressively ambitious novel of stunning emotional and psychological acuity. International Tyler Prize 2020 Esteemed Environmental Economist and UN Environment Program, UNEP, Goodwill Ambassador Pavan Sukhdev has won 2020 Tyler Prize for Environmental Achievement on January 27, 2020. 62nd Grammy Awards. The 62nd Annual Grammy Awards ceremony was held at the Staples Center in Los Angeles on January 26, 2020. Current Affairs 24. The event was hosted by American musician, singer, and composer Alicia Keys, and the awards were presented in 84 categories. Lizzo received the most nominations of any artist with 8, followed by Billie Eilish and Lil Nas X with 6 each. Billie Eilish, the 18-year-old singer, won 5 awards, including Song of the Year, Best Pop Vocal Album, Album of the Year, Record of the Year, and Best New Artist. Former United States, U.S., First Lady Michelle Obama was honored with the Best Spoken Word Album of the Year award for the book Becoming. ICC Awards 2019. The International Cricket Council, ICC, has announced on January 15, 2020 the ICC Awards 2019 for recognizing and honoring the performance of player between January 1, 2019 and December 31, 2019. Award Player of the Year Ben Stokes, England. Test Cricketer of the Year Pat Cummins, Australia. ODI Cricketer of the Year Rohit Sharma, India. Emerging Cricketer of Marnus Labuschagne the Year, Australia. Spirit of Cricket Award Virat Kohli, India. T20I Performance of the Year Deepak Chahar, India. 77th Golden Globe Awards. The 77th Annual Golden Globe Awards ceremony was held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, California on January 5, 2020. Hollywood star Joaquin Phoenix won the Golden Globes for the Best Actor in a Motion Picture Drama for his performance in Joker. Renee Zellweger won the Best Actress in a Drama category for his performance in Judy. Sam Mendes won the Best Director Award for 1917. Miss World 2019 Toni Ann Singh, 23, of Jamaica was crowned as Miss World 2019 at 69th Miss World Competition 2019 in London, United Kingdom, UK, on December 15, 2019. She was crowned Miss World title by Miss World 2018 Vanessa Ponce of Mexico. Miss Universe 2019 Zozibani Tunji of South Africa was crowned Miss Universe 2019 at the Miss Universe pageant at Atlanta, the United States on December 9, 2019. The two runners-up for the crown were Miss Madison Anderson, Puerto Rico, and Miss Sofia Aragon, Mexico. Miss Universe 2018 Catriona Gray of the Philippines presented the crown. International Children's Peace Prize 2019 Divina Malum, 14, from Cameroon, and Greta Thunberg, 16, from Sweden. Both received the International Children's Peace Prize 2019 in The Hague, Netherlands on November 21, 2019. Teen activist Greta Thunberg has been awarded for her work in the struggle against climate change. Divina received the prize for her peaceful fight against extremist violence and radicalization. Indira Gandhi Prize 2019 Indira Gandhi Memorial Trust announced on November 19, 2019 that the Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Disarmament, and Development for 2019 will be conferred on renowned naturalist and broadcaster Sir David Attenborough. Current Affairs. He has been awarded to preserve and protect the biodiversity of our planet. The prize carries a cash award of 2.5 million Indian rupees and a citation. Persons in News. National. Deepika Padukone was honored with the annual Crystal Award at World Economic Forum, WEF, 2020 in Davos, Switzerland on January 21, 2020. She has been honored for her contribution in spreading awareness around mental health. JP Nadda 25. He has replaced Viral Acharya, who had resigned from the post in June last year. Anand Prakash Maheshwari, Senior IPS Officer AP Maheshwari has appointed as the Director General of Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, on January 13, 2020. He is 1984 Basu Uttar Pradesh Coder IPS Officer who will be in the post till February 28, 2021, the date of his superannuation. Bipin Rawat. Indian Army Chief General Bipin Rawat has been named India's first Chief of Defence Staff on December 30, 2019. The CDs will be a 4-star general who will head the Department of Military Affairs and report to the Defence Minister on warfare and defence strategy for all 3 armed forces. Jagat Prakash Nadda was elected unopposed as the national president of the Bharatiya Janata Party on January 20, 2020. He replaced Amit Shah, who is currently serving as Union Home Minister Vishwanath Goswami in the Narendra Modi cabinet. Vishwanath Goswami, the head of Peshawar Mud, has passed away at the Chola Srinivasulu at the age of 88 on December 28, 2019. The government has appointed Chola. He was known as the Rashtra Swamiji, Srinivasulu Sethi, as the managing and a great social reformer. Director, MD, of the State Bank of India, SBI, for a period of 3 years on Sangeeta Reddy January 20, 2020. He is presently serving Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, joint managing in the SBI as Deputy Managing Director. Director of Apollo Hospitals Group was Arjun Munda, appointed as the President of Federation of Indian Chambers of Union. Minister of Tribal Affairs Arjun Munda has been elected as President of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, for the year 2019-20 on December 23, 2019. The Suspended Archery Association of India, AAI, on January 18, 2020. He got Harshvardhan Shringla the support from former AAI President. The Government of India has appointed Vijay Kumar Malhotra and defeated BVP the senior diplomat Harshvardhan Rao by a margin of 34 to 18 votes. Shringla as the next Foreign Secretary of Michael Debabrata India on December 23, 2019. The government has appointed Michael. He will take charge on January 29, 2020. Debabrata as the 4th deputy after replacing Vijay Gokhale. He is a governor of the Reserve Bank of India 1984 Bachifs officer and the current Indian ambassador to the United States. RBI, on January 14, 2020. Current Affairs 26. Gangaprasad Vimal. Somaroy Burman. Eminent Hindi author Gangaprasad Vimal has passed away at the age of 80 in Sri Lanka on December 23, 2019. He earlier worked as a professor in many colleges including Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi from 1999 to 2004. Somaroy Burman took charge as the 24th Controller General of Accounts, CGA, in the Finance Ministry's Department of Expenditure on December 1, 2019. Sriramlugu Lieutenant Colonel Jyoti Sharma has been appointed as Indian Army's first female Judge Advocate General Officer to be deployed on a foreign mission on November 14, 2019. Eminent theatre and film actor Dr. Sriramlugu has passed away at the age of 92 on December 17, 2019. He was well known for his roles in plays like Natsam Rock, Himalayaki Sayoli, and films like Pinjara, Ek Dinakanak, Duranda, and Lawaris. Cyrus Mistry. The National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, NCLAT, restored former Tata Group Chairman Cyrus Mistry as Executive Chairman of Tata Group on December 18, 2019. B.V. Kumar Braj Hari Kumar, Chairman of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, Extra, has passed away at the age of 78 in New Delhi on December 8, 2019. Girish Chandra Chaturvedi has appointed as the Chairman of National Stock Exchange, NSE, on December 6, 2019. Lieutenant Shivangi has become the first woman pilot of Indian after joining the naval operations in Kochi on December 2, 2019. She will be flying the Dornier surveillance aircraft of the Indian Navy. Navy's aviation branch earlier has had women officers operating as air traffic control officers and as observers. Jyoti Sharma. Virat Kohli was named as People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, India's Person of the Year for 2019 on November 20, 2019. The Team India captain won the award for his animal advocacy efforts. T.N. Seshan. Former Chief Election Commissioner T.N. Seshan has passed away at the age of 87 on November 10, 2019. He was the 10th Chief Election Commissioner and had served from December 12, 1990, till December 11, 1996. International Gita Subramanian. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has appointed Gita Subramanian of India as the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Thailand on January 30, 2020. Marjan Šarić. Slovenia's Prime Minister Marjan Šarić has announced his resignation to Parliament and called for early general elections on January 27, 2020. His resignation was followed by the resignation of the Finance Minister Andrei Bertoncelje. Current Affairs 27. Haitham bin Tariq Al Said. Manuel Marrero Cruz. Haitham bin Tariq Al Said has been sworn in as the new Sultan of Oman on January 11, 2020. He succeeded his cousin Qaboos bin Said, who was the Sultan of Oman from July 1970 until his death. Tourism Minister Manuel Marrero Cruz, named as the Cuba's first Prime Minister since 1976 on December 21, 2019. The post of Prime Minister was scrapped in 1976 by the then revolutionary leader and Cuba's last Prime Minister Fidel Castro. Sultan Qaboos bin Said Al Said. Saturman Punchanathan. Oman leader Sultan Qaboos bin Said Al Said has passed away at the age of 79 on January 10, 2020. He was succeeded by his cousin and Oman's culture minister Haitham bin Tariq. U.S. President Donald Trump has elected Indian-American computer scientist Saturman Punchanathan as director of the National Science Foundation on December 20, 2019. Zoran Zavganioğlu. Prime Minister of North Macedonia Zoran Zav submitted his resignation to the parliament on January 3, 2020. After his resignation, North Macedonia's parliament has approved a new caretaker government headed by Oliver Spasovski. Hollywood actor Danny Aiello has passed away at the age of 86 on December 12, 2019. He was known for his roles in the movies Do the Right Thing and The Godfather Part 2. Hillary Clinton. Former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton has been appointed as the first female Chancellor of UK's Queen's University on January 2, 2020. She is the university's 11th Chancellor and will serve the post for a period of 5 years with effect from January 1, 2020. She succeeded Tom Moran, who died last year. Ashraf Ghani. Afghan President Ashraf Ghani won another 5-year term in office, according to preliminary results the Election Commission announced on December 22, 2019. He secured 50.6% of the vote compared with 39.52% for Abdullah Abdullah in the September poll. Abdelmajid Tebboune, former Prime Minister of Algeria, was elected as the President of Algeria on December 13, 2019. He took over the power from former President Abdelaziz Bouteflika and former acting head of state Abdelkader Ben Salah. Greta Thunberg. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg has been named Time magazine's Person of the Year for 2019 on December 11, 2019. At 16, she is the youngest person to earn the title in the magazine's 92-year history. Sundar Pichai, the current CEO of Google, has been named as the new Chief Executive Officer, CEO, of Alphabet on December 4, 2019. He takes over after Chief Executive Officer Larry Page and President Sergey Brin stepped down, who co-founded Google in 1998. Current Affairs 28. Bob Willis, the former England cricket captain, has passed away at the age of 70 on December 4, 2019. He was well known for his memorable performance in the third Ashes Test in 1981 against Australia. Moshak Sigil Asakawa was elected as the 10th president of the ADB by its Board of Governors on December 2, 2019. He is currently Special Advisor to Japan's Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and will assume office on January 17, 2020. Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Lieutenant Colonel Gotabaya Rajapaksa was sworn in as the Sri Lankan president on November 18, 2019. He will succeed President Maithripala Sirisena for a 5-year term. Janine Áñez declared herself interim president of Bolivia after the resignation of the government of Evo Morales on November 13, 2019. She declared herself president without having a quorum in the parliament. Books and author. Book author Relentless Yashvansinha Human Dignity, A Purpose in Perpetuity. Ashwani Kumar The Gateway, a social commentary on safety of senior citizens. Harirun Balagopal The Renaissance Man. The Many Facets of Arun Jaitlem Pavrapuhartavardhan and Deepavenkat Dreams of a Billion, India and the Olympic Games. Boriam Majumdar and Nalin Mehtakum, Garam Pahad, and Billy T. Bulbul, Sindhi edition, Dr. Anita Bhatnagar Jain. The Legacy of Militancy in Indizit. Singh J.P. and Dona Punjab, Long Road to Suri Normalcy. The Vault of Vishnu Ashvin Shanghai. The Third Pillar, How Markets and the State Leave the Community Behind. Raghuram Govind Rajan Finding the Simon James Gaps. Transferable Skills. Arthur Toffel To Be the Best You Can Be. R.N. Cow. Gentleman Spymaster Nitin Anunto Club. Bolivian President Evo Morales has resigned on November 10, 2019. He served as the President of Bolivia from 2006 to 2019. The Vice President, Alvaro Garcia Linera, and Senate President Adriana Salvatierra, also resigned. Hemant Karkare Daughter's Memoirs. We Karkara Navare Sankitaro Maskunskara The Unquiet River, a biography of the Brahmaputra Arukyoti Saitya Province Jugnauth Kashmir Chitralekajiki. The Parrot Green Sari Nabni Hasan. The First Sikh, The Life and Legacy of Guru Nanak. Nikki Guninder Kar Singh. Accidental Magic. Kesvaguha Evo Morales. Pravind Kumar Jugnauth elected as Prime Minister of Mauritius for second term on November 8, 2019. Militant Socialist Movement, MSM, 138 of the 62 seats up for grabs, while its rivals, the Labour Party and the Mauritian Militant Movement, MMM, garnered 14 and 8 seats respectively. Savrukar, Echoes from a Vikram Sampati Forgotten Past, 1883 to 1924. Current Affairs 2-29. Minister Portfolio. Piyush Goyal. Railways, Commerce and Industry. Dharmendra Pradhan. Petroleum and Natural Gas. Steel. Cabinet Ministers. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi. Minority Affairs Minister Portfolio. Prahlad Joshi. Rajnath Singh. Defense. Parliamentary Affairs, Coal, Mines. Amit Shah. Home Affairs. Dr. Mahendra Nath Pandey. Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Nitin Jaram Gadkari. Road, Transport and Highways, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Giriraj Singh. Animal Husbandry, Dairying, and Fisheries. D.V. Sadananda Gupta. Chemicals and Fertilizers. Gajendra Singh. Sakava Jal Shakti. Nirmala Sitharaman. Finance, Corporate Affairs. Ramvilas Paswan. Consumer Affairs, Food, and Public Distribution. Narendra Singh Tomar. Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Rural Development, Panchayati Raj. Ramnath Kovind. M. Venkaiah Naidu. Narendra Modi. President, Vice President, Prime Minister. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Law and Justice, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology. Harsimrat Kaur Badal. Food Processing Industries. Award 10 Gehlot. Social Justice and Empowerment Drive. S. Jaishankar. External Affairs. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank. Human Resource Development. Arjun Munda. Tribal Affairs. Smriti Zubin Irani. Women and Child Development, Textiles. Dr. Harshvardhan. Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, Earth Sciences. Prakash Javadekar. Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Information and Broadcasting, Heavy Industries and Public Enterprise. Ministers of State, Independent Charge, Minister Portfolio. Santosh K. Gangavar. Labor and Employment, Independent Charge, Rao Inderjit Singh. Statistics and Program Implementation, Independent Charge, and Planning, Independent Charge, Sripagnayake Ayurveda, Yoga, and Naturopathy, Anani, Siddha and Homeopathy, Ayush, Independent Charge, Defense. Jitendra Singh. Development of Northeastern Region, Independent Charge, Prime Minister's Office, Personnel, Public Grievances, and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Space. Kiran Rijiju. Youth Affairs and Sports, Independent Charge, Minority Affairs. Prahlad Singh. Culture, Independent. Patel Charge, Tourism, Independent Charge, Rajkumar Singh. Power, Independent Charge, New and Renewable Energy, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Current Affairs 30. Minister Portfolio. Minister Portfolio. Hardeep Singh Puri. Housing and Urban Affairs, Independent Charge, Civil Aviation, Independent Charge, Commerce and Industry. Samparkas Ramaswar. Telecommerce and Industry. Food Processing Industries. Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, and Fisheries Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Women and Child Development Munshik Mandavi Shipping, Independent Charge, Chemicals and Fertilizers Ministers of State Pradap Chandra Sarangi Kailash Chaudhary Debatri Chaudhary. Minister Portfolio Fatanting Kalakta Ashwini Kumar Sibi General, RETD, VK Singh Arjun Ram Meghwal Steel Governors and Chief Ministers Health and Family Welfare State Governor Chief Minister Andhra Pradesh Visvabu Sunhari Chandan Jagnamohan Reddy Arunachal Pradesh BD Mitra Pemakandu Assam Jagdish Mukasar Bunnadattonoval Bihar Fagua Silhan Road Transport and Highways Parliamentary Affairs, Heavy Industries and Public Enterprise Krishan Pal Gurjar Social Justice and Empowerment Danbro Saheb Consumer Affairs, Food Dadrayo, and Public Distribution G. Kishan Reddy Home Affairs Parshatam Agriculture and Farmers Rapala Welfare Ramdas Athawale Social Justice and Empowerment Sadvinaranjan Rural Development Jyoti Vivol Supriyo Environment, Forest and Climate Change Sanjeev Kumar Animal Husbandry, Bullion Dairying, and Fisheries Dodres HRD, Communication, Samrad Electronics and Information Technology Anurag Singh Finance, Corporate Affairs Thakur Undati. Suresh Railways Chanabus Uppanat Yanandrai Home Affairs Ratan Lal Kutariya Jal Shakti, Social Justice and Empowerment V. Muralidharan External Affairs, Parliamentary Affairs Renuka Singh Tribal Affairs Saradits Hatiskar Hainasui Yadati Nidhish Kumar Bhupesh Baghel Goa Satya Pal Malik Pramod Savant Gujarat Acharya Devrat Vijay Ratani Haryana Satyadev Narayan Arya Manohar Lal Kadar Himachal Pradesh Bandhu Dattatreya Ram Thakur Jharkhand Draupadi Murmu Hemant Soren. Karnataka Vahubhai Arvala BS Yeti Europa Kerala Arif Mohammed Khan Pivityan Madhya Pradesh Lalji Tandon Kamal Nath Maharashtra Bhagat Singh Kochiriyaga Bakari Manipur PV Acharya Meghalaya Kathagadaroy Conrad Sundamat and Biren Singh Current Affairs 31 State Governor Chief Minister Mizoram PS Sridharan Pillai Zoram Tunga Nagaland RN Ravi Nephew Rio Odisha Gainsi Lal Navin Patnais Punjab VP Singh Badnor Amarinder Singh Rajasthan Kalaraj Mitra Asik Gehlot Sikkim Ganga Prasad Prem Singh Jaman Tamil Nadu Banwarilal Purohit Telangana Tamilisai K Sandar Rajan Sundra Sheshar Rao Tripura Ramesh Base Biplav Dev Uttar Pradesh Anandavan Patel Ek Palanismi Union Territory Lieutenant Governor / Administrator Chief Minister Lakshadweep Sainswar Sharma, Administrator, Puducherry Kiran Bedi V. Narayanasamy Chiefs of Armed Forces / Intelligence Agencies Force / Agency Chief of Defense General Bipin Rawat Staff Air Force Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria Army General Manoj Mukund Narayan Navy Admiral Karambir Singh CV Irashi Kumar Shukla Yogi Adityanath Integrated Defense Staff Lieutenant General PS Rajeshwari Uttarakhand Baby Rani Moria Trivendra Singh Rawat IB Arvind Kumar West Bengal Jagdeep Hankar Mamta Banerjee RNAW Samant Kumar Goyal Administration of Union Territories Chief Minister Important National Officials Designation Named Chief Justice of India Sharad Arvind Bog Union Territory LT Governor / Administrator D.K. Joshi Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission H.L. Datu Andaman and Nicobar Islands V.P. Singh Badnor Chairperson, Central Board of Direct Taxes P.C. Modi Chandigarh Praful Patel Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Administrator, Chairperson, University Grants Commission Nirendra Pal Singh Praful Patel, Administrator, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization Sivan Daman and Diuano Bijal Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission Kamleshvyas Delhi Giri Sundra Murmu, Administrator, Chairperson, 15th Finance Commission NK Singh Jammu Kashmir Chairperson, Central Board of Film Certification, CBFC, Prasun Joshi Ladek Radhakrishna Mathur, Administrator, Chairperson, Central Board of Secondary Education, CBSE, Anita Kerwal Arvind Kejriwal Current Affairs 32 Designation Name Bank Head / Chairman / MD Chief Election Commissioner Sunil Arora Punjab and Sindh Bank S. Hari Shankar Attorney General K.K. Venugopal Tushar Mehta Union Bank of India Rajkaran Raji Solicitor General UCO Bank Atul Kumar Goyal Chairman Staff Selection Braj Raj Sharma Commission Chairman Union Public Service Commission Arvind Saxena Important International Officials Designation Governor Reserve Bank Shaktikanta Das of India Dignitary Secretary General, United Antonio Guterres Nations Organization President, BCCI Saurav Ganguly President, World Bank David Malpass President, Indian Olympic Association Narinder Batra MD, International Monetary Fund Kristalina Georgieva, Heads of National East Bank's Director General, World Trade Organization Roberto Azevedo, Bank President, UN General Assembly, UNGA, Tijani Mohammed, Band Head / Chairman / MD, State Bank of India Ratnesh Kumar, Bank of Baroda Sanjeev Chadha, Director General, UNESCO Audrey Azoulay, Bank of India Uttam Kumar Das, Director General, WHO Bank of Maharashtra as Rajiv Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General, IAEA Rafael Grossi, Canara Bank Lingam Venkat Prabhakar, Executive Director, UNICEF Henrietta H. For Central Bank of India Pallav Mohatra, Secretary General, Interpol Jurgen Stock, Indian Bank Padmaja Sandura Karnam Sekar, Secretary General, Amnesty International Kumi Naidu, Indian Overseas Bank President, IOC Thomas Bach, Punjab National Bank SS Mallikarjun Rao President, Chief Adani Infantino Chairman, ICC Shashank Manohar, General Knowledge, Indian History 1, Indian History, Ancient India, Prehistoric Period, Indus Valley Civilization, Paleolithic Period, LLLL, Homo sapiens first appeared towards the end of this phase. In this period, man barely managed to gather his food and subsisted on hunting. Distinguished by the development of the first stone tools made up of quartzite. Paleolithic period is divided into 3 phases. They are 1. Lower Paleolithic 2. Middle Paleolithic 3. Upper Paleolithic LLLL, Mesolithic period LL, domestication of animals, particularly dogs, began and characteristic tools were used, called as microliths. Bhimbetka in Madhya Pradesh is known for ancient caves depicting pictures of birds, animals, and humans. LL Neolithic period LL, Neolithic people knew about fire and wheel. An important site of this age is Burthahum, which means the place of birds. LLL Chalcolithic period LL, use of copper and stone-made tools. They practiced agriculture, venerated Mother Goddess and worshipped the bull. L. Indus Valley Civilization is one of the 4 earliest civilizations of the world. According to radiocarbon dating, initiation of Indus Valley Civilization can be dated around 2500 to 1750 BC. Systematic town planning was based on grid system, burnt bricks were used to construct houses, well-managed drainage system, fortified citadel, highly urbanized, absence of iron implements. The Great Bath, Mohenjo-daro, was used for religious bathing. There were changing rooms alongside. 6 granaries in a row were found in the citadel at Harappa. The towns were divided into 2 parts, the upper part or citadel and the lower part. Harappans were ruled by a class of merchants, as no evidence of weapons are found there. Indus people sowed seeds in November and reaped their harvest in April, because of the danger of flood. Produced wheat, barley, rye, peas, sesame, rice, and mustard. Indus people were the first to produce cotton, which the Greeks termed as sindon, derived from sind. Animals known were oxen, sheep, buffaloes, goats, pigs, elephants, dogs, cats, asses, and camels. 2 General knowledge, Indian history, well-made external and internal trade. Barter system was prevalent. A very interesting feature of this civilization was that iron was not known to the people. The Indus people used weights and measures in the multiples of 16. Harappans looked on earth as fertility goddess and phallic, lingam, and yoni worship was prevalent. Unicorn was the most worshipped animal. Many trees, people, animals, bull, birds, dove, pigeon, and stones too were worshipped, though no evidence of temple has been found. Dead bodies were placed in north-south orientation. The seal of Pachupati depicts elephant, tiger, rhinoceros, and buffalo. 2 deers appear at the feet of Pachupati. The Indus people believed in ghosts and evil forces, evident by their use of amulets for protection against them. Fire altars are found at Lithal and Kalabangan. The greatest artistic creation of the Harappan culture were the seals, made of steatite. Harappan script is pictographic and hasn't been deciphered yet. The script was written from right to left in the first line and left to right in the second line. This style is called Bustrapedon. Occupations practiced were spinning, weaving, boat making, goldsmiths, making pottery and seal making. The possible causes of the decline of the civilization may be invasion of the Aryans, recurrent floods, social breakup of Harappans and earthquakes, etc. Boundaries: North Mandu, J&K, South Damabad, Maharashtra, East Alamjurpur, West Sutkazander. Site discovery/finding, S. Harappa situated on River Ravi in Montgomery district of Punjab, Pakistan. It was excavated by Dairam Sahni in 1921-23. The Indus civilization is named after it as the Harappan civilization. Stone dancing Nutraja and Cemetery 37 have been found here. Mohenjo-daro, Mound of Dead, situated on River Indus in Larkana district of Sindh, Pat. It was excavated by R.D. Banerjee in 1922. The main building includes the Great Bath, the Great Granary, the Collegiate Building and the Assembly Hall. The dancing girl made of bronze has been found here. Pasupati Mahadeva/Proto-Shiva seal, fragment of woven cotton, etc. are other findings. Sanjudaro, Sindh, Pakistan, on River Indus, discovered by N.G. Majumdar, 1931, only Indus site without citadel, bronze figurines of bullock cart and ekaz, a small pot suggesting an ink pot. Little, Gujarat, discovered by S. R. Rao, 1954, situated on River Bhagava. A part of the town was divided into citadel and a lower town and dockyard. Evidence of rice has been found here. Kalabangan, meaning, Black Bengals, Rajasthan, discovered by B. B. Lau, 1961, situated on Gagar River, a plowed field, a wooden furrow, 7 fire altars, bones of camel, and evidence of 2 types of burials, namely circular grave and rectangular grave. Holavara, it was found on River Luni of Kutch district in Gujarat, discovered by J. P. Joshi, 1967-68. It has a unique water management system, only site to be divided into 3 parts, largest Harappan inscription and a stadium. Surkatata, Gujarat, discovered by J. P. Joshi in 1972, evidence of horse found, oval graves, pit burials and seemingly a port city. Banavali, Haryana, on River Sarasvati, discovered by Arsbist, 1973, evidence of both pre-Harappan and Harappan culture, lacked systematic drainage system, evidence of good quality barley. Rakagari, Haryana, largest Indus Valley site. 3 General knowledge: Indian history, Vedic period, economy, Rig Vedic period, 1500 to 1000 BC, no regular revenue system, kingdom maintained by voluntary tribute called Bali and booty won in battles. Aryans' main occupation was mainly pastoral. Agriculture was a secondary occupation. Cow was a standard unit of exchange. Gold coins Nishka, Krishnal and Satmana. The staple crop was yava, barley. Vedic civilization started with the migration of Aryan people in northwestern part of India. The Aryans were semi-nomadic pastoral people and originally believed to have lived somewhere in the steppes, stretching from southern Russia to Central Asia. The whole region in which the Aryans were first settled in India was called the Land of 7 Rivers or Sapta Sindhava. The Indus and its 5 tributaries and the Sarasvati. The Dasrajan war battle of 10 kings against Sudas, Bharata king of Trishus, on the bank of river Parujni. Sudas emerged victorious. Term meaning gaseous ayas Vidrapati/Kalapas Graminigavas, the original inhabitant of India, copper/bronze officer enjoying authority over large tract of land, head of the village fighting hordes, search for cows/war for cows, political organization It was mainly a tribal system of government in which the military element was strong. Tribe was known as Jana and its king as Rajan. Although king's post was hereditary, we have also some traces of election by the tribal assembly called Samitis. Other tribal assemblies that were mentioned in Rigveda were Sava, Viditha, and Gana. Villages were headed by Gramani. In day-to-day administration, the king was assisted by the Purohita, most important, a Senani and Gramani. Worshipped nature, Indra, also called Purandara, breaker of force, was the most important divinity. Soma was considered to be the god of plants. People worshipped the divinities mainly for praja, children, pashu, cattle, food, health, and wealth. No temple or idol worship was noted. Samikrama Vidhastaya Sikni Parashanai Vipasachitra Gomal Sarasvati Grajatavati, 1000 to 500 BC, L. In this period, Aryans expanded from Punjab over the whole of western Uttar Pradesh covered by the Ganga Yamuna Yud. Political organization L. Religion L. Name in Rigveda Indus Karam Tilam Chinabravi Bya Sudlai Gomati Sarasvati Gagar. Later Vedic period society people were loyal to the tribe, called Jana, mentioned 275 times in the Rigveda, as kingdom/territory was not yet established. Women enjoyed freedom and respect. River Elking, Samrat, became more powerful and tribal authority tended to become territorial. King's position strengthened by rituals like Aswamedha and Vahapayajana. Society was clearly divided into four varnas: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. Position of women deteriorated. The institution of Gotra, descent from common ancestors, appeared for the first time. For general knowledge: Indian history, economy, beginning of town and settled life. Agriculture was the main livelihood. Wheat and rice, called brai in later Vedic texts, became the staple crop. New occupation like those of ironsmith, coppersmith, and jewel work emerged. Weaving were reserved for women. Religion Prajapati became the supreme god, followed by Rudra, animal god, and Lord Vishnu, preserver and protector of people. Idolatry began in this period. Pujana, who looked after the cattle, was god of Sudras. Sacrifices, rather than prayers, became more important. The Upanishads philosophical texts emphasizing value of right belief and knowledge, criticizing rituals/sacrifices, and 108 in number. Brihadaranyaka is the oldest Upanishad, also known as Vedanta. Smritis explains rules and regulations in Vedic life. These are Manusmriti, the first law book, Narada Smriti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, and Parasarasamriti. Vedanas. These are limbs of Vedas and are 6 in number. Shiksha, pronunciation; Kalpa, rituals; Vyakaran, grammar; Nikruta, etymology; Skanda, metrics; Jyotish, astrology; Vedic literature. The Vedas Rigveda, the oldest Indo-European language text, is a collection of hymns. Contains 1028 hymns divided into 10 mandalas. The 10th mandala contains Purusha Sukta hymn that explain about 4 varnas, whereas 3rd mandala contains Gayatri mantra, which was compiled in the praise of sun god. Samaveda collection of melodies, contains Drupad Raga. It is a book of chants. Yajurveda contains hymns and rituals/sacrifices. Atharvaveda charms and spells to ward off evils and diseases. The Brahmanas they explain the hymns of Vedas. Contains ritualistic formulae and explains the social and religious meaning of rituals. Each Veda has several Brahmanas attached to it. Rigveda, Kaushitaki and Aitareya. Yajurveda, Taittiriya and Shaitapatha. Samaveda, Panchvish and Jaiminaya. Atharvaveda, Gopada. The Aranyakayas. The word Aranya means the forest. These texts were called Aranyakayas, because they were written mainly for the hermits and students living in the jungle. El Puranas deals with world creation, the genealogies of gods and rishis, and the royal dynasties. There are 18 famous Puranas. The Matsya Purana is the oldest Puranic text. There are 6 schools of Indian philosophy, called Shadadarsana. These are Nayadarsana, Vaisheshikadarsana, Sankhya-darsana, Yoga-darsana, Purvamimamsa, Uttaramimamsa, Gautam, Kanadarishi, Kapila, Patanjali, Jaimini, Bhadrayana, or Vyasa. Yupavedas. There are 4 Yupavedas deals with Yupaveda, Veda, Gandharva Veda, Shilpaveda, Ayurveda, Yupaveda of art of warfare, Yajurveda art and music, Samaveda architecture, medicine, Atharvaveda, Rigveda ethics, Mahabharata by Vyasa, also called Jaya Samhita and Sada Sahasri Samhita, has 100,000 verses and are older than Ramayana. Written by Valmiki, and has 29,000 verses. 5 General Knowledge Indian History. El Mahajanapada. Locations, Capital, S. Gandhara, between Kabul and Rawalpindi, Anga, Bhagalpur and Munger in Bihar, Magadha, Patna and Gaya District, Bihar, Kapsala Kampagiravraj, Rajagriha, Bimbisara, Patlaputra, Udayan, Vaisali, Kishanaga, Patlaputra, Ashoka, Kashi, Varanasi District, up, Varanasi Vadi, Vaisali District, up, Vaisali Mala, south of Vaisali Chijanagara and Pava District, up, Sadai, River Ken Suktavadinagar or Bundelkhand area. Sudamatai Kausambivas, River Yamuna, Allahabad, and Mirzapur District in up, Kotala, Eastern up, Sravasti and Ayodhya, Saket, Kuru, Ganga Yamuna Hastinapur and Dib. Delhi Meerut region, Indraprastha Panchala, Ganga Yamuna Ahiteshwar and Dib, Rohilkhand, Kampali Matsya, Jaipur Viratnagar / Baraspart Upper Alwar District, Surasenas, Mathura region, Mathura Ismeka, River Godavari, Patna or Patala, near Patan in Maharashtra, Avanti, Malva, Ajay Jain, Northern Capital, Mahismati, Southern Capital, Kamboha, Hazara District of Rajapur or Hataka, Pakistan. Jainism and Buddhism LLLLLLLL came into existence around 600 BC. The main causes being the reaction against domination of Brahmanas and spread of agricultural economy in the northeast. Jainism LLLL founded by Rajavadeva, emblem, bull, born in Ayodhya. There were 24 Tirthankaras, great teachers, the 23rd being Parshvanatha and the 24th being the Vardhamana Mahavira. Mahavira was born in 540 BC in Kundagram near Vaisali. Father Siddhartha of Yantrika Kshatriya clan. Mother Tritala, sister of Likshvi Sitaka, married to Yashoda and had a daughter named Priyadarshini, whose husband Jamali became his first disciple. Mahavira became an ascetic at the age of 30, attained Kavalya, Jina, outside the town of Jimhit Grama at the age of 42 and died at the age of 72 in 468 BC in Pavapuri. 5 Doctrines of Jainism. 1. Do not commit violence, ahimsa. 2. Do not steal, astya. 3. Do not acquire property, aparigraha. 4. Do not speak lie, satya. 5. Observe continence, brahmacharya. Triratnas of Jainism are right knowledge, right faith, and right conduct. Jainism says salvation is possible only by abandoning all possessions, a long course of fasting, self-mortification, study and meditation. Jainism recognized existence of God, but lower than Jina. It didn't condemn Varna system unlike Buddhism. Jainism could not delink clearly from Brahmanical religion, hence failed to attract masses, admitted both men and women. Jain monastic establishments were called Vaisades. Jainism was patronized by Karvala, the king of Kalanda. Chandragupta Maurya became the disciple of Vajravahu and spread Jainism in the south. Jainism was divided into 2 sects after Vallabhi Council, namely Svetambaras, wearing white dresses, under Stulbhadra and Digambaras, naked, under Vajravahu. Jaina texts were written in Prakrit language. Council's first council, 300 BC, at Patalaputra under Stulbhadra, Patalaputra, Jaina canons compiled. Second council at Vallabhi, 85th century. Under Samasramana, Vallabhi, 12 Angas and 12 Apangas were compiled in Ard-Magadhi language. 6 General Knowledge Indian History. Buddhism founded by Gautama Buddha, also known as Siddhartha or Sakyamuni or Tathagata. Born in 563 BC in Lumbini in Nepal in Sakya Kshatriya clan. His father Suddhodana was a Sakya ruler and his mother Mahamaya of Kotalan dynasty died early. Brought up by stepmother Gautami. Married to Yashodhara and had a son Rahul. Triratnas in Buddhism stand for 3 pillars: Buddha its founder, Dhamma his teachings, Sangha order of Buddhist monks and nuns. Buddhism was also divided in 2 main sects, namely Hinayana and Mahayana. Pain and misery can be ended by killing or controlling desire. Desire can be controlled by following the Eightfold Path. The Eightfold Path 1. Right understanding 2. Right thought 3. Right action 4. Right livelihood 5. Right effort 6. Right speech 7. Right mindfulness 8. Right concentration Madhyamarga, the middle path. Man should avoid both extremes, i.e. life of comforts and luxury and a life of severe asceticism. Buddhist literature in Pali language commonly referred to as Tripitakas, i.e. threefold basket. Vinyapitaka rules of discipline in Buddhist monasteries. Phases of Buddha's life symbol Suttapitaka birth Mahaviniskriman, renunciation, nirvana, enlightenment, Dharmasukra Pravartana, first sermon, Mahaparinirvana, death, lotus and bull horse. It contains collection of Buddha's sermons and teachings. It is largest among all three Pitakas. Bodhi tree will Abhidhamma Pitaka Sutta the Dhamma. The four great truths. The world is full of sorrow and misery. The cause of all pain and misery is desire. Explanation of the philosophical principles of the Buddhist religion. Mahavamsa and Dipavamsa are the other Buddhist texts of Sri Lanka. Causes of decline of Buddhism. Use of Sanskrit, the language of intellectuals, in place of Pali, the language of the common people. Revival of Hinduism. Buddhist councils. Period. Place. Chairman. Patron. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 483 BC, 383 BC, 250 BC AD, 72 Rajagriha Vasili Patlaputra Kundalvana Mahakasyapa Sabatami Magaliputa Kisavaku Mitra, Ashwagosa Ajagaputra Kalashoka Ashoka Kanishka. Dynasties of ancient India. Haryanka dynasty. Bimbisara was the founder, who expanded the Magadha kingdom by annexing Anga, and entering into matrimonial alliances with Kosala and Vasili. He was contemporary of Buddha. Capital Rajgir, Seer of Raja. Ajatasattu came to power by killing his father. Annexed Vasili, Kosala, and Litsuvi kingdom. Vidayan founded the new capital, Pataliputra. General knowledge. Indian history. Shishanaga dynasty founded by Shishanaga, Kalashoka or Kakavaran of this dynasty convened the Second Buddhist Council. Their greatest achievement was the destruction of Avanti. Nanda dynasty. Considered non-Kshatriyan dynasty, founded by Mahapadmananda. Alexander attacked during Ganananda's reign. Cyrus was the first foreign invader of India. Alexander, the king of Macedonia, invaded India in 326 BC and fought the Battle of Hydaspes, with Porus, Purushottam, of Purava dynasty. Mauryan dynasty. Important rulers of Mauryan dynasty are Chandragupta Maurya, 321-298 BC, the first ruler who overthrew the Nanda dynasty with the help of Chanakya. He has been called Chandraketu by Greek scholars. Chandragupta defeated Seleucus Nicator, the general of Alexander, 304 BC, who later sent Megasthenes, the author of Indika, to Chandragupta's court. His mother was Mura, a Sudra woman in Nanda's court. Mathurasasa was written by Vitakataka and describes about mechanization of Chanakya against Chandragupta's enemy. Chandragupta maintained 6 wings of armed forces. He adopted Jainism and went to Sravanabeldgola with Bhadrabahura. Bindusara, 298 to 273 BC. For the first 8 years Ashoka ruled like a cruel king and maintained discipline. He was called Devanamapriya, dear to gods in some of his inscriptions. The most famous king among the Indo-Greeks was Menander, 165 to 145 BC, also called Milinda. His capital was Sakala, modern Sialkot, in Punjab. Converted to Buddhism by Nagasena as per the Milindopanhoa Pali text. The Greeks were the first to issue coins attributable to the king and also the first to issue gold coins in India, introduced Hellenistic art. The Shakas Ashoka, 293 to 273 BC, the name Ashoka occurs only in copies of minor rock edicti. 3 languages were used for Ashokan inscription, that is Prakrit, Greek and Aramaic. Most of the Asukan edicts were written in Brahmi script. It was James Prinsep who deciphered first the Brahmi script of Asukan edicts in AD 1837. Ashoka was the first king to maintain direct contact with people through inscriptions. Kalinga War, 261 BC, mentioned in 13th major rock edict converted Ashoka to Buddhism under Upagupta. Sanchi Stupa was built by Ashoka. The last Mauryan king Brihadratha was killed by Pushyamitra Sunda in 185 BC, who established the Sunda dynasty. The punch-marked coins carrying the symbol of the peacock and the hill and crescent, famed the imperial currency of Mauryas. The Mauryan artisans started the practice of carving caves of monks to live in. Barabar Caves near Gaya is earliest example of such cave. Ring wells for domestic use of water appeared first under the Mauryas. Sri Lanka is called Tamrapani in the Asukan inscription. The Indo-Greeks He was called Amitragat, i.e., slayer of foes, by Greek writers. Greek ambassador, Diamakos visited his court, said to conquer the land between the two seas, the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. Bindusara appointed his eldest son Simna as his viceroy at Taxila and Ashoka at Ujjain. 7. The most famous ruler was Rudragmani, AD 130 to 150, who repaired to this Nalik in Kathiawar region, issued first ever inscription in Chase Sanskrit, Junagadh inscription. He defeated the Satavahanas twice. 8. General knowledge Indian history Vikramaditya, the king of Ujjain, was the only one who defeated the Shakas. To commemorate the victory, he started the Vikram Samvat in 57 BC. The Parthians, the most famous king was Gondophares, AD 19 to 45, in whose reign St. Thomas visited India to propagate Christianity. The Kushanas also called Yutti or Tocharians, were nomadic people from the steppes. Kanishka was the greatest of the Kushanas, who started the Saka era in AD 78. Kushanas were the first rulers to issue gold coins on a wide scale known for metallic purity. In the royal court of Kanishka, a host of scholars found patronage, like Parasva, Vasumitra, Svadosha, Nagarjuna, Charak, Physician, and Mathura. Sangam age the Sunda dynasty was established by Pushyamitra Sunda, who killed last Mauryan king Brihadratha. They were basically Brahmins. This period saw the revival of Bhagavatism. Patanjali wrote Mahabhagya at this time. In arts, the Bharhut Stupa is the most famous monument of the Sunda period. The Satavahanas, or Andhras, Simluka, 60 to 37 BC, was the founder of the Satavahana dynasty. Satavahanas were finally succeeded by the Ikshvakas in AD 3rd century. Under the Satavahanas, many chaityas, worship halls, and viharas, monasteries, were cut out from rocks mainly in northwest Deccan or Maharashtra. The famous examples were Nasik, Kanhuri and Karl. The official language of the Satavahanas was Prakrit. The Chola kingdom, also called as Kolamandalam, was situated to the northeast of Pandya kingdom between Pennar and Velar rivers. Their capital was Kavaripattanam/Pohar. The Cheras their capital was Vanji, also called Kerala country. It had important trade relations with the Romans. Sangam literature in 73 BC, Devabhudi, the last ruler of the Sunda dynasty, was murdered by his minister Vasudev, who usurped the throne and founded the Kanva dynasty, which was later replaced by the Satavahanas. Their capital was Madurai, famous for pearls. The Pundyas were first mentioned by Megasthenes. Traded with Roman Empire, sent embassies to Emperor Augustus. The Cholas, the Kanva dynasty, 73 to 28 BC, Sangam age corresponds to the post-Mauryan and pre-Gupta periods. South India, during the Sangam age, was ruled by three dynasties: the Cheras, Cholas, and Pundyas. The Pundyas, the Sunda dynasty, 185 to 73 BC, the Satavahanas issued coins of lead, mainly copper, bronze and podin. Gautamaputra Satakarni was a famous king. Sangam was a college or an assembly of Tamil poets, held under royal patronage. 3 Sangams were held, I. At Madurai chaired by Agastya. 2. At Kapapuram, chaired by Tolkapiyar. 3. At Madurai, chaired by Nakarar. Kural by Tiruvalluvar is called the fifth Veda or the Bible of Tamil land. Gupta period. The important rulers of Gupta period are Chandragupta I, AD 319 to 334, married a Lichavi princess, who strengthened his position and enhanced the prestige of the Guptas. He was the first Gupta ruler to acquire the title of Maharaja Viraja. Chandragupta I was able to establish his authority over Magadha, Prayuga, and Sakata. General knowledge. Indian history. Samudragupta, AD 335 to 380, He is called the Napoleon of India, by V.A. Smith, on account of his conquests. Meghavarman, the ruler of Sri Lanka, sent a missionary to his court for permission to build a Buddhist temple at Gaya. The Allahabad pillar inscription gives detailed information about Samudragupta. It was composed by his court poet Hari Singha. He assumed the titles of Kaviraj and Vikrama. Chandragupta II, AD 380 to 414, Murali inscription on iron pillar near Qutub Minar is related to him. His court was adorned by Navratnas, the chief being Kalidasa and Amarsingha. Fahan, Chinese pilgrims, AD 399 to 414, visited during his reign. Defeated Saka Kshatrapa Rudrasingha III. Chandragupta II also succeeded in killing Ramagupta, and not only seized his kingdom, but also married his widow Dravidevi. He was the first Gupta ruler to issue the silver coins in the memory of victory over Sakas and to have adopted the titles Sakari and Vikramaditya. The Gupta age is called Golden Age of Indian history and saw the issuance of the largest number of gold coins. Kumaragupta I, AD 415 to 455, Chandragupta II was succeeded by his son Kumaragupta I. Kumaragupta was the worshipper of god Kartikeya. He founded the Nalanda Mahavihara, which developed into a great center of learning. Pushyabhuti dynasty, AD 606 to 647, the greatest king was Harshavardhana, son of Prabhakar Vardhana of Veneshwar. He shifted the capital to Kannauj. Hyam's son visited during his reign. He established a large monastery at Nalanda. Vanabheda adorned his court, wrote Harsasarita, and Kadambari. Harsa himself wrote 3 plays: Prayatasika, Ragnavali, and Nagananda. Rashtrakutas founded by Dantaturg. Krishna I built the Kailasa temple at Ellora. Amogvarcha, who is compared to Vikramaditya, wrote the first Kannada poetry. Kaviraj Marg. Rashtrakutas are credited for building cave shrine Elephanta, dedicated to Shiva. Gangas ruled Orissa. Narasimhadeva constructed the Sun Temple at Konark. Anantvarman built the Jagannath Temple at Puri, and Keshris, who used to rule before Gangas, built the Lingaraja Temple at Bhubaneswar. Pallava's founder, Singhavishnu, capital, Kanchi, greatest king Narasimhavarman, who founded the town of Mamallapuram, Mahabalipuram, and built rock-cut radhas and even pagodas. Skandagupta, AD 455 to 467, Skandagupta was the last great ruler of the Gupta dynasty. During his reign the Gupta Empire was invaded by the Hunas. Success in repelling the Hunas seems to have been celebrated by the assumption of the title Vikramaditya, Bhidari pillar inscription. 9 Palas, with their capital at Mungir, is known for Dharmapala, their second king, who founded the Vikramasila University and revived the Nalanda University. The greatest ruler of Pratiharas was Bhoja, also known as Mihir, Adivraha. Khajuraho temples were built during the reign of Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Kalyakas of Vatapi founded by Jaisimha were contemporary to Harshavardhan. Rajputs divided into 4 clans: Pratiharas, S. Rajasthan, Chauhans, E. Rajasthan, Kalyakas/Solankis, Kathiawar, Parmaras, Malva. 10 General knowledge. Indian history. The Cholas founder Vijayalaya, capital Tanjore. Aditya I wiped out the Pallavas and weakened the Pandyas. Karantaka I captured Madurai, but was defeated by the Rashtrakuta ruler Krishna III at the Battle of Katholam. Rajaraja I, AD 985-1014, led a naval expedition against Salandra Empire, Malaya Peninsula, and conquered northern Sri Lanka, constructed Rajarajeshwari, or Brihesvara, Shiva temple at Tanjore. Rajendra I, AD 1014-1044, annexed the whole of Sri Lanka, took the title of Gangakonda and founded Gangakonda Cholapuram. Dancing figure of Shiva, Nataraja, belongs to the Chola period. Local self-government existed. Medieval India Muhammad bin Qasim invaded India in AD 712 and conquered Sind. Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni led about 17 expeditions of India. In 1025, he attacked and raided the most celebrated Hindu temple of Somnath, situated on the sea coast of Kathiawar. Iltutmish, AD 1210-1236, attack of Mongols, formed Turkanisa Halgani or Kalisa, a group of 40 powerful Turkish nobles. Divided his empire into Ichas, assignment of land in lieu of salary. Introduced two types of coin, silver tanka and copper jital. Foundation of the Razia Sultan, AD 1236-1240, first and last Muslim woman ruler Delhi Sultanate medieval India. Muhammad Ghori invaded India and was defeated by Prithviraj Chauhan in First Battle of Karain, 1191. Ghori defeated the Rajput king in Second Battle of Karain, 1192, and laid the foundation of the Muslim dominion in India. He may be considered the founder of Muslim rule in India. Capital Lahore, initial, Delhi, later, the founder of the slave dynasty. Also called Lakbaks because of his generosity. Qutbuddin Aibak laid the foundation of Qutb Minar, after the name of the famous Sufi saint Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, built Quwaitul Islam, first mosque in India, and Adhidin Ka Yatra, Ajmer. Died while playing Sagan, polo. She disregarded Purda, married Altunia, the governor of Bathinda. Bahram Shah, son of Iltutmish, killed her. Balban, AD 1266-1286, Al-Ilbara dynasty, AD 1206-1290, Qutbuddin Aibak of separated military department, Diwan Arizona, and finance department, Divani Wazira. He declared that king was the deputy of God, Nayabati Kuday, and shadow of God, Zil-i-Ilahi, and introduced the practices of Sijda and Pavos. Khalji dynasty, AD 1290-1320, Jalaluddin Firuz Khalji was the first ruler, who reviewed that India cannot be a totally Islamist state. Alauddin in Khalji his conquests were that of Gujarat ruled by Bhagala King, Ranthambore, Chittor, and Malwa and later to the south, mainly by Malik Kafur. He abolished Zamindari in Kalisa land. No Issa was allotted in Guj area. General knowledge Indian history Alauddin adopted the policy of blood and iron in tackling the Mongols. He built Hyderabad, Ali Darwaja, and his capital city Siri. Also built Hauz Khas in Delhi and added entrance door to Qutb Minar, introduced market reforms. Adopted the title of Sikandar I-Thani. Built a permanent army, introduced Kura and gas system. First Turkish Sultan who separated religion from politics. His court poets were Amir Khusrau and Mir Hasan Dilgi. Tughlaq dynasty founded by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, who built the fortified city of Tughlaqabad and made it his capital. He was the first sultan to start irrigation works. Muhammad bin Tughlaq also called the wise fool king on account of 5 experiments, namely, a. Transfer of capital to Jalalabad, b. Taxation in Dib, c. Karakil expedition, d. Khurasan expedition, e. Token currency. The Sultan set up a separate department for agriculture, Divan-i-Koi. He gave Sundar loans to farmers. South Indian states of the Vijayanagara Empire, the Bahmani Kingdom and the Sultanate of Madura were founded. The famous traveler Ibn Battuta visited his court. Firoz Shah Tughlaq built new towns of Hisar, Firozpur, Fatahabad, Jaunpur, and Firozabad, his capital. During his reign 2 Ashokan pillars, one from Topura in Ambala and the other from Meerut were brought. Built canals, was fond of slaves, and wrote a book Fateh-Firoz Shahi. He repaired Qutub Minar when it was struck by lightning. Firoz Shah Tughlaq also made Iqtidari system hereditary and imposed new taxes like carriage, land tax equal to 1/10 of the producer, and zakat and khams, 1/10 of the booty captured in war. He made jizya a separate tax, and he imposed this tax upon the Brahmans for the first time in the history of sultanate. He introduced the following coins: Ayadha, Hik, Shashgini, and Hasdragini. Timur, Mongol leader of Central Asia, ordered general massacre in Delhi, AD 1398, at the time of Naziruddin Mahmud, later Tughlaq king. Sayyids and Lodis LLLL, AD 1320 to 1413, L11 Al-Sayyids dynasty was founded by Idris Khan, successors Mubarak Shah, Muhammad Shah, and Alauddin Alam Shah. The Lodis were the first Afghans to rule India. Bilal Lodi, AD 1451 to 1481, founded the dynasty. Sikandar Lodi, AD 1418 to 1517, introduced Jaz-i-Sikandari, unit for measuring cultivated field. He founded Agra in 1504. He wrote the Persian verse Gul-Rukhat. He was succeeded by Ibrahim Lodi, 1517 to 1526, who was defeated by Rana Sanga of Mewar in the Battle of Katali. Ibrahim Lodi was also defeated by Babur in April, 1526, which led to the establishment of the Mughal rule in India. Provincial kingdoms Gujarat LLL broke away from Delhi in AD 1397 under Zafar Khan, who assumed the title of Sultan Muzaffar Shah. His grandson Ahmed Shah I built a new city, Ahmedabad. The next prominent ruler was Mahmud Begra. During his rule, the Portuguese set up a factory at Diu. Kashmir was ruled by Hindu rulers until Shamsuddin Shah asserted himself in AD 1339. The greatest ruler was Zainul Abidin, AD 1420-70, who is called the Akbar of Kashmir, built Zaina Lank, artificial island in Wular Lake. Mewar Rajput rule restored by Rana Hamir after Alauddin Khilji captured Chittor in AD 1303. The greatest was Rana Kamba, who built a Vijayastam at Chittor to commemorate his victory over Mahmud Khalji of Malwa. 12 General knowledge: Indian history. Vijayanagara Kingdom, Mughal Empire, AD 1336 to 1565, AD 1526 to 1707, LLLLLL founded by Harihara I and Bukhat I. Devaraya I built a dam across Tungabhadra River, and Italian traveler Niccolo da Conti visited his court, followed by the Russian merchant Nikitin. Devaraya II, the greatest ruler, who was seen as incarnation of Indra by commoners. He was also called Gajavetakara and wrote Mahanataka Sugandhi and commentary on the Brahma Sutras in Sanskrit. Persian ambassador Abdur Razik visited his court. Krishnadevaraya, AD 1509-29, was the greatest ruler. He was known as Abhinavabhoja, Andhra and Andhrabhoja because of being a great patron of literature. 8 great poets of Telugu, Ashtadhyaja, adorned his court like Padana and Tenali Rama. Portuguese Domenico Pais and Barbosa visited his court. Battle of Talikota, AD 1565, Sadashiva, the last ruler of the Tulava dynasty, was defeated by an alliance of Ahmednagar, Bijapur, Golconda, and Bidar. Babur, AD 1526 to 1530, LLL Humayun, AD 1530 to 1556, LL Bahmani Kingdom, LLLLL Alauddin Hasan Bahman Shah, AD 1347 to 58, also known as Hasan Jang, founded it with capital at Gulbarg. Ahmed Shah Wali transferred the capital from Gulbarg to Bidar. Bahmani Kingdom broke up into Nizam Sahib of Ahmednagar, founder Malik Ahmed Bari, Adil Sahib of Bijapur, founder Yusuf Adil Shah Imad Sahib of Birar, founder Fatullah Khan Imad Mulk Qutub Shahs of Golconda, founder Tulai Qutub Shah Baridshahs of Bidar, founder Ali Barid the Gol Gumbaz, A tomb with world's second largest dome, was built by Muhammad Adil Shah at Bijapur. Muhammad Quli Qutb Shah founded Hyderabad and built Charminar. Founder of Mughal Empire, who introduced gunpowder in India, defeated Ibrahim Lodi in the First Battle of Panipat, AD 1526, Rana Sanga, Sangram Singh, at Battle of Kanway, AD 1527, Medini Rai of Sundari at Battle of Sundari, AD 1528, and Mahmud Lodi at Battle of Digra, AD 1529, he wrote Tuzuk-i Babari in Turkish language. Babur declared jihad and adopted the title Ghazi. Died in 1530 and was buried at Arambagh, Agra. Later his body was taken to Bagi Bhavan, Kabul. Built Dinpana at Delhi as his second capital. Sher Shah Suri gradually gained power. He fought two battles with Humayun Battle of Sozat, AD 1539, and another Battle of Connaught, AD 1540, culminating into Humayun's defeat. Humayun passed 15 years in exile, again invaded India in 1555 with the help of his officer Bahram Khan. Died in AD 1556 due to a fall from his library building stairs. Gulbadan Begum, Humayun's half-sister, wrote Humayun Nama. Akbar, AD 1556 to 1605, coronated at the young age of 14 by Bahram Khan, defeated Hinu at the Second Battle of Panipat, AD 1556, with the help of Bahram Khan, conquered Malwa, AD 1561, defeating Baz Bahadur, followed by Garhkatanga, ruled by Rani Durgawati, Siddhar, AD 1568, Ranthambore and Kalinjar, AD 1569, Gujarat, AD 1572, Newar, Battle of Haldadi, AD 1576, Akbar and Rana Pratap, Kashmir, AD 1586, Sindh, AD 1593, and Asirgarh, AD 1603, were also conquered. 13 General Knowledge Indian History. Buland Darwaza was constructed at Fatehpur Sikri after victory over Gujarat in AD 1572. Married to Harkabai, daughter of Rajput ruler Birmal Rao Sikh, in AD 1585, was the first Englishman to visit Akbar's court. Abolished Jaziyat, AD 1564, believed in Sulhai Kul, peace to all, built a Baidat Khana, hall of prayer, at Fatehpur Sikri, issued decree of infallibility, AD 1579, formulated religious order Din-i Ilahi, AD 1582. Birbal was the first to embrace it. Land revenue system was called Todar Mal Bandobast or Zafti system, measurement of land, classification of land and fixation of rent, and introduced Mansabdari system, holder of rank, to organize nobility and army. The Navratnas included Todar Mal, Abul Fazal, Teja, Birbal, Kansan, Abdur Rahim Khana I Khana, Mulladubiaza, Raja Man Singh and Fakir Aziaduddin Jahangir, AD 1605 to 1627, Aurangzeb, Alamgir, AD 1658 to 1707, Aurangzeb became victorious after the brutal war of succession among his brother Dara, Shuja, and Murad. Rebellions during his rule got peasantry at Mathura, Satnamai peasantry in Punjab and Bundelkhand in Bundelkhand. The annexation of Marwar in AD 1658 led to a serious rift between Rajput and Mughals after the death of Raja Jaswant Singh. 9th Sikh Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur, was executed by him in AD 1675. Mughal conquests reached territorial climax during his reign. It stretched from Kashmir in north to Jinji in south, from the Hindu Kush in west to Chittagong in east. He was called Darvish or Azindapur. He forbade city. Conquered Bijapur, AD 1686, and Golconda, AD 1687, and reimposed Jaziyat in AD 1679. He built Biwita Maqbara on the tomb of his queen Rabah Durrani at Aurangabad, Moti Masjid within Red Fort, Delhi, and the Jami or Badsahi Mosque at Lahore. Executed the fifth Sikh Guru. Guru Arjan Dev's greatest failure was loss of Kandahar to Persia in AD 1622. Married Mir Unnisa in AD 1611 and conferred the title of Nur Jahan on her. He established Janjariadal at Agra Fort for the seekers of royal justice. Captain Hawkins and Sir Thomas Roe visited his court. Famous painters in his court Abdul Hassan, Ustad Mansur and Bich Endas. Causes behind the fall of Mughal Empire. Shah Jahan, AD 1628 to 1658, annexed Ahmednagar while Bijapur and Golconda accepted his overlordship. Secured Kandahar, AD 1639. Two Frenchmen, Berny and Tavernier and an Italian adventurer Manaki visited his court. Built Moti Masjid and Taj Mahal at Agra, Jama Masjid, and Red Fort at Delhi. His reign is considered the golden age of the Mughal Empire. Weak and incompetent successors. Wars of succession. Aurangzeb's Deccan, religious, and Rajput policies. Jagirdari crisis. Growth of Marathas and other regional powers. Foreign invasions of Nader Shah, 1739, and of Delhi Sur dynasty. The founder of Sur dynasty was Farid. Afghan ruler of Bihar, Bahir Khan Lohani gave the title of Sir Shah to Farid. Introduced silver coin called Rupiah and copper coin Dam. Built his tomb at Sasaram and built a new city on the bank of Yamuna River, present-day Purana Kila. 14 General knowledge. Indian history. Later Mughals. Bahadur Shah, 1707-12, original name was Muazzam, title Shah Alam I Jahandar Shah, 1712-13, he ascended the throne with the help of Zulfikar Khan, abolished jizya. Farrukhsiyar, 1713-19, he lacked the ability and knowledge to rule independently. His reign saw the emergence of the Sayyid brothers. Muhammad Shah, 1719-48, Nader Shah invaded India and took away Peacock throne and Kohinoor diamond. Ahmed Shah, 1748-54, Ahmed Shah of Delhi, general of Nader Shah, marched towards Delhi and the Mughal ceded Punjab and Multan. Alamgir, 1754-59, Ahmed Shah occupied Delhi. Later, Delhi was plundered by Marathas. Shah Alam II, 1759-1806, could not enter Delhi for 12 years. Akbar II, 1806-37, pensioner of East India Company. He gave the title Raja to Ram Mohan Roy. Bahadur Shah II, 1837-57, last Mughal emperor who was made premier during the 1857 revolt. Author work LL Peshwas, AD 1719-18, LLL Tuzukai Babari El Abul Fazal N Ayatbari, Akbarnama El Jahangir Tuzukai Jahangir El Padshana Madara Shiko Mahma El Bahrain Mirza MD Kasi Malamgir Nama Maradas, AD 1674-1818, Shivaji, AD 1627-80, LLL born at Sivner to Shaji Bhosle and Vijabat. His religious teacher was Samarth Ramdas and guardian was Dadaji Kandadev. Treaty of Purandar, AD 1665, between Shivaji and Mughals. Coronation at Raigurh, AD 1674, and assumed the title of Hindava Dharmadhara, protector of Hinduism. Balaji Vishwanath was the first Peshwas, who concluded an agreement with the Sayyid brothers, the kingmakers in history, by which Mughal Emperor Farrukhsiyar recognized Shahu as the king of Swarajya. Baji Rao, considered as the greatest exponent of guerrilla tactics after Shivaji, Maratha power reached its zenith and system of confederacy began, defeated cities of Ganjura, conquest of Basian and Salsette from Portuguese. Balaji Baji Rao, known as Nana Sahib, the Battle of Panipat, AD 1761, between Marathas and Ahmed Shah of Delhi gave a big jolt to the Maratha Empire. Sikh Gurus Babur Hamid Lahori S. Kafrat Han, 8 ministers, helped in administration. These were Peshwas, Sarai military, Mazumdar or Amatia, accounts, Wakanavis, intelligence, Suranavis, correspondence, Davir or Sumanta, ceremonies, Nyayavis, justice, and Panditro, charity. Successors of Shivaji were Samhaz, Rajaram and Sahu, fought at Battle of Keet in AD 1708. Nanak, 1469-39, founded Sikh religion. Angad, 1539-52, invented Gurmukha. Amardas, 1552-74, struggled against Siddhi system, and Purta system and established 22 Gadians to propagate religion. Ramdas, 1574-81, founded Amritsar in 1577. Akbar granted the land. Arjun, 1581-1606, founded Swarn Mandir, Golden Temple, and composed ADI grants. Hargobind Singh, 1606-45, established Akaltat, and fortified Amritsar. Har Rai, 1645-66, Harkishan, 1661-64, Teg Bahadur, 1664-75, Gobind Singh, 1675-1708, was the last guru who founded the Khalsa. After him Sikh Guruships ended. Modern India. Advent of the Europeans. Portuguese LLL Vasco da Gama reached the port of Calicut in 1498 during the reign of King Zamarin, Hindu ruler of Calicut. Settlements: Daman, Salsette, Sal, and Bombay, West Coast, Santhome, near Madras, and at Hooghly. Alfonso de Albuquerque, the second governor of India, first being Francisco de Almeida, arrived in 1509 and captured Goa in AD 1510. LL Dutch East India Company was formed in AD 1602. Dutch were defeated by English at the Battle of Badara in AD 1759 and as per agreement, the Dutch gained the control over Indonesia and the British over India, Sri Lanka, and Malaya. Settlements: they set up their first factory at Maisulapatnam in 1605. Their other factories were at Pulicat, Sinsura, Putna, Balasore, Nagapattinam, Cochin, Surat, Karaikal, and Kasim Bazar. English LLL. The English East India Company was formed in 1599 under a charter granted by Queen Elizabeth in 1600. Jahangir granted a farman to Captain William Hawkins, permitting the English to erect a factory at Surat, 1613. In 1615, Sir Thomas Roe succeeded in getting an imperial farman to trade and establish factory in all parts of the Mughal Empire by ruler Jahangir. In 1690, a factory was established at Sultanati by Jab Charnak. In 1698, following the acquisition of Zamindari of 3 villages of Sultanati, Kalikata, and Govindpur, the city of Calcutta was founded. Fort William was set up in 1700. In 1717, John Sherman obtained a farman from Farrukhpur, which gave large concessions to the company. This farman has been called the Magna Carta of the company. Battle of Plassey, 1757, English defeated Sirajuddaula, the Nawab of Bengal. Battle of Buxar, 1764, Captain Monroe defeated joint forces of Mir Qasim, Bengal, Shahjaddaulah, Awadh, and Shah Alam II, Mughal. The Danish East India Company was formed in 1616. The Danish colony Tranquebar was established on southern Coromandel coast of India. Settlements: Serampur, Bengal, and Tranquebar, Tamil Nadu, sold their settlements to the English in 1845. French LL. The French East India Company was formed by Colbert under state patronage in 1664. The first French factory was established at Surat by François Caron in 1668. A factory at Maisula-Vietnam was set up in 1669. France were defeated by English in Battle of Wandiwas, 1760. Governor-Generals of Bengal Warren Hastings, AD 1774-85, LLLL brought the dual government to an end by the Regulating Act, 1773. The Act of 1781 made clear demarcation between the jurisdiction of the Governor-General in Council and Supreme Court at Calcutta. Pitt India Act, 1784, Rohilla War, 1774, First Maratha War, 1775-1782, and Treaty of Salbai with Marathas, 1782, and Second Mysore War, 178,084. Foundation of Asiatic Society of Bengal, 1784, in Calcutta by Sir William Jones. English translations of Bhagavad Gita by Charles Wilkins in 1785. 16 General Knowledge Indian History Lord Cornwallis, AD 1786-93, LLLL Third Mysore War, 1790-92, and Treaty of Seringapatnam, 1792. Introduced permanent settlement in Bengal and Bihar, 1793. He is called the father of civil services in India, introduced judicial reforms by separating revenue administration from judicial administration and established a system of circles, thanas, headed by a Garriga, an Indian. Translation of Abhijan Shakan Alam in English by William Jones in 1789. Sir John Shore, AD 1793-98, LL played an important role in the introduction of permanent settlement. Battle of Kharda between the Nizams and the Marathas, 1795. Lord Wellesley, AD 1798-1805, LL introduction of the subsidiary alliance, 1798, first alliance with Nizam of Hyderabad followed by Mysore, Tanjore, Awadh, the Peshwa, the Bhosle, and the Scindia. Treaty of Bassein, 1802, and the Second Maratha War. George Barlow, 1805-07, El Vellore Mutiny, 1806, Lord Mentawai, AD 1807-13, LLL Anglo-Nepal War, 1814-1816, and Treaty of Sagali, 1816. Third Maratha War, 1817-18, dissolution of Maratha Confederacy and creation of Bombay Presidency. Sundari War and establishment of Ryotwari system by Thomas Monro, 1820. Lord Amherst, AD 1823-28, L. Lord William Bentinck, AD 1828-35, LL First Burmese War, 1824-26, Treaty of Yandabo, 1826, and capture of Bardapur, 1826. Charter Act of 1833 was passed and he was made the first Governor-General of India. Before him, the designation given was Governor-General of Bengal. Carried out social reforms like prohibition of sati, 1829, and elimination of thugs, 1830. On Macaulay's recommendations, English was made the medium of higher education. Suppressed female infanticide and child sacrifice. Lord Metcalfe, AD 1835-36, known as Liberator of the Press in India. Lord Auckland, AD 1836-42, First Afghan War, 1838-42, a disaster for the English. Lord Ellenborough, AD 1842-44, brought an end to the Afghan War. War with Gwalior, 1843, annexation of Sindh by Charles Napier, 1843. Lord Hardinge, AD 1844-48, First Anglo-Sikh War, 1845–46, and Treaty of Lahore, 1846. Gave preference to English-educated persons in employment. Lord Dalhousie, AD 1848–56, concluded the Treaty of Amritsar with Maharaja Ranjit Singh, 1809. Charter Act of 1813 was passed. Lord Hastings, AD 1813–23, Governor-Generals of India Introduction of Doctrine of Lapse and Annexation of Satara, 1848, Jaipur and Sambalpur, 1849, Udaipur, 1852, Jhansi, 1853, Nagpur, 1854, and Awadh, annexed in 1856 on account of maladministration. Laid down the first railway line between Bombay and Kane, 1853, telegraph line between Calcutta and Agra and postal reforms, first issue of the Indian stamp in Karachi in 1854, with the Post Office Act. Widow Remarriage Act, 1856, the main force being Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. Started Public Works Department, Grand Trunk Road Work and Harbour of Karachi, Bombay, and Calcutta developed. Charter Act, 1853 selection to civil service through competitive examination. Started Engineering College at Roorkee, made Shimla, the summer capital. General Knowledge Indian History Viceroys of India Lord Ripon, AD 1880–84, Lord Canning, AD 1856–62, the last Governor-General and the first Viceroy. Withdrew Doctrine of Lapse. Revolt of 1857, mutiny took place. Indian Penal Code 1860 was passed. Passed the Act, 1858, which ended the rule of the East India Company. The universities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras were established in 1857. Lord Elgin, AD 1862, Wahhabi movement Lord John Lawrence, AD 1864–69, established the High Courts at Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras in 1865. Telegraphic communication was opened with Europe. Created the Indian Forest Department. Lord Mayo, AD 1869–72, organized the Statistical Survey of India, and for the first time in Indian history, a census was held in 1871. Started the process of financial decentralization in India. Established the Department of Agriculture and Commerce. Established the Rajkot College at Kathiawar and Mayo College at Ajmer for the Indian princes. He was the only viceroy to be murdered in office by a Pathan convict in the Andamans in 1872. Lord Dufferin, AD 1884–88, Lord Lansdowne, AD 1888–94, Kukka Rebellion in Punjab, famine in Bihar. Known as the Viceroy of Reverse Character. Royal Titles Act of 1876 and the assumption of the title of Empress of India by Queen Victoria, the Delhi Durbar in January 1877. Vernacular Press Act, also called the Gagging Act to restrain the circulation of printed matter, and the Arms Act, made it mandatory for Indians to acquire license in arms, of 1878. Factory Act of 1891 granted weekly holiday and stipulated working hours for women and children. Civil services were divided into imperial, provincial and subordinate services. Indian Councils Act of 1892. The Durand Commission defined the Durand Line between British India and Afghanistan, now between Pakistan and Afghanistan, in 1893. Lord Elgin II, AD 1894–99, Lord Northbrook, AD 1872–76, First Factory Act of 1881 prohibited child labor under the age of 7. Local self-government was introduced in 1882. Repealed the Vernacular Press Act in 1882. Finances of the center were divided. Lord Ripon is regarded as the founding father of local self-governance in India. An education commission was appointed under Sir William Hunter in 1882 to improve primary and secondary education. Gilbert Bill controversy, 1883, enabled Indian district magistrates to try European criminals. Sib-Burmese War, AD 1885-86. Establishment of the Indian National Congress in 1885. L. Lord Lytton, AD 1876-80, 17 Southern Uprisings of 1899. Great Famine of 1896-1897 and Lyell Commission on Famine was established. Lord Curzon, AD 1899-1905, LLLA Commission was appointed under Sir Thomas Raleigh in 1902 to suggest reforms regarding universities. The Indian Universities Act of 1904 was passed on the basis of its recommendations. Ancient Monuments Preservation Act of 1904. Thus, Archaeological Survey of India was established. Agricultural Research Institute was established at Kisa in Delhi. Partitioned Bengal in 1905. 18 General Knowledge Indian History Lord Minto, AD 1905-10, Swadeshi Movement, 1905-08, Foundation of Muslim League, 1906, Surat Session and Split in the Congress, 1907. Morley Minto Reforms, 1909. Lord Willingdon, AD 1931-36, LL Lord Hardinge, AD 1910-16, capital shifted from Calcutta to Delhi, 1911, Delhi Durbar, partition of Bengal was cancelled. The Hindu Mahasabha was founded in 1915 by Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Lord Linlithgow, AD 1936-43, L. Lord Chelmsford, AD 1916-21, LLLL Gandhi returned to India, 1915, and founded the Sabarmati Ashram, 1916, Champaran Satyagraha, Satyagraha at Ahmedabad, 1918, Kheda Satyagraha, 1918. August Declaration, 1917, by Montagu, the then Secretary of State, and Montford Reforms or the Government of India Act of 1919. Rowlatt Act, March, 1919, and the Jallianwala Bagh Massacre, April 13, 1919. Khilafat Committee was formed and Khilafat movement started, 1919-20. Non-cooperation movement started, 1920-22. Women's University was founded at Pune, 1916. Repeal of Rowlatt Act. Srisra Incident. RSS founded in 1925. Suppressed non-cooperation movement. Formation of Swaraj Party. Mopla Rebellion, 1921, took place. Kakori train robbery on August 1, 1925. Communal riots of 1923-25 in Multan, Amritsar, Delhi etc. Lord Irwin, AD 1926-31, LLLL Simon Commission visited India in 1927. Congress passed the Indian Resolution in 1929. Dandi March, March 12, 1930. Civil Disobedience Movement, 1930. First Round Table Conference was held in England in 1930. Gandhi-Irwin Pact. Lahore Session of Congress and Pune Swaraj Declaration, 1925. Congress Ministry's resignation celebrated as Deliverance Day by the Muslim League, 1939. The Lahore Resolution, March 23, 1940, of the Muslim League demanding separate state for the Muslims. It was at this session that Jinnah propounded his two-nation theory. Outbreak of World War II in 1939. Cripps Mission in 1942. Quit India Movement, August 8, 1942. Lord Wavell, AD 1943-47, LLL Lord Reading, AD 1921-26, L. Second Roundtable Conference in London in 1931 and third in 1932. Government of India Act, 1935, was passed. Communal Awards, August 16, 1932, assigned separate electorate for Gandhiji went on an epic fast to protest against this division. L. Cabinet Mission Plan, May 16, 1946. First meeting of the Constituent Assembly was held on December 9, 1946. Arranged the Simla Conference on June 25, 1945 with the failure of talks between the Indian National Congress and Muslim League. Election to the Constituent Assembly were held and an interim government was appointed under Nehru. Lord Mountbatten, March to August, 1947, LLLL last Viceroy of British India and the first Governor-General of Free India. Partition of India decided by the June 3 Plan or Mountbatten Plan. Retired in June, 1948 and was succeeded by C. Rajagopalachari, the first and the last Indian Governor-General of Free India. Indian Independence Act was passed by the British Parliament on July 4, 1947, by which India became independent on August 15, 1947. 19 General Knowledge Indian History. The revolt of 1857 started at Meerut on May 10, 1857. Political causes. The policy of doctrine of lapse. Economic causes. Heavy taxation, evictions, discriminatory tariff policy against Indian products and destruction of traditional handicrafts that hit peasants, artisans, and small zamindars. Military discrimination as Indian soldiers were paid low salaries, they could not rise above the rank of subedar and were racially insulted. Grievances of sepoys. The introduction of Enfield rifle, and its cartridge of which was greased with animal fat, provided the spark. A rebellion broke out among sepoys of Meerut on May 10, 1857 which later spread to other parts of the country. British social reforms, widow remarriage, abolition of sati, education for girls, Christian missionaries. LLLLLLL Center leader of revolt. British suppressor Delhi Bahadur Shah, Batakan John Nicholson, Hudson Banaras Liaquat Ali James Neil Kanpur Nana Sahib, Kansa Campbell, Tope, Azimullah Havelock Khan Lucknow Hazrat Mahal, Begum of Awad, Havelock, James Neil, Campbell Jhansi Rani Lakshmi Bai Sir Rose Bareli Khan Bahadur Khan Sir Colin Campbell Awad, Bihar, Veer Kunwar Singh William Taylor and Vincent Ira. Impact of the revolt. The control of Indian administration was passed on to the British Crown by the Government of India Act, 1858. Reorganization of the Army. After the revolt, the British pursued the policy of divide and rule. Chief national activities. The Indian National Congress LLLL. It was formed in 1885 by A.O. Hume, a retired civil servant. The first session was held in Bombay under W.C. Banerjee in 1885, attended by 72 delegates from all over India. The first 2 decades of Inc. are described in history as those of moderate demands and a sense of confidence in British justice and generosity. Moderate leaders Dada Vinay Oroji, Badruddin Tayebji, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, Surendranath Banerjee, and Anand Mohan Bose. Partition of Bengal, 1905. The partition was announced by Lord Curzon on October 16, 1905 through a royal proclamation, reducing the old province of Bengal in size by creating East Bengal and Assam out of the rest of Bengal. Swadeshi Movement, 1905. This movement had its origin in the anti-partition movement of Bengal. Lal, Bal, Pal, and Aurobindo Ghosh played an important role. Inc. took the Swadeshi call first at the Benares session, 1905 presided over by G.K. Gokhale. Muslim League, 1906. Causes of failure. The Nizam of Hyderabad, the Raja of Jodhpur, Scindia of Gwalior, the Holkar of Indore, the rulers of Patiala, Sindh, and Kashmir and the Rana of Nepal provided active support to the British. Comparative lack of efficient leadership. It was set up in 1906 by Aga Khan, Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka and Nawab Mohsin ul Mulk. The League supported the partition of Bengal and opposed the Swadeshi movement, demanded special safeguards to its community and a separate electorate for Muslims. 20L General knowledge Indian history. This led to communal differences between the Hindus and the Muslims. August Declaration, 1917, L demand for Swaraj, Calcutta Session in Death, 1906, L the Inc., under the leadership of Dadabhai Naoroji, adopted Swaraj, self-government, as the goal of Indian people. L Surat Session, 1907, LL the Inc. split into two groups, the extremists and the moderates, due to the debate on nature of Swadeshi movement. Extremists were led by Lal, Bal, Pal, while the moderates by G.K. Gokhale. Rowlatt Act, March 18, 1919, L. Morley Minto Reforms, 1909, LL the reforms envisaged a separate electorate for Muslims, besides other constitutional measures. Lord Minto came to be known as the father of communal electorate. Ghadar Party, 1913, LL formed by Lala Hardale, Karkanak Das and Sohan Singh Bhatnagar. Headquarters San Francisco. The name was taken from a weekly paper, Ghadar, which had been started on November 1, 1913 to commemorate the 1857 revolt. Home Rule Movement, 1916, LLL started by V.G. Tilak, April, 1916, at Pune and Annie Besant and S. Subramaniya Iyer at Udyar, near Madras, September, 1916. Objective self-government for India in the British Empire. During this movement, Tilak raised the slogan Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it. Lucknow Pact, 1916, passed between Inc. and Muslim League following a war between Britain and Turkey leading to anti-British feelings among Muslims. Both organizations jointly demand dominion status for the country. Congress accepted separate electorate for Muslims. After the Lucknow Pact, the British policy was announced which aimed at increasing association of Indians in every branch of the administration for progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. This came to be called the August Declaration. The Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms or the Act of 1919 was based on this declaration. This gave unbridled powers to the government to arrest and imprison suspects without trial. This law enabled the government to suspend the right of habeas corpus, which had been the foundation of civil liberties in Britain. Rowlatt Satyagraha was started against the act. This was the first countrywide agitation by Gandhiji. Jallianwala Bagh Massacre, April 13, 1919, LLLL people were agitated over the arrest of Dr. Kislu and Dr. Satyapal on April 10, 1919. General O'Dwyer fired at people who assembled in the Jallianwala Bagh, Amritsar. The Hunter Commission was appointed to inquire into it. Rabindranath Tagore returned his knighthood in protest. Sardar Udham Singh killed General Dyer in Caxton Hall, London. Khilafat Movement, 1920, LL Muslims were agitated by the treatment done with Turkey by the British in the treaty that followed the First World War. Ali brothers, Maud Ali, and Shaukat Ali started this movement. It was jointly led by the Khilafat leaders and the Congress. Non-Cooperation Movement, 1920, LLL Congress passed the resolution in its Calcutta session in September, 1920. It was the first mass-based political movement under Gandhiji. The movement envisaged resignation from nominated offices and posts in the local bodies. General knowledge Indian history LL refusal to attend government durbars and boycott of British courts by the lawyers. Refusal of general public to offer themselves for military and other government jobs and boycott of foreign goods. Lahore Session, 1929, LL Srisra Incident, 1922, LL The Congress Session at Allahabad in December 1921, decided to launch a civil disobedience program. Gandhiji was appointed its leader. But before it could be launched, a mob of people at Srisra, near Gorakhpur, clashed with the police and burnt 22 policemen on February 5, 1922. This compelled Gandhiji to withdraw the non-cooperation movement on February 12, 1922. Swaraj Party, 1923, LL Motilal Nehru, C.R. Das, and N.C. Telkar, called pro-changers, demanded that the nationalists should end the boycott of the legislative councils, enter them and expose them. They formed Swaraj Party for this purpose with C.R. Das as the president. Simon Commission, 1927, LLL. It was constituted by John Simon, to review the political situation in India and to introduce further reforms and extension of parliamentary democracy. Indian leaders opposed the commission, as there were no Indians in it. They cried, "Simon, go back." The government used brutal repression, and at Lahore, Lala Lajpat Rai was severely beaten in lathi charge and later succumbed to death. LL also called the Salt Satyagraha. Gandhiji started his march from Sabarmati Ashram on March 12, 1930, for the small village Dandi to break the salt law. He picked a handful of salt and inaugurated the civil disobedience movement. Civil disobedience movement LL countrywide mass participation by women. The Garhwal soldiers refused to fire on the people at Peshawar. First Round Table Conference, 1931, LL. It was the first conference arranged between the British and Indians as equals. It was held on November 12, 1930 in London to discuss Simon Commission. Hindu Mahasabha and Muslim League participated in it. The conference failed due to absence of the Indian National Congress. Gandhi-Irwin Pact, 1931, the Nehru Report, 1928, after boycotting the Simon Commission, all political parties constituted a committee under the chairmanship of Motilal Nehru to evolve and determine the principles for the Constitution of India. On December 19, 1929, under the presidentship of J. L. Nehru, the Inc., at its Lahore session, declared Purna Swaraj, complete independence, as its ultimate goal. The tricolored flag adopted on December 31, 1929, was unfurled, and January 26, 1930 was fixed as the first Independence Day, to be celebrated every year. Later, this day was chosen as the Republic Day of India. Dandi March, 1930, LLL 21L. The government represented by Lord Irwin, and led by Gandhiji signed a pact on March 5, 1931. In this, the Inc. called off the civil disobedience movement and agreed to join the Second Round Table Conference. 22L. General knowledge. Indian history. The government allowed the villagers on the coast to make salt for consumption and release the political prisoners. The Karachi session of 1931 of Congress endorsed the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. LL. Second Round Table Conference, 1931. LL. Gandhiji represented the Inc. and went to London to meet British Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald. The conference, however, failed as Gandhiji could not agree with British Prime Minister on his policy of communal representation and refusal of the British government on the basic Indian demand for freedom. L. August Offer, August 8, 1940. L. The Communal Award, August 16, 1932. LLL announced by Ramsay MacDonald. It showed divide and rule policy of the British. It envisaged communal representation of depressed classes, Sikhs, and Muslims. Gandhiji opposed it, and started fast unto death in Yervada jail. Pune Pact/Gandhi Ambedkar Pact, September 25, 1932. LL. The idea of separate electorate for the depressed classes was abandoned, but seats reserved for them in the provincial legislature were increased. Thus, Pune Pact agreed upon a joint electorate for upper and lower castes. LLL proved fruitless as most of the national leaders were in prison. L. Demand for Pakistan. L. In 1930, Iqbal suggested that the northwest provinces and Kashmir should be made Muslim states within the Federation. The British government, with a view to get cooperation from Indians in the Second World War, sent Sir Stafford Cripps to settle terms with Indian leaders. He offered Dominion status to be granted after war. Congress rejected it. Gandhiji termed it as a post, dated set on a crashing bank. The revolt of 1942 and the Quit India movement. LL. It offered, I. Dominion status in the unspecified future, 2. A post-war body to enact the Constitution, 3. To expand the Governor-General's Executive Council to give full weightage to minority opinion. This was rejected by the Inc., but was accepted by the Muslim League. The Cripps Mission, 1942, Al Third Round Table Conference, 1932, Chaudhry Rahmat Ali gave the term Pakistan in 1933. Muslim League first passed the proposal of separate Pakistan in its Lahore session in 1940, called Jinnah's two-nation theory. It was drafted by Sikandar Hayat Khan, moved by Fazlo Haq and seconded by Khalekuzama. In December 1943, the Karachi session of the Muslim League adopted the slogan Divide and Quit. L also called the Varda proposal a leaderless revolt. The resolution was passed on August 8, 1942, at Bombay. Gandhiji gave the slogan Do or Die. On August 1, the Congress was banned and its important leaders were arrested. Gandhiji was kept at the Aga Khan Palace, Pune. The people became violent. The movement was, however, crushed by the government. General Knowledge Indian History Indian National Army, INA, LL Subhash Chandra Bose escaped to Berlin in 1941 and set up the Indian League there. In July 1943, he joined the INA at Singapore. RAS Bihari Bose handed over the leadership to him. INA had 3 fighting brigades, named after Gandhi, Azad, and Nehru. Rani of Jhansi Brigade was an exclusive women force. INA had its headquarters at Rangoon and Singapore. Jinnah's Direct Action Resolution, August 16, 1946, LLL The Cabinet Mission Plan, 1946. Members were Wavell, Patrick Lawrence, Alexander and Stafford Cripps. Main proposals: 1. Rejection of demand for a full-fledged Pakistan. 2. Loose union under a center with center's control over defense and foreign affairs. 3 provinces were to have full autonomy and residual powers. 4 provincial legislatures would elect a constituent assembly. The Muslim League accepted it on June 6, 1946. The Congress also partially accepted this plan. LL Formation of interim government, September 2, 1946. LL It came into existence on September 2, 1946 in accordance with Cabinet Mission's proposals and was headed by J.L. Nehru. Muslim League refused to join it initially. Prime Minister Attlee on February 20, 1947 announced that British would withdraw from India by June 30, 1948. Formation of Constituent Assembly, December, 1946. The Constituent Assembly met on December 9, 1946. And Drive Rajendra Prasad was elected American Samoa's president. 23 Provoked by the success of the Congress in the voting for Constituent Assembly, Jinnah withdrew his acceptance to the Cabinet Mission Plan. Muslim League passed a direct action resolution, which condemned both the British government and the Congress, August 16, 1946. It resulted in heavy communal riots. Jinnah inaugurated Pakistan Day on March 27, 1947. Mountbatten Plan, also called June 3 Plans, June 3, 1947, the plan formulated by Lord Mountbatten outlined that India was to be further divided into India and Pakistan. There would be a separate constitutional assembly for Pakistan to frame its constitution. The princely states would enjoy the liberty to either join India or Pakistan, or could even remain independent. Bengal and Punjab will be partitioned and a referendum in NWFP and Sylhet district of Assam would be held. A separate state of Pakistan would be created. Boundary Commission was to be headed by Radcliffe. LLLL Partition and Independence, August, 1947, LL Indian Independence Act, 1947 implemented on August 15, 1947, abolished the sovereignty of British Parliament. Dominions of India and Pakistan were created. Each dominion was to have a Governor-General. Pakistan was to comprise Sindh, British Baluchistan, NWFP, West Punjab, and East Bengal. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the first Home Minister, integrated all the states by August 15, 1947. Kashmir, Hyderabad, Junagadh, Goa, with Portuguese, and Pondicherry, with French, later acceded to Indian Federation. 24 General Knowledge Indian History Religious Institution Founder Ideas Brahmo Samaj was founded in Calcutta, 1830. Rajaram Mohan Roy, author of Gift to Monotheists and Precepts of Jesus and the journal Sambad Comedy and Miracle Akbar, propagated monotheism, opposed sacrifices, idolatry, superstition and sati. Young Bengal Movement, 1826-31, Henry Louis Vivian Desrosiers, probably the first modern nationalist poet, brought out Journal Janan Reason, opposed the vices in society and believed in truth, freedom, and right. Tadavavid Hinai Sabha, 1839, Devendranath Tagore brought out the journal Tadavavid Hinai Patrika, propagated Brahmo Samaj idea, eventually founding Adi Brahmo Samaj, 1866. Dharma Sabha, 1820, Rohilkund Radhakantev emerged to counter Brahmo Samaj and propagated orthodoxy. Wahhabi movement, 1820, Rahilakan Syed Ahmed of Raebareli popularized the teachings of Waliullah, stressed the role of individual conscience in religion. Namdari or Kutta movement, 1841-71, by Balak Singh and Babaram Singh for political and social reforms among Sikhs. Paramahansa Mandali, 1849, Dado Bapandurung emphasized the unity against caste rules. Ranume Madsayasanan Sabha, 1851, S.S. Bengali, Dadabhai Naoroji and others to improve the social condition of Parsis and restore the purity of Zoroastrianism. Their journal was Rasgodar. Prarthana Samaj, 1867, Bombay Atmaram Pandurung monotheism, upliftment of women, abolition of caste discrimination. Indian Reform Association, 1870, Calcutta Keshab Chandra Sen opposed child marriage, advocated widow remarriage and intercaste marriages. Arya Samaj, 1875, Bombay Dayanand Saraswati, original name Mulshankar, gave the slogan "Go back to the Vedas" and within a revivalist framework denounced rites, idolatry, Brahmins as supremacy, etc. Aligarh movement, 1875, grew into Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, 1877, and later Aligarh Muslim University. Syed Ahmed Khan, his journal Tazab al-Akhlaq, religious reform through emphasis on principle of equality in religion, favored scientific and national outlook. The Theosophical Society, 1875, New York, later shifted to Udyar. Madam H. P. Blavatsky and Colhs Alkut drew inspiration from Upanishads, philosophy of the Vedanta and transmigration of the souls. Deccan Education Society, 1884, Pune M. G. Ranade, V. G. Shiplankar, and G. G. Agrakar to contribute to education and culture in Western India established Fergusson College, Pune, 1885. Seva Sadan, 1885, Bombay Biramji M. Malabari against child marriages, and forced widowhood. Deva Samaj, 1887, Lahore Shiv Narayan Agnihotri favored a code of conduct against bribe-taking, gambling, etc. Madras Hindu Association, 1892, Varasalingam Panchalo Social Purity Movement and against Devadasi system. Ramkrishna Mission, 1897, Belur Vivekananda, original name Narendranath Dutta, revive Hinduism, against caste restrictions, superstition in Hinduism and overhaul of education system. Of God, 25 General Knowledge Indian History Religious Institution Founder Ideas Servants of Indian Society, 1905, Bombay Gopal Krishna Gokhale Famine Relief and Improving Tribal Conditions, in particular. Bharat Sri Mandal, 1910, Calcutta Sarlavai Devi Sudrani Women's Education and Emancipation. Social Service League, 1911, N. M. Joshi Improving the Condition of the Masses. Indian Women Association, 1917, Madras Annie Besant Upliftment of Indian Women. Popular name personality Andhra Kesri Babuji Bapasi Ardas Bundy Grand Old Man Lao, BAL. Pal T Prakasam Jajuan Ram Mahatma Gandhi C Rajagopal Achari Chitranjan Das Jadavine Oroji Lala Lajpat Rai, BAL Gangadhar Tilak. Bipin Sundra Pal JP Lady with the Lamp Lion of the Punjab Little Corporal Manya Jawan Mahamanya Guru Ji Gurudev MS Galvakar Rabindranath Tagore Man of Blood Netaji Nightingale of India Jaya Prakash Narayan Florence Nightingale Lala Lajpat Rai Napoleon Bal Gangadhar Tilak Indian Soldier Pundit Madan Mohan Malviya Bismarck Subhash Chandra Bose Sarojini Naidu Iron Man Sparrow Vallabhbhai Patel Major Rajendra Singh Pundit G. Shastri G. Jawaharlal Nehru Lal Bahadur Shastri Crematorium Famous Person, S. Crematorium Famous Person, S. Raj.Vijay Kisan Veer Bhumi Ekis To Mahatma Gandhi Lal Bahadur Shastri Ch. Tarun Singh Rajiv Gandhi Jani Zail Singh Chandrasekhar Kr Narayana Shanti Van Shakti To Abhay Samadas To Karma Bhumi Jawaharlal Nehru Indira Gandhi Morarji Desai Jajavan Ram Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma Mahaprayan Dr. Rajendra Prasad Uday Bhumi Name published by book author Bengal Gazette Kesri Maratha Amrita Bazar Patrika Jaya Hiti BG Tilak Sasir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh Aurobindo Ghosh Bhupendra Nath Jutta and Barinder Kumar Ghosh Viraj Samehta Ulamburi Jataibafula Patar Pansali B. Bhujan Banerjee and Mataram Ladandho Bombay Chronicle Satyarth Prakash Swami Dayanand Anand Maspanteen Chandra Chatterjee Unhappy India Lala Lajpat Rai India Divided Rajendra Prasad The Discovery of India Jawaharlal Nehru General Knowledge Indian History Art and Culture Dance and Dancer Bharatanatyam Bala Saraswati C.V. Chandrasekhar Leela Sampson Mrinalini Sarabhai Padma Subramanyam Rukmini Devi Sanyukta Panigrahi Sonal Munsingha Yamini Krishnamurti Karthik Bharti Gupta Birju Maharaj, Damayanti Joshi, Durga Das, Gopi Krishna, Kumudini Lakya, Shambhu Maharaj, Sitara Devi Jasyola Sitramaya, Vempathisan Nasatyam and Kukapudi Manipuri Odisai and Tate Kalai Mrinalini Sarabhai, Guru Shankaran, Nambudrapad, Sadam Shankaran, Kudi Nayar, Shankar Kurup, K.C. Panikar, T.T. Rampoolti and Mohiniatam Prodama Devi, Sanyukta Panigrahi, Sonal Munsingha, Pankaj Karan Das, Kalu Karan Mahapatra, Madhvi Mudgal, etc. and Guru Bipin Sinha, Javeri Sisters, Nayana Javeri, Nirmala Mehta, Savita Mehta Nevaprasad Das, Dhirendra Nath Patnaik, Indrani Raman, Kalu Karan Mahapatra, Priyambada Mohanty Kukapudi, Gantamardala, Autumn Fiddle, Vidi Natakam Baihu, Vaikawat, Natpuja, Maharaj, Kali Gopal, Bagarumba, Kulgopal, Kanu, Yahumura Habjanai Bihar Jatajadan, Batho Bataine, Panwirya, Samachakwe, Bajia Gujarat Ibra, Gandaya Ras, Tiffany Jurilan, Babe Haryana Humor, Fig, Das, Damal, Lower, Gaga, Peter, Gajar Himachal Pradesh Yara, Yahali, Harai, Daman, Hately, Maheshir, Nadi, Dani Jammu, and Kashmir Ralph, Haitik, Mankiv, Kudgandi Nak, Damali Karnataka Yakhagan, Hutari, Sigi, Kunita, Karga, Lambi Kerala Kapakalai, Classical, Autumn Tulal, Mohiniatam, Kaitadakalai Maharashtra Lavani, Nakata, Koli, Legim, Gayfa, Jarakala Dasabkar, or Palada Odisha Odisai, Classical, Shivari, Gumarat, Painka, Muneri, Tapastimbangakathi, Gamhira, Jahali, Jatra, Bal, Maraja, Mahal, Kirtan Punjab Bangra, Gita, Das, Daman, Band, Nakwal Rajasthan Gumar, Sukri. Ganagore, Zulan Leela, Zumat, Sujanai, Gopal, Kaldaliya Tamil Nadu Bharatanatyam, Kumi, Kolatam, Kavadai Uttar Pradesh Nautanki, Raslila, Kudri, Yura, Sapeli, Jado Uttarakhand Sarewali, Kumaunai, Kagari, Yura, Raslila, Sapeli Andhra Pradesh Assam Karnataka Drupad Hindustani Tumri MS Subbulakshmi, Balmurali Krishna, Bombay Jayasri, H.K. Raghavendra, Ariyakriti Ramanujan Enagar Venkataram, Siddharagam, Mani Krishna Swami, Akil Krishnan, M.L. Vasantakumari, M.D. Ramanathan, G.N. Balasubramaniam Ustad Rahim Fahim Udin Dagar, Zahir Udin Dagar, Wasif Udin Dagar, Bundi Sabundu, T.T. Abang Narayan Malik, T.T. Ritvik Sanyal, Hriday Bablakar Savamudgal, Madhup Mudgal, Makol Shapitra, Pandit Jasraj, Parveen Sultana, Naina Devi, Giriza Devi, Ustad Ghulam Mustafa Khan, Gangubai Hungal, Krishna Hungal, V. Rajput, Kumar Gandharv, Faiz Khan, Malakariun Mansur, Ustad Zaid Ghulam Ali Khan, Ustad Mazhar Ali Khan, Ustad Zawad Ali Khan, Purnima Chaudhry, Shanti Hirananda, Naina Devi, Rita Ganguly 27 General Knowledge Indian History Instruments Instrumentalists Stringed Instruments 1. Then 2. Santo 3. Sarod 4. Sarangi 5. Sitar 6. Surbahar 7. Veena 8. Violin Wind Instruments 9. Flute 10. Nagaswaran 11. Sanay Asad Ali Khan, Zia Moinuddin Khan Shiv Kumar Sharma Bazadev Das Gupta, Ali Akbar Khan, Amjad Ali Khan, Bahadur Khan, Saran Rani, Zarin S. Sharma Ustad Binda Khan Ravi Shankar, Hari Shankar Bhattacharya, Nikhil Banerjee, Vilaya Khan, Mustaq Ali Khan Sajid Hussain, Annapurnagare Lami Iyengar, Shitababu, Imani Sankara Shastri, Sahanamal, S. Balachandran, K.R. Kumaraswamy Gajanan Rao Joshi, M.S. Gopal Krishnan, T.N. Krishnan, Balaswamy, Dikshidhar, Swaran Venkaswamy Naidu Lali Uliji, Jayaraman, Mysore T. Chowdia, V.G. Jog T.R. Mahalingam, N. Ramani, Hari Prasad Jorshiya, Punnalal Ghosh Sri Chinnamua, Nirusvami Thalai, Rajaratnam Thalai Bismillah Khan Percussion, Striking Thumping, Instruments 12. Mridangam Kalgat Mani Ayar, Karaikadi Armani, Kalgat Raja 13. Pikalad P.T. Ayodhya Prasad, Gopal Das, Babaram Shankar Pegaldas 14. Tabla Zakir Hussain, Nikhil Ghosh, Kishan Maharaj, Alaratha Khan, Pandit Samsa Prasad, Kumar Bose, Latif Khan 15. Kanzarapudu Kotai Dakshinamurthy Pillai Institutions NNNNNNN Anthropological Survey of India, 1945 Archaeological Survey of India, 1861 Asiatic Society, 1784, Sir William Jones, Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, 1985 Lalit Kala Akademi, National Academy of Fine Arts, 1954 National Archives of India, 1981 National School of Drama, 1959 Headquarters Kolkata Institutions NN New Delhi and Kolkata and New Delhi NN New Delhi and New Delhi NN Sahitya Academy, 1954 Sangeet Natak Academy, 1953 Library of Tibetan Works and Archives Science City Victorial Memorial Hall Birla Industrial and Tech Museum Central Institute of Buddhist Studies Navanalanda Mahavihara National Gallery of Modern Art Headquarters New Delhi Dharmashala Kolkata Lenalanda, Birla, New Delhi 28 General Knowledge Geography World Geography Universe The study of universe is known as cosmology. The universe is commonly defined as the totality of everything that exists including all physical matter and energy, the planets, stars, galaxies, and the contents of intergalactic space. Galaxy is a vast system of billions of stars, dust, and light gases bound by their own gravity. There are 100 billion galaxies in the universe and each galaxy has, on average, 100 billion stars. Our galaxy is Milky Way galaxy, or the Akashganga, formed after the Big Bang. Andromeda is the nearest galaxy to the Milky Way. The Big Bang Theory Big Bang was an explosion of concentrated matter in the universe that occurred 15 billion years ago, leading to the formation of galaxies of stars and other heavenly bodies. It is believed that universe should be filled with radiation called the cosmic microwave background. NASA has launched 2 missions to study these radiations, i.e. the Cosmic Background Explorer, COBE, and the Wilkinson Microwave Anestroi Probe, WMAP. Stars are heavenly bodies made up of hot burning gases, and they shine by emitting their own light. Black hole stars having mass greater than 3 times that of the Sun, have very high gravitational power, so that even light cannot escape from its gravity and hence called black hole. LLL comets made up of frozen gases. They move around the Sun in elongated elliptical orbit with the tail always pointing away from the Sunday constellations. The sky is divided into units to enable the astronomers to identify the position of the stars. These units are called constellations. There are 88 known constellations. Satellites are the heavenly bodies that revolve around the planets. Moon is the natural satellite of the Earth. Diameter average distance from Earth rotation speed 3,476 kilometers 384,365 kilometers 27 days, 7 8, 43 minutes, and 11.47 SEC revolution speed 27 days, 7 8, 43 minutes and 11.47 SEC time taken by moonlight 1.3 SEC to reach the Earth's solar system. The solar system consists of the Sun, 8 planets, and their satellites, or moons, and thousands of other smaller heavenly bodies such as asteroids, comets, and meteors. Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Sun, Mercury, Earth. 29 General knowledge. Geography. The Sun is at the center of the solar system and all these bodies revolve around it. It is the nearest star to the Earth. Meteors and meteorites. Average distance from the Earth. Diameter, temperature of the core, rotation speed, time taken by sunlight to reach the Earth 149,598,900 kilometers. 1,391,980 kilometers. 15 million degrees Celsius. 25.38 days, with respect to equator, 33 days, with respect to poles. 8 minutes and 16.6 SEC. Biggest planet, biggest satellite. Blue planet, green planet, brightest planet outside solar system, closest star of solar system, coldest planet, evening star, farthest planet from sun, planet with maximum number of satellites, fastest revolution in solar system, hottest planet, densest planet, fastest rotation in solar system, morning star, nearest planet to Earth, nearest planet to Sun, red planet, slowest revolution in solar system, slowest rotation in solar system, smallest planet, smallest satellite, Earth, twin only satellite with an atmosphere like Earth, Jupiter, Ganymede, Jupiter, Earth, Uranus, Venus, Sirius, dog star, Proxima Centauri, Neptune, Venus, Neptune, Saturn, overtaking Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Neptune, Venus, Mercury, Deimos, Mars, Venus, Titan, asteroids, or planetoids, small planetary bodies that revolve around the Sun and found in between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, also known as minor planets. Meteors are also called as shooting stars. Meteors are fragments of rocks coming towards the Earth. They are formed due to collision among the asteroids. Meteors that do not burn up completely in Earth's atmosphere and land on the Earth are called meteorites. Meteorites are composed of various proportions of a nickel-iron alloy, 10% nickel and 90% iron, and silicate minerals. Classification of planets. Inner planets include Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Outer planets include Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Inner planet, outer planet. They are called as terrestrial or rocky planets. They are nearer to the Sun. They are called as Sylvian or gaseous planets. They are far away from the Sun. Dwarf planet. According to International Astronomical Union, IAU, it is a celestial body in direct orbit of the Sun, that is massive enough that its shape is controlled by gravitational forces, but has not cleared its neighborhood. Example: Pluto, Ceres, Eris, Make, and Haumea. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year at the speed of 3 times 10^8 m/s. Astronomical unit. Mean distance between Earth and Sun. Earth. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. It is almost spherical, flattened a little at the poles with a slight bulge at the center, equator. Perihelion. Nearest position of the Earth to the Sun. Aphelion. Farthest position of the Earth from Sun. The Earth's interior is composed of 3 major layers: the crust, the mantle and the core. 30 LLLLLL General Knowledge Geography. Edward Suits has explained the interior of Earth on the basis of chemical composition as SiAl, SiMa, and NiFe. SiAl, silicon aluminium, upper part of the crust. SiMa, silicon magnesium, lower part of the crust. NiFe, nickel iron, outer part of the core. Rotation of the Earth. Earth spins on its imaginary axis from west to east in one day. Result in causation of day and night, tides. Revolution of the Earth. Earth's motion in elliptical orbit around the Sun in 1 year. Result in change of seasons. Longitudes, meridians. Meridians are a series of semicircles that run from pole to pole passing through the equator. Prime meridian passes through Greenwich near London, divides the Earth in eastern and western hemisphere. Its value is 0 degrees. Longitude has very important function, i.e., it determines local time in relation to Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. 1 degree change of longitude corresponds to 4 minutes difference in time. LLLL International Dateline, IDL, Age Mass Volume Mean Density Total Surface Area Land Area 4,550 million years 5.976 times 1,024 kilograms. Times 1,012 kilometers 3 1,083 5.513 g/cm 3 510 million square kilometers 29.2% of the total surface area. Water area 70.8% of the total surface area. Rotation speed 23 hr, 56 minutes, and 4.100 sec. Revolution speed 365 days, 5 hr and 45.51 sec. March 21st. Vernal equinox. Dates when days and nights are equal. September 23rd. Autumnal equinox. Longest day June 21st. Summer solstice. Sun is vertically overhead at Tropic of Cancer. Shortest night December 22nd. Winter solstice. Sun is vertically overhead at Tropic of Capricorn. Escape velocity 11.2 km/sec. Mean surface 14 degrees Celsius. Temperature. Latitudes. Imaginary lines drawn on the Earth's surface parallel to the equator. Equator, 0 degrees, is the biggest latitude that divides Earth in 2 equal hemispheres, north and south. Tropic of Cancer 23.5 degrees north. Tropic of Capricorn 23.5 degrees south. Arctic Circle 66.5 degrees north. Antarctic Circle 66.5 degrees south. Each degree of latitude equals 111 kilometers. The most important line of latitude is the equator. LL. It is the longitude where the date changes by exactly 1 day when it is crossed. 180 degrees east and 180 degrees west meridians is the same line, which is called the International Date Line. Crossing date line from west to east addition of 1 day. Crossing date line from east to west subtraction of 1 day. Recently Samoa Island decided to shift itself on west side of IDL. LLLL Indian Standard Time, IST. The Earth takes approximately 24 hours to complete one rotation, i.e., it takes 24 hours to complete 360 degrees of its rotation. Indian Standard Time is calculated on the basis of 82.5 degrees east longitude, which passes through Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Andhra Pradesh. IST is 5 hr 30 minutes ahead of GMT. Eclipses. When the light of the sun or the moon is blocked by another body, the sun or the moon is said to be in eclipse. Solar eclipse. It is caused when the moon revolving around the Earth comes in between the Earth and the sun, thus making a part or whole of the sun invisible from a particular part of the Earth. Thus, the eclipse can be partial or complete. Lunar eclipse. When the Earth comes between the moon and the sun, the shadow cast by the Earth on the moon results in a lunar eclipse. LL31 General Knowledge Geography. Rocks. Types of volcanoes. Rocks are made up of individual substances, called minerals, found mostly in solid state. Rocks are classified into 3 major types. Igneous rocks are formed by the solidification of the molten magma, example mica, granite, etc. Sedimentary rocks are formed due to accumulation of rock particles and organic matter in layers, under tremendous pressure, example gravel, peat, gypsum, etc. Metamorphic rocks were originally igneous or sedimentary but later changed due to pressure, heat or action of water, example gneiss, marble, quartzite etc. LLLLLLL type of rock original rock metamorphic rock igneous sedimentary granite basalt limestone coal sandstone shale clay gneiss greenstone marble graphite, coal quartzite slate, mica, schist weathering the process by which rocks are chemically or physically disintegrated into fragments. Earthquakes any sudden disturbance below the Earth's surface may produce vibrations or shaking in Earth's crust and some of these vibrations, when reach the surface, are known as earthquakes. The magnitude of an earthquake is measured by Richter scale. The intensity of earthquake waves is recorded by seismograph. Intensity of shaking is measured on the modified Mercalli scale. Focus is the point beneath the Earth where earthquake originates. Epicenter is the point just above the focus on the Earth's surface. Volcanism sudden eruption of hot magma, molten rock, gases, ash, and other material from inside the Earth to its surface. Active which erupts frequently, example Mauna Loa, Hawaii, Etna, Sicily, Vesuvius, Italy, Stromboli, Mediterranean Sea. Dormant not erupted for quite some time, example Fujiyama, Japan, Krakatoa, Indonesia, Barren Island, India. Extinct not erupted for several centuries. Example Arthur's Seat, Edinburgh, Scotland. Ring of fire hundreds of active volcanoes found on the land near the edges of the Pacific Ocean. Tsunami large ocean wave that is caused by sudden motion on the ocean floor. Motion could be an earthquake, volcanic eruption, or underwater landslide. Landforms there are three major landforms: mountains, plateaus, and plains. Mountains an uplifted portion of the Earth's surface is called a hill or a mountain. Mountains are classified into following four types: fold mountains. These are formed by folding of crustal rocks by compressive forces. Example Himalayas, Asia, Alps, Europe. Block mountains when great blocks of the Earth's crust are raised or lowered during the last stage of mountain building. Block mountains are formed, example Vosges in France, Black Forest Mountains in Germany. Volcanic mountains. These are formed by the matter thrown out from the volcanoes, and are also known as mountains of accumulation, example Mt. Mauna Loa in Hawaii, Mt. Popa in Myanmar. Residual or dissected mountains. They are known as relict mountains or mountains of circumdenudation. They owe their present form to erosion by different agencies, e.g. Nilgiris, Girnar, and Rajmahal. LLLL 32 General knowledge geography plateaus range location length, km, Andes South America 7,200 Himalayas, South Central Karakoram and Asia Hindu Kush 5,000 Rockies 4,800 North America Great Dividing Range East Australia 3,600 Atlas Northwest Africa 1930 Western Ghats Western India 1,610 Caucasus 1,200 Europe Plateaus are flat table-like, upland areas with rough top surface and steep side walls. Plateau situation: Tibetan Plateau between Himalayas and Kunlun Mountains, Deccan Plateau, Southern India, Arabian Plateau, Southwest Asia, Plateau of Brazil, Central Eastern South America, Alaska, USA 1130, Plateau of Mexico, Mexico, Alps, Europe 1050, Plateau of Colombia, USA, Plateau of Madagascar, Madagascar, Plateau of Alaska, Northwest North America, Plateau of Bolivia, Andes Mountains, Great Basin Plateau, south of Columbia Plateau, USA, Colorado Plateau, south of Great Basin Plateau, USA, mountain peak location Mt. Everest, highest in the world, Nepal, Tibet K2, Godwin, Austin, India, Pak, Dhaulagiri, Nepal, Annapurna, Nepal, Durla, Mand, Hatta, Tibet, Kashmir, Pakistan, Plains, Aconcagua, Argentina, Cotopaxi, Ecuador, Kilimanjaro, Tanzania. A relatively low-lying and flat land surface with least difference between its highest and lowest points is called a plain. Atmosphere LL the vast expanse of air, which envelopes the Earth all around, is called the atmosphere. It extends to thousands of kilometers. It protects the Earth's surface from the sun's harmful ultraviolet rays. Layer height, km, Feature troposphere 0 to 18 km, stratosphere 18 to 50 km, mesosphere 50 to 80 km, ionosphere 80 to 600 km, exosphere above 600 km contains 75% of the gases in the atmosphere. As height increases, temperature decreases, about 6.5 degrees C/km ascent. This layer contains the ozone layer. The temperature remains fairly constant in the lower part but increases slowly with increase in height due to presence of ozone gas. At upper layer temperature is almost 00 C. This is the coldest region of the atmosphere. The temperature drops to about 100 degrees Celsius. Radio waves are bounced off the ions and reflect waves back to the Earth. This generally helps radio communication. Upper part of exosphere is called magnetosphere. The temperature keeps on rising constantly at high rate. 33 General knowledge geography LLL. It also regulates temperature, preventing the Earth from becoming too hot or too cold. The major constituents of air in the atmosphere are nitrogen, 78%, oxygen, 21%, argon, 0.93%, and carbon dioxide, 0.03%. Besides water vapor, dust particles, smoke, salts and other impurities are present in air in varying quantities. Greenhouse effect and global warming LLLA. Greenhouse gas, sometimes abbreviated GHG, is a gas in the atmosphere that absorbs and emits radiation within the thermal infrared range. This process is the fundamental cause of the greenhouse effect. The primary greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide and ozone. In the solar system, the atmosphere of Venus, Mars, and Titan also contain gases that cause greenhouse effects. Global warming is the increase of Earth's average surface temperature due to effect of greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide emissions from burning fossil fuels or from deforestation. This is a type of greenhouse effect. Pressure system of Earth LL. The pressure exerted by the atmosphere due to its weight, above a unit area of the Earth's surface is called atmospheric pressure. It is measured by mercury barometer. Major pressure belts of the Earth are equatorial low, subtropical high, subpolar low and polar high. Winds due to horizontal differences in air pressure, air flows from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. Horizontal movement of the air is called wind. The types of winds are given below. Planetary winds. The winds blowing throughout the year from one latitude to another in response to latitudinal differences in air pressure are called planetary or prevailing winds. Planetary winds are divided into three types. They are trade winds, westerlies, and polar winds. Trade winds. They blow from the subtropical high-pressure belt to the equatorial low-pressure belt in the tropics between 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south latitudes. 2. Westerlies. They blow from subtropical high-pressure belt to the subpolar low-pressure belt in the temperate latitudes between 30 degrees and 60 degrees, on the either side of the equator. These are also called roaring 40s, the furious 50s and shrieking or screaming 60s. 3. Polar winds. They blow from the polar high-pressure belt to the subpolar low-pressure belt between 60 degrees latitude and the pole on both sides of the equator. Periodic winds. They change their direction periodically with the change in pressure and temperature, example monsoon, land, and sea breeze. Local winds. Local winds develop as a result of local differences in temperature and pressure. Example phone, Chinook, Lu. Cyclones. Rapid inward circulation of air masses with a low pressure at center. It is anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Anticyclones. Rapid outward movement of air masses with a high pressure at center. Hurricane. This is also known as tropical cyclone or tropical storm. This is a disturbance of about 650 kilometers across, spinning around a central area of very low pressure, with wind speed above 140 kilometers per hour. 34 General knowledge geography. Name. Nature of wind. Chinook. Hot, dry wind in Rockies, also called snow either. Hot, dry wind in the Alps. Hot, dry wind in Egypt. Hot, moist wind from Sahara to Mediterranean Sea. It is also known as blood rain. Hot, moist wind from Sahara towards Iberian Peninsula. Hot, dry wind blowing outwards from the interior of Western Africa. Also called Guinea Doctor. Cold, dry wind blowing outwards from Hungary to the north of Italy, near Adriatic Sea. Very cold wind, which blows from the Alps over France. Cold, dry wind blowing down towards the western side of Andes. Very cold winds in tundra region. Fontaine Toronto Solano Harmattan Bora Mistral Punas Blizzard Perga Levante Nor'wester Santa Ana Cold wind in Russian tundra. Cold wind in Spain. Hot wind in New Zealand. Hot wind in South California in USA. Panama Suez Erie Keel Ocean's deepest point Pacific Atlantic Indian Arctic Mariana Trans Puerto Rico Trans Java Trans Eurasian Basin Strait Water Bodies Joint Area Bab el Mandeb Bering Red Sea and Arabian Sea Arctic Ocean and Bering Sea Black Sea and Marmara Sea North Sea and Atlantic Ocean Gulf of Mexico and Atlantic Ocean Arabia and Africa Alaska and Asia Turkey Bosphorus Silver Florida Gibraltar Mediterranean Sea and Atlantic Ocean Java Sea and Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean South Pacific and South Atlantic Ocean Java Sea and Indian Ocean River Oregon Malacca Nile Amazon Yangtze Mississippi Missouri Yenisei Huang Ho Ob Congo Amur Lena Mekong Niger Victoria Lake Andes, Peru, Tibetan Kiang Plateau Itasca Lake, USA, Paktunuola Mountains Kunlun Mountains Altai Mountains, Russellulaba, and Lulipula Rivers Northeast China Baikal Mountains Tibetan Highlands Guinea Typhoons Tropical Cyclones Hurricanes Tornadoes Willy Willies China Sea Indian Ocean Caribbean Sea USA Northern Australia Pacific Ocean with Caribbean Sea Mediterranean Sea to Red Sea Atlantic Ocean to Great Lakes North Sea to Baltic Sea Magellan Sunda England and Europe Florida and Bahamas Islands Spain and Africa, Morocco, India and Indonesia India and Sri Lanka Chile Indonesia Lake Location Caspian Sea Superior Victoria Huron Michigan Tanganyika Baikal Great Bear Aral Great Slave Asia Canada and USA Africa Canada and USA Africa Russia Canada Kazakhstan Canada 35 General Knowledge Geography Waterfall Location Name Country / Region Angel Falls Venezuela Sahara, Libyan, Nubian, North Africa Tagila Falls South Africa Australia Mons Norway Australian, Gibson, Simpson, Victorian Great Sandy, Yosemite United States Peru Arabian, Rub al-Khali, Inaccurate, Arabia Catarata Yumbilla Gilat, Barren Desert, Iran Dasti Kabur, Salt Desert, Iran River Desierto de Sisura Peru Akub, Myanmar, Irrawaddy Atacama North Chile. Baghdad, Iraq, Tigris Patagonia Argentina Becerra, Iraq, Tigris and Euphrates Kalahari Botswana Belgrade Danube Namibia Berlin, Germany, Spree Bristol, UK, Avon Budapest, Hungary, Danube Cairo, Egypt, Nile Canton Xikiang 1. Greenland Glasgow, Scotland, Clyde 2. New Guinea 785,753 Indonesia Hamburg, Germany, Elba 3. Borneo 748,168 Jumkesur Subarnarecca Indonesia, Malaysia Kabul 4. Madagascar 587,713 Madagascar Karachi Indus 5. Baffin Island 503,944 Canada Khartoum, Sudan, Nile 6. Sumatra 443,066 Indonesia Town Rank Name Area, KM2, 3 Country 2,175,600 Denmark Lahore Ruby Lisbon, Portugal, Kangas London, UK, Thames Mineral Lucknow Gomti Gold China Montreal, Canada, Ottawa Bauxite Australia Newcastle, UK, Tyre Copper Silly New Orleans, USA, Mississippi Platinum South Africa New York, USA, Hudson Chromium South Africa Paris, France, St. Vanadium China Philadelphia, USA, Delaware Antimony China Rome, Italy, Tiber Tungsten, China Shanghai Yang Phosphate Morocco Srinagar Dalam Manganese China Warsaw, Poland, Vistula Diamond Russia Washington D.C. Potomac Iron Ore China Yangon, Myanmar, Irrawaddy Petroleum USA leading producer 36 General knowledge geography grassland country name in between steppe Pustas prairie pampas Eurasia Hungary USA Argentina and Uruguay. South America, South Africa Australia New Zealand Radcliffe Line, 1947, McMahon Line, 1914, Durand Line, 1893. Hindenburg Line Maginot Line Oder Neisse Line Siegfried Line India and Pakistan, Indo-Pak, India and China, Indochina, Felt Downs Canterbury Agricultural produce leading producer coffee rubber tea oil palm cocoa coconut date palm cotton wheat maize fruits and vegetables wool rice cloves Brazil Thailand China Indonesia Ghana Indonesia Egypt China China USA China Australia China Zanzibar Anton, China, Baku, Azerbaijan, Belfast, Ireland, Birmingham, UK, Chicago, USA, Detroit, USA, Havana, Cuba, Hollywood, USA, Johannesburg, South Africa, Kansas City, USA, Kawasaki, Japan, Kimberley, South Africa, Krivoy Rog, Ukraine, Leeds, UK, Leningrad, Russia, 38th parallel line 49th parallel line 24th parallel line 17th parallel line Pakistan and Afghanistan Germany and Poland France and Germany Germany and Poland fortification between Germany and France North and South Korea USA and Canada Pakistan claims that it is the boundary between India and Pakistan in Ran of Kich North Vietnam and South Vietnam highest and lowest points of the continent highest, M, Asia Africa MT Everest, 8,850, MT Kilimanjaro, 5,895, North America MT McKinley, 6,190, South America MT Aconcagua, 6,962, Antarctica Vincent Massif, 4,897, Europe MT Elbrus, 5,642, Australia MT Kosciuszko, 2,228, Iron and Steel Petroleum Shipbuilding Iron and Steel Meat Packing Automobile Cigars Films Gold Mining Meat Packing Iron and Steel Diamond Mining Iron and Steel Woolen Textiles Shipbuilding Los Angeles, USA, Lyon, France, Magnitogorsk, Russia, Manchester, UK, Milan, Italy, Multan, Pakistan, Munich, Germany, Nagoya, Janpan, Philadelphia, USA, Pittsburgh, USA, Plymouth, USA, Rourkela, India, Sheffield, UK, Vladivostok, Russia, Wellington, New Zealand, Lowest, M, Dead Sea, 396, Lake Ashel, 151, Death Valley, 87, Valdez Peninsula, 40, Bentley Subglacial Trench, 2538, Caspian Sea, 28, Lake Eyre, 16, Petroleum Silk Textiles Iron and Steel Cotton Textile Silk Textile Pottery Lenses, Automobiles Locomotives Iron and Steel Shipbuilding Iron and Steel Cutlery Shipbuilding Dairy Products 37 General Knowledge Geography Indian Geography India India is the 7th largest country in the world with an area of 3,287,263 square kilometers, which is 2.42% of world's area. India is the second most populous country in the world with a population of 1.21 billion, which is 17.44% of the world. Indian subcontinent is located in the northern and eastern hemisphere. India shares longest boundary with Bangladesh, 4,096 kilometers, followed by China, 3,488 kilometers, Pakistan, 3,323 kilometers, Nepal, 1,751 kilometers, Myanmar, 1,643 kilometers, Bhutan, 699 kilometers, and Afghanistan, 106 kilometers. In India, the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degrees north latitude, passes through 8 states, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Tripura and Mizoram. Islands Andaman and Nicobar Islands in the Bay of Bengal, Lakshadweep, Amandivi, and Manipur in the Arabian Sea. Ocean India lies midway between the Far East and Middle East. The Trans-Indian Ocean routes connecting the industrially developed countries of Europe in the west and the underdeveloped countries of East Asia pass close by Indian subcontinent. It is surrounded by Arabian Sea in the southwest and Bay of Bengal in the southeast. Country border Pakistan. 4. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Afghanistan. 1. Jammu and Kashmir, China. 5. Nepal. 5. Bhutan. 4. Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, West Bengal, Sikkim, West Bengal, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Bangladesh. 5. West Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram. Highest peak height, in m. MTK2 Kanchenjunga Nanda Devi Sal Toro Kangri 8611 8598 7817 7742 Kanjo 7090 Rio Purgil 6816 Saramati Sandik Pakayang Anamudi Dagda Beta 3841 3636 3114 2695 2636 State Pak, India, Sikkim Uttarakhand Jammu and Kashmir Arunachal Pradesh Himachal Pradesh Nagaland West Bengal Manipur Kerala Tamil Nadu Important facts Latitudinal extent Longitudinal extent North-South extent East-West extent Land frontiers Total coastline Number of states Union territories 8 degrees 4 minutes north to 37 degrees 6 minutes north 68 degrees 7 minutes east to 97 degrees 25 minutes east 3,214 kilometers 2,933 kilometers 15,200 kilometers 7,516.6 kilometers 29.8. After bifurcation of J&K in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh and merger of Dadar and Nagar Haveli with Daman and Diu, land neighbors Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Longest coastline Gujarat active volcano Barren Island in Andaman and Nicobar Islands southernmost point Indira Point or Pygmalion Point in Great Nicobar southernmost tip Kanyakumari northernmost point Indira Col westernmost point west of Gormota in Gujarat easternmost point Kivatu, Arunachal Pradesh. 38 General knowledge Geography and Bungar Khadar. These are low plains formed of older alluvium. The deposit of fresh alluvium every year brought by the Himalayas rivers makes this belt of northern plains. This belt ends in Khadar. This belt ends in Tarai. Tarai Babar. Tarai is a broad long zone south of Babar Plain. Babar is a long narrow plain along the foothills. It is a marshy damp area covered with thick forest. It is a pebble-studded zone of porous beds. It is 20 to 30 kilometers wide. It is 9 to 16 kilometers wide. It is suitable for agriculture. It is unsuitable for agriculture. Dud region Bist Dud between Bias and Sutlej Bari. Dud between Bias and Ravi Region. Dud between Ravi and Chenab. Dud between Chenab and Jhelum. Sindh Sagar. Dud between Jhelum and Indus. Eastern Ghat. Western Ghat located east to Deccan Plateau. They are parallel to eastern coast, i.e., Coromandel, northern Sarkar, etc. Mahanadi, Kavarai, Godavari, Krishna etc. rivers are drawn in this landform. Sindhagata with an altitude of 1,690 m is the highest peak. Located west to Deccan Plateau. They are parallel to western coast, i.e., Konkan, Kannad, Malabar etc. Nirmada, Tapi, Sabarmati, and Mahi etc. rivers are drawn in this land. Anamudi with an altitude of 2,695 m is the highest peak. Town River Jamshedpur Delhi Kanpur Surat Firozpur Allahabad Subarnarekha Yamuna Ganga Kai Sutlej at the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna Varanasi Ganga Haridwar Ganga Badrinath Ludhiana Ulkananga Sutlej Jhelum Saryu Sabarmati Ganga Sambal Nirmada Mandavi Chipra Brahmaputra Hooghly Mahanadi Musi Godavari Gomti. Smooth outline Decepted outline occurrence of deltas occurrence of estuaries broad narrow Srinagar Ayodhya Ahmedabad Patna Kota Jabalpur Panji Ajay Guwahati Kolkata Cuttack, Hyderabad, Nashik, Long Rivers, Small Rivers, Lucknow, Eastern Coast, Western Coast. 39 General Knowledge, Geography, Waterfall height, km, River State, Kunchikal, Jog, Saparakim, Kunstatai, Kevti, Savasimagram, 455, 260, 168, 127, 98, 90, Varhi, Saravati, Jakati, Had, Mahanadi, Kavarai, Karnataka, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka. Name of lake, state, important facts: Chilka Lake, Kolar Lake, Lake Lonar Lake, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Manipur, Maharashtra. It is a saline and lagoon lake, largest lake of India. It is a freshwater lake. It is a freshwater lake having inland drainage in Manipur. It is a meteorite crater lake in Buldana area of Maharashtra. The water is highly charged with sodium carbonate and sodium chloride. It is a salty lake. It is a saline and lagoon lake. Pangong Lake, Chulakat Lake, Jammu and Kashmir, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh borders. Sambar Lake, Rajasthan, Somorari Lake, Jammu and Kashmir, Vembanad Lake, Kerala, Wooler and Dal Lake, Jammu and Kashmir. It is a shallow lake which is saline, located near Jaipur. It is a salty lake. It is a lagoon lake. Wooler Lake was created due to tectonic activities. Name originates from falls into Ganges, Sutlej, Indus, Ravi, Beas, Chilam, Yamuna, Sambal, Gagara, Kosi, Vidway, Sun, Brahmaputra, Nirmada, Kai, Mahanadi, Luni, Gagar, Savar, Metai, Krishna, Godavari, Kavarai, Tungabhadra. Combined sources: Mansaravar Rikas lakes near Mansaravar Lake, Kulu Hills near Rohtang Pass, Varinag in Kashmir, Yamunatra, Singer, Kauri Peak, Vindhyan Escarpment, Matsatun Glacier near Dosandam Peak, Vindhyan Amarkantak near Mansaravar Lake, Amarkantak Bishol District in Madhya Pradesh, Raipur District in Chhattisgarh, Aravalis Himalayas, Moor Hill, Aravalis Western Ghats, Nashik District in Maharashtra, Brahmagir Range of Western Ghats, Bay of Bengal, Sin of Arabian Sea, Sin of Sutlej, Sin of Ganga, Yamuna, Ganga, Bay of Bengal, Gulf of Kambat, Bay of Bengal, Ran of Kashmir, Fatahabad, Gulf of Kambat, Bay of Bengal, Krishna. 40 Project, General Knowledge, Geography, Purpose, Beneficiary. States: Bhakra Nangal Project, Sutlej River Power and Irrigation, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, and Rajasthan. Damodar Valley, Damodar Power, Irrigation and Flood Control, Jharkhand and West Bengal, shared by Madhya Pradesh. Uttarakhand, Mahanadi Power and Irrigation, Odisha. Tungabhadra Project, Tungabhadra Power and Irrigation, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. Nagarjunasagar Project, Krishna Power and Irrigation, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Gandak River Project, Gandak Power and Irrigation, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Nepal, joint venture of India and Nepal. Kosi Project, Kosi Flood Control, Power, and Bihar Irrigation. Farakka Project, Ganga, Bhagirathi Power, Irrigation, avoid accumulation of slip to improve navigation. West Bengal Beas Project, Beas Irrigation and Power. Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, and Himachal Pradesh. Indira Gandhi Canal Project, Rajasthan Canal Project, Sutlej, Beas, and Ravi Irrigation. Rajasthan, Punjab and Haryana. Sambal Project, Sambal Power and Irrigation, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Kakrapura Project, Katai Irrigation, Gujarat. Lukai Project, Katai Power and Irrigation, Gujarat. Kawa Project, Kawa, Nirmada Irrigation, Madhya Pradesh. Putampat Project, Godavari Irrigation, Telangana. Malaprabha Project, Malaprabha Irrigation, Karnataka. Durgapur Bharat, Damodar Irrigation and Navigation, West Bengal and Jharkhand. Mahanadi Delta Project, Mahanadi Irrigation, Odisha. Idukki Project, Periyar Hydroelectricity. Kerala. Koyna Project, Koyna Hydroelectricity. Maharashtra. Ramganga Multipurpose Project, Sisat Stream near Kala Power and Irrigation. Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Madatila Project, Bidway Multipurpose Power and Irrigation. Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Kari Dam Project, Telangana, Bhagirathi Hydroelectricity. Uttarakhand. Rihand Scheme, Rihand Hydroelectricity. Uttar Pradesh. Kunda Project, Kunda Hydroelectricity and Irrigation. Tamil Nadu. Climatic requirements: tropical. Thorny rainfall 50 to 70 centimeters, temperature 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, humidity 47%, rainfall 200 centimeters, tidal/littoral high water salinity. Mangrove and areas are flooded regularly. Tropical wet evergreen rainfall 250 centimeters, temperature 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, humidity 80% or more. Tropical semi-rainfall 200 to 250 centimeters, Temperature evergreen 24 to 27 degrees Celsius. Humidity 80%. Areas receive rain. Tropical dry from northeast. Evergreen monsoon. Temperature 28 degrees Celsius. Humidity 74%. Tropical moist. Moderate rainfall of 150 to 200 centimeters. Deciduous. Temperature 26 to 27 degrees Celsius. Humidity 60 to 80%. Rainfall 150 centimeters. Tropical dry season. Deciduous. Name: sal, teak, sandalwood, ebony, mahua. Western Ghats, Eastern Coastal Plains, Sikkim. Eastern Plateau. Sal, teak, Kher, Palash, Tendu, Laurel. Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Western Ghats, Rajasthan, and West Bengal. Trees shed their leaves in the dry season. Undergrowth is shrubby and grassy. Trees shed their leaves in the dry season. Trees are stunted. 6 to 9 m. Trees have long roots, sharp spines, and glossy leaves to conserve. Water trees are evergreen. Breathing roots called Nematophores kerni, Damon, tamarind, neem, cane. Presence of canopy. Low height, about 9 to 12 m. Kira, Amur, Sundari, Agar, Bendi, Nipobabul, Acacia, Kher, Kazuri Semel, Rosewood, Indian chestnut, Kusum, Mizua. Evergreen mixed with deciduous. High 24 to 36 m. Southwestern Punjab, Western Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh, Western Madhya Pradesh, Tis, and Saurashtra Delta regions of Ganga, Mahanadi, Godavari and Krishna Coromandel. Coast of Tamil Nadu. Lower slopes of eastern Himalayas, Odisha coast. Northeast India, western slopes of Western Ghats, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Mesa, Dup, white cedar, Damon, bamboo, agar and hoppy. Dense forest. Tall trees found in area. Important species feature. General knowledge. Geography 41 tea, coffee, rubber, cashew, and millets. Generally unsuitable for cultivation, but with irrigation useful for cultivation of drought-resistant lime, millets, barley, cotton, maize, and pulses. With fertile herbs, tea, fruits, and medicinal plants can be grown. Unfit for agriculture. Rich in iron and potash, but deficient in lime, nitrogen, phosphorus, and humus. Eastern parts of Deccan Plateau, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Odisha, and Meghalaya. Summits of eastern and western Ghats, rich in iron but poor in silica, lime. Assam Hills, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, phosphorus, potash, and humus. West Bengal and Odisha. West and northwest India, Rajasthan, North Gujarat, and southern Punjab. Hills of Jammu and Kashmir. Uttarakhand rich in iron and humus, but deficient in and Assam Hills. Lime. Drier parts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. Kerala, coastal regions of Odisha, Tamil contain large amount of soluble salts and useful for rice and jute cultivation. Nadu and Sundarbans of West Bengal. Organic matter, but lack in potash and phosphates. Red laterite desert mountain saline, Re, Kalar, Yugur, Thursday, Rooker, and alkaline peaty and marshy. Many salts such as sodium, magnesium, and calcium. Rich in soluble salts, but deficient in organic matter. Rich in iron, lime, aluminium, magnesium, cotton, sugarcane, flour, tobacco, wheat, and rice. Calcium, but lacks in nitrogen, phosphorus, and humus. Deccan Plateau, valleys of Krishna and Godavari, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Black soil, reguous soil, wheat, rice, cotton, sugarcane, and pulses. Large variety of rabi and kharif crops such as wheat, rice, sugarcane, cotton, and jute, etc. Rich in potash and lime but deficient in nitrogen and phosphorus. Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Jharkhand. Alluvial crops grow. Composition states where found. Occurrence. Types 42. General knowledge. Geography. Dry forests or arid forests. Tropical dry deciduous forests. Tropical moist deciduous forests. Tropical evergreen forests. Forest type Rajasthan and adjoining areas of Haryana, Gujarat, and Punjab. Rain shadow area of peninsular India. Large parts of Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. Parts of Punjab, Haryana, and eastern parts of Rajasthan. Northern and western parts of Madhya Pradesh. Tamil Nadu. Southern parts of Uttar Pradesh. Foothills of Himalayas in Babar and Tarai region. These cover about 20% India's forest area. Eastern parts of Sahyadris, Western Ghats. Northeastern part of Peninsula. Middle and Lower Ganga Valley. Rainy slopes of Western Ghats. Any India except Arunachal Pradesh. Eastern part of West Bengal and Odisha. Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Distribution low rainfall, less than 50 centimeters per annum. Relative humidity is less. 50 to 100 centimeters rainfall. Moderate humidity. 100 to 200 centimeters rainfall per annum. Moderate temperature. Rainfall 200 centimeters, relative humidity 70%, average temperature is about 24 degrees Celsius. Hot and humid climate. Climatic conditions and thorny vegetation. Roots are very long. Leaves are small. 6 to 15 m high. Roots are thick and long. 30 to 40 m high trees. Due to deficiency of water, they shed their leaves in spring, onset of summer. Height of trees is 40 to 60 m. Leaves are dark green and broad. Characteristics: cactus, thorny bushes, kicker, basil, date palm, acacia, care, euphorbias, etc. Teak, sal, bamboo, mango, acacia, neem, shisham, etc. Sal, teak, arjun, mulberry, kusum, sandalwood, ceres, haldi, care, mango, banyan tree, etc. Mahogany, mahuat, bamboo, cones, ironwood, kudum, iril, jamun, poppy, rubber tree, tin, kelser, etc. Species: General Knowledge Geography 4344 General Knowledge Geography Seasons of India Climate: El monsoon, a type of wind system, in which there is almost complete reversal of prevailing wind direction. Types: LLL1. Southwest monsoon, June and July. 2. Northeast monsoon, September to December. Winter season mid-December to mid-March. Summer season mid-March to May. Rainy season June to September. Season of retreating monsoon October to mid-December. Type: area characteristics: tropical rainforests, Western Ghats, west coastal plains, parts of Assam. High temperature throughout the year. Heavy seasonal rainfall. Annual rainfall 200 centimeters annually, May to November. Tropical savanna climate. Most of peninsular region, except leeward side of Western Ghats. Dry winters. Annual rainfall varies from 76 centimeters to 150 centimeters. Rain-shadow belt running southward. Tropical semi-arid steppe from central Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu. Climate: low rainfall varies from 38 centimeters to 80 centimeters and temperature from 20 degrees to 30 degrees Celsius. Tropical and subtropical steppes: Punjab, Haryana, and Kutch region. Temperature varies from 12 degrees 35 degrees C. Tropical desert: scanty rainfall, mostly in form of cloud. Western parts of Barmer, Jaisalmer, and Bikaner districts of Rajasthan and Burst. High temperature. Parts of Kutch humid subtropical climate with dry winters. South of Himalayas mild winters and extremely hot summers. Mountain climate: mountainous region, above 6,000 m or more. Rainfall varies from 63.5 centimeters to 254 centimeters, mostly during southwest monsoon. Agriculture's aid: India is essentially an agricultural land. 2/3 of its population still lives on agriculture. It includes farming, animal rearing and fishing. Sown in February/March, harvested in May/June. Example: urad, mung, melons, etc. Agricultural seasons in India. It is the phrase generally used to describe the spectacular increase that took place during 1968 and is continuing in the production of food grains in India. The components of Green Revolution are high-yield variety seeds, irrigation, use of fertilizer, use of insecticide and pesticide, command area development, program consolidation of holdings, etc. There are three major crop seasons in India: Kharif sown in June/July, harvested in September/October, example rice, jowar, bajra, ragi, maize, cotton, and jute. Rabi sown in October/December, harvested in April/May, example wheat, barley, peas, rapeseed, mustard, grains. Green Revolution General Knowledge Geography Type Name Major Producers Cereals Wheat Rice Gram Barley Bajra Sugarcane Poppy Coconut Linseed Groundnut Rapeseed and Mustard Sesame Sunflower Cotton Jute Silk Hemp Coffee Rubber Tea Tobacco Pepper Cashew Nuts Ginger Turmeric Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and Madhya Pradesh West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan, Gujarat Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra Uttar Pradesh and Himachal Pradesh Kerala and Tamil Nadu Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Haryana Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Haryana Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra and Gujarat West Bengal and Bihar Karnataka and Kerala Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh Karnataka and Kerala and Karnataka Assam and Kerala Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh Kerala, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh Kerala and Uttar Pradesh Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. Cash crops, oil seeds, fiber crops, plantations, spices. 45 Mineral resources. Types of minerals: metallic iron ore, copper, aluminium, tin, lead, gold and silver. Non-metallic coal, mica, manganese, petroleum, and sulfur. Radioactive uranium and thorium. Gondwana rocks, Chotanagpur Plateau, are the richest mineral deposits in India. Mineral states: coal West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Copper Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Karnataka. Gold Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Iron Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand. Bauxite Odisha, Jharkhand, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Mica Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh, and Rajasthan. Petroleum Assam, Gujarat, Mumbai High, Bassein, south of Mumbai High. Uranium Jharkhand, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. Thorium Kerala coast, rocks of Aravalli. In Rajasthan: silver, zinc, and lead. Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka. Kolar mines, diamond. Punna, Madhya Pradesh, Bunda, Uttar Pradesh. 46 General Knowledge Geography Transportation in India. Railways LLL. Indian railway system is the second largest in Asia and the fourth largest in the world. The longest railway platform in India is now Gorakhpur with a stretch of around 1.3 kilometers. Railway zone headquarters: Central, Eastern, Northern, Northeastern, Northeast, Frontier, Southern, South, Central, Southeastern, Western, East Coast, East Central, North Central, Northwestern, Southwestern, West Central, Southeast Central. Kolkata Metro South Coast Railway. Mumbai, CST, Kolkata, New Delhi, Gorakhpur, Malajayan, Guwahati, Chennai, Secunderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, Churchgate, Bhubaneswar, Hajipur, Allahabad, Jaipur, Hubli, Jabalpur, Bilaspur, Kolkata. Visakhapatnam LLL. The first train ran in India between Bombay and Thane, a stretch of 34 kilometers, on April 16, 1853. The second train ran between Howrah and Hooghly in 1854. The first electric train in India was Deccan Queen. It was introduced in 1929 between Bombay and Pune. The longest train route is Vivek Express from Dibrugarh in Assam to Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu. It covers a distance of 4,273 kilometers, 2,655 miles. The first metro train was introduced in Kolkata, West Bengal, on October 24, 1984. The two stations connected were Dumdum and Belgatia. In 1990, Konkan Railway has been started between Goa, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. Delhi Metro Rail was started in 2002 on December 25 between Sagra and Tees Hazari. Rapid Metro train has been started in Gurgaon, Haryana, on November 14, 2013. LL Vandbharat Express, also known as Train 18, is an Indian semi-high-speed electric, India's fastest train made by Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, under Make in India program. Eastern Peripheral Expressway or Kundli Ghaziabad Pulwal Expressway is a 6-lane expressway passing through the states of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. India's longest greenfield 6-lane expressway named American Samoa Agra-Lucknow Expressway has been inaugurated in Uttar Pradesh. Road Transport LLC India has one of the largest road networks in the world, 48 lakh km approximate. It consists of national highways, state highways, major/other district roads and rural roads. NH44, 3,745 kilometers, is the longest highway of India, Srinagar to Kanyakumari. NH548 and NH118 are the shortest national highways, each with a length of 5 kilometers. The North-South and East-West Corridor, NSU, is the largest ongoing expressway project in India. It is the second phase of the National Highways Development Project, NHDP, and involves building 7,300 km of 6-lane expressway connecting Srinagar, Kanyakumari, Porbandar, and Silchar. NSU corridor intersect at Jhansi. The Indian Railways operate in 3 different gauges, i.e. broad gauge, distance between rails is 1.676 m, meter gauge, distance between rails is 1.00 m, and narrow gauge, distance between rails is 0.762 or 0.610 m. Maharashtra has the maximum length of surface roads in India. The Golden Quadrilateral project connects the 4 metropolitan cities of Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata, covering a total distance of 5,952 kilometers. It is the first phase of the National Highways Development Project, NHDP. 47 General Knowledge Geography NH Note Kandla Port was renamed as PT Deen Dayal Upadhyay Port in 2017. Connects NH1 NH2 New Delhi Ambala Jalandhar Amritsar Delhi Mathura Agra Kanpur Allahabad Varanasi Kolkata NH3 Agra Gwalior Nasik Mumbai NH4 Thane and Chennai Viaduct Pune and Bengaluru New Hampshire 5 Kolkata Chennai NH6 Kolkata Dual NH7 Varanasi Kanyakumari 2,369 kilometers, NH8 Delhi Mumbai, via Jaipur, Vadodara, and Ahmedabad, NH9 Mumbai Vijayawada NH10 Delhi Fazilka Air Transport LLL Water Transport. As per the National Waterways Act, 2016, 111 waterways have been declared as national waterways, including the 5 existing NWS given below. NW1 Allahabad to Haldia on Ganga River, NW2 Sadia to Dubri on Brahmaputra River, NW3 Kollam to Katapuram, along Kampakara Enerdayag Mandal Canal, NW4 Kakinada to Marakkanam along Godavari and Krishna River, NW5 Mangaldur to Paradeep and Kalsur to Damarat along Mahanadi and Brahmani, NW6 Luckipur to Benga Western Coast L. In 1935. The Tata Airline started its operation between Mumbai and Thiruvananthapuram, and in 1937 between Mumbai and Delhi. In 1953, all the private airline companies were nationalised and Indian Airlines and Air India came into existence. Vedant Limited started in 1981 as a private air carrier and later on it merged with Indian Airlines. International Airports Authority of India and National Airports Authority were merged on 1995 to form Airports Authority of India. The authority manages the Civil Aviation Training College at Allahabad and National Institute of Aviation Management and Research at Delhi. 1,620 kilometers 891 kilometers International Airport City Rajiv Gandhi International Airport Hyderabad 1,095 kilometers Calicut International Airport Calicut Mumbai 623 kilometers Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport Kempegowda International Airport Bengaluru Goa Airport in Vasco da Gama City Goa Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose International Airport Kolkata Thiruvananthapuram International Airport Thiruvananthapuram Priya Gopinath Bodolali International Airport Guwahati Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport Ahmedabad Indira Gandhi International Airport Delhi Chennai International Airport Chennai Sri Guru Ram Das Ji International Airport Amritsar Pakyong Airport, first Greenfield Airport in Northeast Region, Sikkim 168 kilometers 121 kilometers Eastern Coast Kandla, Child of Partition, Gujarat Mumbai, busiest and biggest, Maharashtra Paradip, exports raw iron to Japan, Odisha Visakhapatnam, deepest port, Andhra Pradesh JL Nehru, fastest Chennai, oldest and growing. Maharashtra Artificial, Tamil Nadu Marmugeo, naval in ore, most modern base also, Goa in private hands, Tamil Nadu Mangalore, exports Tuticorin, southernmost, Kudramukh iron ore, Tamil Nadu Karnataka Port Blair, strategically Cochin important, Andaman, natural harbor, and Nicobar Islands Kerala in AM port, Tamil Nadu, 48 General knowledge geography environment and ecology environment all external conditions, factors, matter, and energy living and non-living that affect any living organism or other specified system. Ecology biological science that studies the relationships between living organisms and their environment, study of the structure and functions of nature. Ecosystem it is defined as a unit which includes all the organisms, biological components, in a given area interacting with the environment, physical component, so that the flow energy leads to a clearly defined trophic structure, biotic diversity, and material cycles. Biome terrestrial regions characterized by certain types of vegetation and other forms of life. Examples include various types of deserts, grasslands, and forests. Wetland land that is covered all part of the time with salt water or fresh water, excluding streams, lakes and the open ocean. Biodiversity variety of different species, species diversity, genetic variability among individuals within each species, genetic diversity, variety of ecosystems, ecological diversity, and functions such as energy flow and matter cycling needed for the survival of species and biological communities, functional diversity. Biosphere zone of the Earth where life is found. It consists of parts of the atmosphere, the troposphere, hydrosphere, mostly surface water and groundwater, and lithosphere, mostly soil and surface rocks and sediments on the bottoms of oceans and other bodies of water, where life is found. Wildlife all free, undomesticated species. Sometimes the term is used to describe animals only. Threatened species wild species that is still abundant in its natural range but is likely to become endangered because of a decline in numbers. Ozone, O3, colorless and highly reactive gas and a major component of photochemical smog. Also found in the ozone layer in the stratosphere and protect us from ultraviolet rays. Smog originally, a combination of smoke and fog but now used to describe other mixtures of pollutants in the atmosphere. Acid rain when fossil fuel is burned, oxides are formed in the atmosphere. The oxides formed of sulfur and nitrogen get dissolved in water and cause acid rain. Global warming of the Earth's lower atmosphere, troposphere, because of increases in the concentrations of one or more greenhouse gases. It can result in irreversible climate change that can last for decades to thousands of years. ECOMARKS, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of India instituted a scheme that is operating on a national basis and provides accreditation and labeling for household and other consumer products which meet certain environmental criteria. Coral bleaching occurs when the relations between the coral host and zooxanthellae, which give coral much of their color, breaks down. Without the zooxanthellae, the tissue of the coral animal appears transparent and the coral's bright white skeleton is revealed. Sustainability of Earth's various systems, including human cultural systems and economies, to survive and adapt to changing environmental conditions indefinitely. 49 General knowledge geography name location reserved for Kaziranga National Park Assam one-horned rhinoceros, gaur, elephant, leopard, and wild buffalo Sonarapay Wildlife Sanctuary Assam elephant, Sumbar, wild boar and one-horned rhinoceros Namdapha National Park Arunachal Pradesh elephant, panther, Sumbar, tiger, Sheetal, and King Cobra Gautam Buddha Sanctuary Bihar tiger, leopard, Sumbar, Sheetal and barking deer, Indian Munchak, Akanakmur Sanctuary Chhattisgarh tiger, boar, Sheetal, Sumbar and bison Velvedori National Park Gujarat wolf and black buck wild ass Sanctuary Gujarat wild ass, wolf, Nilgai, and Sinkaragar Forest Gujarat India's biggest wildlife sanctuary famous for Gir lions Chattagam National Park Jammu and Kashmir Kashmiri stag, long-tailed marmot, Himalayan Thoreau Bannerghatta National Park Karnataka elephant, cheetal, deer and grey partridge and green pigeon Badr Sanctuary Karnataka elephant, cheetal, panther, sambar and wild boar Bandipur National Park Gondeli Sanctuary Karnataka and Tamil Nadu elephant, tiger, panther, sambar, deer, and bird Tungabhadra Sanctuary Karnataka tiger, panther, elephant, cheetal, sambar and wild boar Nagarhole National Park Karnataka panther, cheetal, sloth bear and four-horned antelope Pachamarai Sanctuary Madhya Pradesh tiger, leopard, wild bear, cheetal, sambar Reses Mathaki Gandhi Sagar Sanctuary Madhya Pradesh tiger, panther, boar, sambar, nilgai, and barking. Deer Bandhavgarh National Park Madhya Pradesh cheetal, sambar, chinkara and wild bird Simlipal Sanctuary Odisha tiger, panther, cheetal, nilgai and wild boar Ghana Bird Sanctuary Rajasthan water birds, black buck, cheetal, and sambar Kanchenjunga National Park Sikkim snow leopard, musk deer and Himalayan boar Vedantangal Bird Sanctuary Tamil Nadu Important Bird Sanctuary Chandraprabha Sanctuary Uttar Pradesh lions, cheetal, and sambar Dudhwa National Park Uttar Pradesh tiger, panther, sambar, cheetal, nilgai and barking deer Corbett National Park Uttarakhand tiger, leopard, elephant, and sambar, named in memory of Jim Corbett, Jaldopura Sanctuary West Bengal rhinoceros, elephant Sundarban Tiger Reserve West Bengal tiger, deer, wild boar, crocodile, and Gangetic dolphin 50 General Knowledge Geography Namespace Type Area, KM2, Manas Debrusite House Eskolum Hills Great Nicobar, UNESCO, Dihang Great Ran of Cold. Desert Agastyamalai, UNESCO, Pachamarai, UNESCO, Atanakamara Martin Cake, UNESCO, Nakaret, UNESCO, Simlipal, UNESCO, Kanchenjunga, UNESCO, Nilgiri, UNESCO, Assam Andhra Pradesh Andaman and Nicobar Islands Arunachal Pradesh Gujarat Himachal Pradesh Kerala, Tamil Nadu Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh Meghalaya Odisha Sikkim Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka Tamil Nadu Uttarakhand West Bengal Madhya Pradesh East Himalayas Eastern Ghats Islands East Himalayas Desert Western Himalayas Western Ghats Semi-arid Meghalaya Range 2837 765 4755.9978885 5112 12454 7770 1,72828 4,926 3,835 East Himalayas Deccan Peninsula East Himalayas Western Ghats 820 4374 2625 520 Coasts West Himalayas Gangetic Delta Semi-arid 10,500 5,860 9,632 2,998 Gulf of Mannar, UNESCO, Nanda Devi, UNESCO, Sundarbans, UNESCO, Punna UN Conference on the Human Environment Convention on Migratory Species Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer Convention on the Transboundary Movement of Hazardous Waste Earth Summit, UN Conference on Environment and Development, Convention on Prior Informed Consent UN Conference on Sustainable Development Nagoya Protocol on Genetic Resources, Nagoya Protocol, Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD Top 11, Stockholm, 1972, Bonn, 1979, Vienna, 1985, Montreal, 1987, Basel, 1989, Rio de Janeiro, 1992, Rotterdam, 1998, Rio de Janeiro, 2012, Nagoya, 2010, Hyderabad, 2012, Lima Climate Change Conference, COP20, Paris Agreement, COP21, Marrakesh Conference, COP22, Bonn Conference, COP23, Katowice Conference, COP24, Madrid Conference, COP25, Lima, 2014, Paris, 2015, Marrakesh Morocco, 2016, Bonn, 2017, Katowice, Poland, 2018, Madrid, Spain, 2019. Project Year Project Hangul Projector Project Tiger Project Olive Ridley Turtles Crocodile Breeding Scheme Project Monotritimen Project Rhino Project Elephant Project Red Panda Project Sea Turtle Project Vulture Project Snow Leopard 1970, 1972, 1973, 1975, 1975, 1977, 1987, 1992, 1996, 1999, 2006, 2009 Birds Great Indian Bustard, Forest Owlet, Vulture, Bengal Floriton, Himalayan Quail, Siberian Crane Mammals Flying Squirrel, Red Panda, Pygmy Hog, Kondana Rat, Snow Leopard, Asiatic Lion, One-Horned Rhinoceros Reptiles Gharial, Hawksbill Turtle, River Terrapin, Cisperidae Gecko Amphibians Flying Frog, Tiger Toad Indian Polity Constitution L Framing of the Indian Constitution LLLL The idea to have a constitution was first given by M. N. Roy, a pioneer of communist movement in India. The constitution was framed by the Constituent Assembly of India, set up on May 16, 1946, in accordance with the Cabinet Mission Plan, under the chairmanship of Sachidanand Sinha, initially. Dr. Rajendra Prasad and H. C. Mukherjee were elected as the President and Vice President respectively on December 11, 1946. B. N. Rao was appointed as the Constitutional Advisor. The total membership of the Constituent Assembly was 389. Of these 292 were representatives of British states, 93 were representatives of princely states and 4 were from the Chief Commissioners provinces of Delhi, Ajmer Mirwara, Coorg, and British Baluchistan. The chairman of the drafting committee was Dr. V. R. Ambedkar, also known as the father of the Indian Constitution. Enactment of the Constitution LLL The Constituent Assembly took 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days to complete the Constitution. Some of the provisions related to citizenship, elections, provisional parliament etc. were given immediate effect. The Constitution is adopted on November 26, 1949, contained a preamble, 395 articles divided into 22 parts and 8 schedules. Presently, it has 448 articles divided into 25 parts and 12 schedules. The enforcement of Constitution was delayed till January 26 because, in 1929, on this day Indian National Congress demanded Purna Swaraj in Lahore session, chaired by J. L. Nehru. The Constitution came into force on January 26, 1950, known as Republic Day of India. The Constituent Assembly adopted our national flag on July 22, 1947. It was designed by Pingali Venkayya. 1946. Members' portfolios held Jawaharlal Nehru External Affairs and Commonwealth Relations Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Home, Information and Broadcasting Dr. Rajendra Prasad Food and Agriculture Dr. John Mathai Industries and Supplies Jajavan Ram Labor Sardar Baldev Singh Defense CH Babha Works, Mines and Power Liaquat Ali Khan Finance Abdur Rav Nikhtar Posts and Air Asaf Ali Railways and Transport C. Rajagopal Asari Education and Arts Q. Sundragar Commerce Ghaznafar Ali Khan Health Joginder Nath Mandal Law. Note: interim government was formed from the newly elected Constituent Assembly. Preamble LL It is the preface or the introduction of the Constitution. It is an integral part of the Constitution. The interpretation of the Constitution is based on the spirit of the preamble. The objective resolution, drafted and moved by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and adopted by the Constituent Assembly, ultimately became the preamble. 52 LL General Knowledge Indian Polity The idea of the preamble was borrowed from the Constitution of USA. The words, socialist, secular and integrity were added by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act in 1976. Ireland and South Africa and France and the preamble we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens, justice, social, economic and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation, in our Constituent Assembly this 26th day of November, 1949 do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. Main features LLLLLLLLLUKNNNNNNNNUSA and written Constitution. Vice President as the ex officio Chairman of Upper House. Fundamental Rights. Supreme Court. Independence of Judiciary and Judicial Review. Preamble and Fundamental Duties. NNNNN Erstwhile USSR Australia. Rule of Law. Cabinet System. Prerogative Rights. Parliamentary Government. Bicameral Parliament. CAG Office. Single Citizenship. Lawmaking Procedures. NN Japan and Germany and Canada. NN Concurrent List. Joint sitting of Parliament. Procedure established by law. Concept of directive principles of state policy. Method of election of the President. Procedure for amendment of the Constitution and election of member of Rajya Sabha Republic and the ideals of liberty, equality and fraternity in the preamble. Bulkiest written constitution in the world. Combination of rigidity and flexibility. Parliamentary system of government. Federal system with a unitary bias. Fundamental rights and duties. Directive principles of state policy. Integrated and independent judiciary. Single citizenship. Emergency powers. Universal adult franchise. Important articles. Part I. Union and its territories. Article 1 to 4. 1. The Constitution says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. 2. Admission or establishment of new states. 3. The Constitution empowers the Parliament to form new states and to alter the areas, boundaries, or names of existing states. Note through J&K Reorganization Act of 2019, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was divided into two Union Territory, i.e. Union Territory of Ladakh and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Part 2. Suspension of fundamental rights during the emergency. Citizenship. Article 5 to 11. Scheme of federation with a strong center. Distribution of powers between the center and the states and placing residuary powers with the center. The Citizenship Act of 1955 prescribes 5 ways to acquire citizenship of India. 1. By birth. 2. By descent. 3. By registration. 4. By naturalization. 5. By incorporation. 53. General knowledge. Indian polity. 3 modes of losing citizenship. 1. Renunciation. 2. Termination. 3. Deprivation through citizenship. Amendment. Act 2019. Members of Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi and Christian religions. Minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan who entered India before December 31, 2014 will be given Indian citizenship. LLL Cultural and Educational Rights. L. Part 3 Fundamental Rights. L. Article 12 to 35, Rights to Equality, Article 14 to 18, LLLLL Equality before law, Article 14. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, Article 15, Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. Article 16, Abolition of untouchability, Article 17. Abolition of titles. Article 18, Rights to constitutional remedies. LLLL Protection of certain rights regarding speech and expression, assembly, association, movement, residence, and profession. Article 19, Protection in respect of conviction for offenses. Article 20, Protection of life and personal liberty. Article 21. Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Article 22. Right to education. Article 21A states that the state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 6 to 14 years. Rights against exploitation. Article 23 to 24, LL Prohibition of human trafficking and forced labor. Article 23. Prohibition of employment of children in any factories, etc. Article 24. Rights to freedom of religion. Article 25 to 28, L. Freedom of conscience and right to profess, practice and propagate one's religious beliefs. Article 25, Protection of interest of minorities. Article 29. Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. Article 30. Freedom of press is implicit in the Article 19. Article 20 and 21 cannot be suspended even during national emergency. Article 352, right to property under Article 19, 1, f, was repealed by the 44th Amendment Act, 1978, and was made a legal right under Article 300a. Rights to freedom, Article 19 to 22, L. Freedom to manage religious affairs, Article 26. Freedom from taxation for promotion of any particular religion, Article 27. Freedom from attendance of religious instructions or religious worship in certain educational institutions, Article 28. L. Right to move to the Supreme Court, Article 32, and the High Courts, Article 226, in case of violation of the fundamental rights BRMPCAR called Article 32 as the heart and soul of the Constitution. Writs of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari and quo warranto can be issued under this writ meaning intended purpose. Habeas corpus: you may have the body to release a person who has been detained unlawfully, whether in prison or in private custody. Mandamus: we to secure the proper commandments of public duties by lower court, tribunal, or public authority. Certiorari: to be to quash the order certified already passed by an inferior court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial authority. Prohibition: the act of to prohibit an inferior stopping court from continuing something the proceedings in a particular case where it has no jurisdiction to try. Quo what is to restrain a person warrantier from holding a public authority office to which he is not entitled. 54 General Knowledge. Indian Polity Part 4 Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 36 to 51. Directive principles are broad guiding principles that states shall keep in mind while formulating policies and enacting laws. These are non-justiciable in nature. Articles 36 to 37 Definition and application of the principles contained in this part. Article 38 to secure and protect the social order, which stands for the welfare of the people. Article 39 Certain principles of policy to be followed by the state. Article 40 to organize village panchayats, American Samoa units of self-government. Article 41 Right to work, to education and to public assistance in certain cases. Article 42 to secure just and humane conditions of work and maternity relief. Article 43 Living wage etc. for workers, to promote cottage industries. Article 44 Uniform Civil Code for the citizens. Article 45 Provision of early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. Article 46 to promote the educational and economic interests of the weaker sections of the people, especially the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Article 47 Improvement of public health and the prohibition of intoxicating drinks and drugs. Article 48 Organization of agriculture and animal husbandry on modern lines. Article 49 to protect all monuments of historic interest and national importance. Article 50 to bring about the separation of the judiciary from the executive. Article 51 Promotion of international peace and security. It shall be the duty of every citizen of India, a. to abide by the Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions, the national flag and the national anthem. b. to cherish and follow the noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom. c. to uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. d. to defend the country and render national service, when called upon to do so. e. to promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic and regional or sectional diversities, to renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. f. to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. g. to protect and improve the natural environment including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife and to have compassion for living creatures. h. to develop scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. I. to safeguard public property and to abjure violence. j. to strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement. The 86th Amendment Act, 2002 inserted Article 51a, k, each parent or guardian to provide opportunities for education to his child or ward between the age of 6 and 14 years. Part 4, A. Fundamental Duties, Article 51A. It was inserted by the 42nd Amendment Act in 1976 on the recommendations of Swaran Singh Committee. It was inspired by the Constitution of erstwhile USSR. Part B. Union, Article 52 to 151. The President Executive Head of the State and the first citizen of India. 55. General Knowledge. Indian polity. The 42nd Amendment of the Constitution has made it obligatory on the part of the President to accept the advice of the Council of Ministers. However, 44th Amendment Act amended the word obligatory and added that President can send the advice for reconsideration. Qualifications: must be a citizen of India, of 35 years in age, eligible to be a member of the Lok Sabha and must not hold any office of profit. Election: indirectly elected through electoral college consisting of elected members of both the houses of the parliament and elected members of the legislative assemblies of the states and elected members of the legislative assemblies of Union Territories of Delhi and Puducherry. Members of the legislative councils have no right to vote in the presidential election. Supreme Court decides all disputes regarding president's election. Tenure: the term is 5 years, though there is no upper limit on the number of times a person can become the president. Article 57. He can give resignation to the vice president before the full term. The salary of the president is 5,00,000 per month. In case the office of the president falls vacant due to death, resignation, or removal, the vice president acts as the president. If he is not available, then Chief Justice of India. If not, then the senior-most judge of the Supreme Court shall act as the President of India. Powers of President. He is the formal head of the administration. The President shall have the power to appoint and remove high authorities like the Prime Minister, other ministers of the Union, judges, governors of states, and appoints chiefs of army, navy, and air force. He nominates 12 members of the Rajya Sabha from persons of literature, art, science, and social work and 2 members in the Lok Sabha of the Anglo-Indian community. Note: Parliament has passed 126th Amendment Bill in December 2019, doing away with the provision of Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha and some state assemblies. Declares wars and concludes peace subject to the approval of the Parliament. President has the veto power. Under Article 72, the President has the power to grant pardons, reprieves, respite or remission of punishment, or to suspend, remit or commute the sentence of any person convicted with death sentence. Under Article 123, President can promulgate ordinances, when the Parliament is not in session. Types of vetoes. Absolute veto, withholding the assent to the bill. Qualified veto can be overridden by the legislature with a higher majority. Suspensive veto can be overridden by the legislature with an ordinary majority. Pocket veto, delay in giving assent to the bill. The veto power has been exercised only twice: A. by Dr. Rajendra Prasad and B. by R. Venkatraman. President of India is vested with 3 vetoes: absolute veto, suspensive veto, and pocket veto. There is no qualified veto in the case of Indian President. The first and only president who died in the office was Dr. Zakir Hussain. He was also the president with the shortest tenure. Justice M. Hidayatullah was the first Chief Justice of India to be appointed as the president, July 1969 to August 1969. Impeachment procedure. Emergency powers. It is a quasi-judicial procedure. President can be impeached only on the grounds of violation of the Constitution. Article 61. The impeachment procedure can be initiated in either house of the Parliament. To declare national emergency. Article 352. To impose President rule in a state. Article 356. To declare financial emergency. Article 360. 56. General knowledge. Indian polity. Vice President. Article 63 of the Constitution stipulates a Vice President for India. He is elected by both the Houses of Parliament. The Vice President is the ex officio chairman of the Council of States, Rajya Sabha, as mentioned in the Article 64. Present salary of the Vice President is 4,00,000 per month. The first Vice President of India was Drive S. Radhakrishnan. The first and only Vice President who died in the office was Sri Krishna Kant, 1997 to 2002. If no party gets an absolute majority in the Lok Sabha or a Prime Minister resigns or dies, the President can use his own discretion in the choice of the Prime Minister. Article 78 stipulates that it is the duty of the Prime Minister, a. to communicate to the President all the decisions taken by the Cabinet and b. to furnish such information relating to the administration of the Union or any legislation as the President may call for. The Prime Minister serves in the office for 5 years, though he can be reappointed. When the Lok Sabha is dissolved, he can continue in office upon the request of the President until new government is formed. If the government is defeated in the Lok Sabha, the Prime Minister and the entire Cabinet must resign. However, if defeated in the Rajya Sabha, resignation is not obligatory. LLL Council of Ministers. LLLLLL Article 74 of the Constitution states that there shall be a Council of Ministers, with the Prime Minister at its head, to aid and advise the President. It is composed of all Union Ministers, the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers. The other ministers shall be appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister under Article 75. 1. A minister must be a member of either House of Parliament or be elected within 6 months of assuming office under Article 75. 5. The Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. It means the Lok Sabha can remove the Council of Ministers from office by passing a no-confidence motion. Article 75. 3. Ministers are also responsible for their departments and can be removed from the office by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. This is essentially an individual responsibility under Article 75. 2. Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the head of the government and the head of the Council of Ministers. The Prime Minister is appointed by the President on the basis of his being the leader of the majority party in the Lok Sabha. L. Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister and the longest serving so far. The first and the only acting Prime Minister was Gulzarilal Nanda. Lal Bahadur Shastri was the first PM who died abroad, while in office at Tashkent. Gulzarilal Nanda has acted twice as the Prime Minister. Chaudhry Charan Singh was the only PM who did not face Parliament, while being in office. The youngest Prime Minister was Rajiv Gandhi and the oldest Prime Minister was Morarji Desai. Of Vajpayee, May 1996 to June 1996, government had the shortest tenure, 13 days. Union Legislature. Legislature of the Union is called the Parliament and consists of the Rajya Sabha, Council of States, the Lok Sabha, House of the People, and the President. Article 79. 57 General Knowledge. Indian polity. The business of Parliament is transacted either in Hindi or in English. However, the presiding officers of the two houses may permit any member to address the House in his/her mother tongue too. Rajya Sabha, Council of States. Rajya Sabha is the upper house of the Parliament. First sitting of the Rajya Sabha was held on April 3, 1952. The maximum permissible strength of the Rajya Sabha is 250. Of these, 238 members are elected indirectly from the states and union territories, and 12 are nominated by the President for their expertise in art, literature, science, and social services. Article 80. Currently, the strength of the Rajya Sabha is 245. Of these, 229 members are elected from states and 4 members represent union territories while 12 members are nominated by the President. The Rajya Sabha is a permanent house and is not subject to dissolution and members enjoy a tenure of 6 years. However, 1/3 of the members retire every 2 years. Article 83. It shares legislative powers with the Lok Sabha, except in the case of money bill where the Lok Sabha has overriding powers. Qualifications. Article 84 provides for the eligibility for membership of the Parliament. The conditions are: A. Citizen of India. B. Not less than 25 years of age for the Lok Sabha and 30 years of age for the Rajya Sabha, and C. Possess such other qualifications as may be prescribed by the Parliament. Bills. It may be classified as ordinary, money, financial and constitutional amendments. The ordinary bills can be introduced in either house of the Parliament, but money bill can be initiated only in the House of the People, i.e. Lok Sabha. After a money bill has been passed by the Lok Sabha, it is sent to the Rajya Sabha for deliberations. The Rajya Sabha is given 14 days to make recommendations, which can be accepted or not by the Lok Sabha. Article 111 stipulates that a money bill cannot be returned to the House by the President for reconsideration. Speaker of the Lok Sabha. As soon as a new Lok Sabha is constituted, the President appoints a Speaker pro tem, who is generally the senior-most member of the House. It is a temporary office that ceases to exist after new Speaker is elected by the House. Speaker is the head of Lok Sabha. He/she is elected from amongst the members of Lok Sabha. The Speaker of the Lok Sabha conducts the business in the House. A Deputy Speaker is also elected to officiate in the absence of the Speaker. Lok Sabha, People's House. The Lok Sabha is the lower house of the Parliament and its first sitting took place on May 13, 1952. The current Lok Sabha is the 17th constituted Lok Sabha. 3 sessions of the Lok Sabha are held every year, namely Budget Session, February to May, Monsoon Session, July to September, and Winter Session, November to December. Members 530 from states, 20 from Union territories, and 2 nominated by the President, from the Anglo-Indian community. Election. The representatives of the states are directly elected by the people of the states on the basis of adult suffrage. Facts about Speaker. D.V. Madlankar was the first Speaker of the Lok Sabha, 1952 to 1956. Ma Iyengar was the first Deputy Speaker, 1952 to 1956. Dr. Balram Jakar was the longest-serving Speaker, 1980 to 1989. G.M.C. Baliagi is the first Speaker to die in the office, 1998 to 2002. Meera Kumar is the first woman Speaker of the Lok Sabha, 2009 to 2013. 58 General Knowledge. Indian polity, c. Disputes between 2 or more states, and Article 131. Appellate jurisdiction means that appeals against judgments of lower courts can be referred to it. The Supreme Court is the highest court of appeal in the country. 4 types of cases fall within its appellate jurisdiction, namely, constitutional cases, civil cases, criminal cases and appeals by special leave. Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of India was inaugurated on January 28, 1950. Presently, Supreme Court is functioning at full strength, sanctioned strength 34. A small bench, with 2 to 3 justices, is called a division bench. A large bench, with 5 or more justices, is called a constitutional bench. Tenure and qualification. Judges of the Supreme Court are appointed by the President and retire at the age of 65. The qualifications are: A. Must be a citizen of India, B. A judge of the High Court for at least 5 years, or C. An advocate of the High Court for at least 10 years, or he should be a distinguished jurist in the opinion of the President. The Constitution has not prescribed a minimum age for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court. Independence of judges. Article 125. The salaries and allowances of judges are charged upon the Consolidated Fund of India. Present salary of the CJI is 2.8 lakh and of other judges is 2.5 lakh. Removal of judges. Judges can be removed only on the grounds of proved misbehavior or incapacity. Judges can be removed only by a resolution of both Houses of Parliament supported by a majority of total membership of both the Houses and 2/3 of members present and voting. The first judge against whom the proceedings were initiated was V. Ramaswamy, 1993, and the second one was Soumitra Sen, 2011. LLL jurisdiction. The Supreme Court has original, appellate, advisory and writ jurisdictions. Original jurisdiction means that certain types of cases can originate with the Supreme Court only. The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction in a. Disputes between the center and one or more states. b. Disputes between the center and any state. s. On one side and one or more states on the other side. LL. The first Chief Justice of India was H.J. Kania, 1950-51. The shortest tenure so far is of K.N. Singh, November 25, 1991, 12th December, 1991. The longest tenure so far is of Y.V. Chandrachud, 1978-85. The first woman judge of the Supreme Court was Justice Fatima Bibi in 1987 and the second woman justice was Jansudha Mishra in 2010. Advisory jurisdiction refers to the process where the President seeks the court's advice on legal matters. Article 143. The Supreme Court is a court of record. Article 129. Under Article 139, a. Inserted by the 44th Amendment, the Supreme Court may transfer to itself cases from one or more high court if these questions involve a significant question of law. Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG. Article 148 to 151. LLLLLL. The Comptroller and Auditor General is appointed by the President under Article 148 of the Constitution. The CAG audits all receipts and expenditures of the Union and state governments. The CAG also acts as the external auditor for the government-owned companies. The CAG submits its reports to the President, in case of accounts relating to the Union government, or to the concerned state governors, for state government accounts. The CAG is also the head of the Indian Audits and Accounts Service, IANS. The office of the CAG was established in 1860. 59 General Knowledge Indian Polity LLLL. The first CAG of India was V. Narhari Rao, 1948-1954. The CAG can only be removed from office in manner similar to a judge of the Supreme Court. The salary and benefits of the CAG cannot be changed to his disadvantage during his tenure. The CAG is not eligible for further office under the Union or state governments. The expenses of the office of the CAG is charged upon the Consolidated Fund of India. LL Qualifications. LL Attorney General of India. LLLL. The Attorney General is the highest law officer in the country appointed by the President under Article 76 of the Constitution. The first Attorney General of independent India was M.C. Chitlavad, 1950-1963. The 15th and current Attorney General of India is K.K. Venugopal. To be appointed as Attorney General, a candidate must be qualified to be appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court. The Attorney General can participate in proceedings of the Parliament without the right to vote. Article 88. Part 6. The States. Article 152 to 237. The Governor. LLLL. The Governor is the constitutional head of the state and the same governor can act as governor of more than one state. Article 153. The Governor is appointed by the President, Article 155, and Article 156 states that the Governor holds office during the pleasure of the President. Article 161 gives the Governor the power to grant pardons, reprieves, remission of punishment to persons convicted under the state law. Article 163 talks of discretionary powers of the Governor, which is not even provided to the President. Moreover, the courts cannot question his discretion. Article 171 states that the states where legislative councils exist, the Governor can nominate some members from amongst those distinguished in literature, science, art, cooperative movement, and social service. Article 213 empowers the Governor to issue the ordinances during the recess of the state legislature. LL must be a citizen of India. Completed 35 years of age. Shouldn't be a member of either House of Parliament or state legislature. Must not hold any office of profit. States Legislature. Article 163 Council of Ministers to aid and advise the Governor. Article 165 An Advocate General for each of the states. Article 169 Abolition or creation of legislative councils in states. Most of the states have unicameral systems, only 6 states have legislative council. These states are Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, and Telangana. Legislative Assembly consists of representatives directly elected by the people. The strength of assembly varies from 60 to 500 members. However, Assembly of Sikkim, Goa, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and Puducherry have less than 60 members. Composition of Legislative Council. Unlike the members of the Legislative Assembly, the members of Legislative Council are indirectly elected. The maximum strength of the council is fixed at 1/3 of the total strength of assembly and the minimum strength is fixed at 40. High Courts, Article 214 to 232. There are 24 High Courts in India. The Calcutta High Court, established in 1862, is the oldest High Court in 60 general knowledge Indian polity India. The Bombay and Madras High Courts were also established in the same year. The newest High Courts are the Tripura, Meghalaya, and Manipur High Courts. All were established in the year 2013. As of 2019, there are 25 High Courts in India. Part 9 The Panchayats. Article The Panchayat system exists in all states except Nagaland, Meghalaya, and Mizoram. It also exists in all union territories except Delhi. Panchayat system is provided for all states having a population more than 2 million. Every Panchayat can continue for 5 years from the date of its first meeting. Part IXA 243 to 243 L introduced by the 73rd Amendment Act, 1992 which envisaged a 3-tier system of local government. These are 1. Gram Panchayat at the village level 2. Panchayat Samiti at the block level 3. Zilla Parishad at the district level. The municipalities, Article 243 P 243 DG, L introduced by the 74th Amendment Act, 1992 which envisages 3 types of urban local bodies, namely, Nagar Panchayat, Municipal Council and Municipal Corporation. Jurisdiction and seats of High Courts. Court name est. In the year territorial jurisdiction Mumbai 1862, Kolkata 1862, Chennai, Allahabad, Karnataka 1862, 1866, 1884, Patna, Madhya Pradesh 1916, 1956, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Haryana, Orissa, Guwahati 1928, 1875, Mumbai, Bench at Nagpur, Panaji, and Aurangabad. Calcutta, Circuit Bench at Port Blair, Chennai, Bench at Madurai, Allahabad, Bench at Lucknow, Bangalore, Circuit Benches at Hubli, Dharwad and Gulbarga, Bihar, Patna, Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur, Benches at Gwalior and Indore, Jammu and Kashmir. Srinagar and Jammu, Punjab, Haryana, and Chandigarh, Rajasthan, Kerala, Gujarat, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Tripura, Manipur, Meghalaya, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana 1949, 1958, 1960, 1966, 1971, 1975, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2013, 2013, 2013, 2019, 2019, 1948, 1948, seat Maharashtra, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Goa, Daman, and Diu West Bengal, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Odisha, Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh. Rajasthan, Kerala and Lakshadweep, Gujarat. National Capital Territory of Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Tripura, Manipur, Meghalaya, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Cuttack, Guwahati, Bench at Kohima, Aizwal, and Itagangar, Jodhpur, Bench at Jodhpur, Ernakulam, Ahmedabad, New Delhi, Simla, Gangtok, Bilaspur, Nainital, Ranchi, Agratla, Impul, Salon, Amaravati, Hyderabad. 61 General Knowledge Indian Polity Committees to study Panchayat system name LLL established. Balwantra Mehta 1957, K. Santanam 1963, Ashok Mehta 1978, G.V.K. Rao 1985, L. M. Singhavi 1986. Recommendation: establish local bodies, devolve power and authority, basic unit of decentralist government to be block/Samati. Conceptualized as three-tier system. Panchayats to have powers to levy tax on land revenue etc. Panchayati Raj Finance Corporation to be set up. District to be a viable administrative unit for planning, as two-tier system with Mandal Panchayat and Jilla Parishad. To be activated and supported, Block Development Office, BDO, to be central to rural development. Local self-governments to be constitutionally recognized, non-involvement of political parties. The first municipal corporation in India was introduced in Madras in 1688. The Madras Municipal Corporation is the first municipal body in the whole Commonwealth outside the UK. The Bombay and Calcutta corporations were established in 1726. Municipal corporations are established in cities with population greater than 1 million. Nagar Panchayat administers urban areas having population greater than 30,000 and less than 100,000. A municipal council administers an urban area of population 200,000 or less. Part 14 Services under the Union and the States, Article 308 to 323, Article 312 All India Services. Article 315 Public Service Commissions for the Union and for the States. The first Public Service Commission was set up in 1926, on the recommendations of the Lee Commission. The Government of India Act, 1935 provided for the establishment of a Federal Public Service Commission and Provincial Public Service Commissions. LL Part 11 Union and State Public Relations between the Union Service Commissions Constitution provides a public service and a state. Article 245 to 263, Commission for the Union, a public legislative relations, administrative relations, financial relations. Article 262 Adjudication of disputes relating to waters of interstate rivers or river valleys. Article 263 Interstate Council. LLLLL Part 12 Finance, Property, Contracts, and Suits. Article 264 to 300A. Article 266 Consolidated Fund of India. Article 267 Contingency Fund of India. L. Service Commission for each state or a joint public service commission for a group of states. The appointment is done by the President in case of the Union or Joint Commission and by the Governor of the state in the case of a state commission. At least half of the members of these commissions should be civil servants with at least 10 years' experience in central or state services. Age of retirement for a member of UPSC is 65 years and for a member of PSC of a state or a joint commission is 62 years. 62 Functions LLL to conduct exams for appointment to services under the Union and the states. Maintains continuity in administration. Members of the UPSC and state commissions can be removed by the President on the charges of misbehavior, if these charges are upheld by the Supreme Court. Elections. Article 324 to 329. Article 324 stipulates that the superintendence, direction, and control of elections shall be vested in the Election Commission. Article 325 provides for a single electoral roll for every constituency. Also stipulates that no person shall be eligible or ineligible for inclusion in electoral rolls on the basis of race, religion, caste, or sex. Article 326 stipulates that elections shall be held on the basis of adult suffrage. Every person, who is a citizen of India and is not less than 18 years of age shall be eligible for inclusion. General knowledge Indian polity likewise, a political party shall be entitled to be recognized as a state party, if it secures at least 6% of the valid votes polled in the state at a general election, either to the House of the People or to the Legislative Assembly of the state concerned, and 2. In addition, it wins at least 2 seats in the Legislative Assembly of the state concerned, or it wins at least 3% of the total number of seats in the Legislative Assembly of the state or at least 3 seats in the Assembly, whichever is more. For elections of President and Vice President, election petitions can only be filed with the Supreme Court. Election Commission LLL Political Parties Registration of the People Act, 1951 provides for registration of political parties with the Election Commission. There are eight national parties in India, namely BJP, Congress, BSP, NCP, CPI, CPM, Trinamool Congress, and National People's Party. A political party shall be eligible to be recognized as a national party if it secures at least 6% of the valid votes polled in any 4 or more states, at a general election to the House of the People or to the State Legislative Assembly, and 2. In addition, it wins at least 4 seats in the House of the People from any state or states. Or 3. It wins at least 2% seats in the House of the People, i.e., 11 seats in the existing House having 543 members, and these members are elected from at least 3 different states. The Election Commission is an autonomous, quasi-judiciary constitutional body. Its function is to conduct free and fair elections in India. The Election Commission was established on January 25, 1950 under Article 324 of the Constitution. The first Chief Election Commissioner was Sukumar Sen. Planning Commission LL. The Planning Commission was established in March 1950 by an executive resolution of the Government of India, i.e., Union Cabinet, on the recommendation of the Advisory Planning Board constituted in 1946 under the chairmanship of K.C. Negi. Now, the Planning Commission has been replaced by NITI-IIG. NITI-IIG LL. NITI-IIG or National Institution for Transforming India. IIG is a policy think tank of Union Government of India that replaces Planning Commission of India and aims to involve the states in economic policy making in India. It will be providing strategic and technical advice to the central and the state governments. Prime Minister of India has the IIG as its chairperson. 63 General Knowledge Indian Polity National Development Council, NDC, LLLL. Functions of the NDC was to review the working of national plan. The NDC was formed in 1952, to associate the states in the formulation of the plans. The PM is the ex officio chairman of NDC. It is an extra-constitutional and extra-legal body. Since establishment of NITI-IIG, NDC has been proposed to be abolished. Finance Commission Article 280 of the Constitution of India provides for a Finance Commission as a quasi-judicial body. It is constituted by the President of India every 5th year. It consists of chairman and 4 other members. Functions: the Finance Commission is required to make recommendation to the President of India in the following matters: the distribution of the net proceeds of taxes to be shared between the center and the states and the allocation between the states, the respective shares of such proceeds. The 15th Finance Commission was appointed on January 2, 2017 under the chairmanship of N.K. Singh. LL. Amendments of the Constitution, Article 368. There are 2 categories of amendment under Article 368 which are 1. By special majority of Parliament, that is, more than 50%, of the total membership of each House and a majority of 2/3 of the members of each House present and voting. 2. By special majority of Parliament and with the consent of half of the state legislature by a simple majority. Provisions related to federal structure can be amended through this procedure. There is a 3rd category of the amendment which is done by simple majority, though these amendments do not come under ambit of Article 368. It has been held by the Supreme Court in the Kesavananda Bharti case, 1973, that every provision of the Constitution is amendable under the meaning of Article 368 except the basic structure of the Constitution. E-governance. The word electronic in the terms e-governance implies technology-driven governance. The perspective of the e-governance is the use of the technology that both governing and have to be governed. Generally 5 basic models are given in e-governance: G2C, government to citizens; G2B, government to business; G2E, government to employees; G2G, government to governments; C2G, citizens to governments. The National E-Governance Plan, NEDP, takes a holistic view of e-governance initiatives across the country, integrating them into a collective vision. Impacts of e-governance. E-governance brings about two major impacts. Firstly, making the government offices work smart. Secondly, e-governance makes services available to the citizen at his doorstep through the Internet. Some of the most successful citizen-oriented e-governance projects are the Railways Reservation System, MCA 21 is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Bhumi project in Andhra Pradesh, etc. E-Districts. It is a mission mode under e-governance. Its objective under national e-governance policy is to computerization of services. Under it, different programs are conducted in following states: Gandhut Project, Madhya Pradesh Compact 2020, Andhra Pradesh Land Program, Karnataka Friends, Kerala Disha, Haryana 64. General knowledge. Indian polity. Parliamentary terms. Quorum. It is the minimum number of members required to transact the business of the House. Article 100 of the Constitution specifies that the quorum of either house shall be 10% of the strength of the House. Question hour. The first hour of every sitting of Parliament is called the question hour. Questions usually need a 10-day notice before being answered by the concerned minister. Starred questions to be answered orally on the floor of the House. Supplementary questions can be asked. Unstarred questions to be answered in writing. No supplementary questions may be asked. Zero hour does not formally exist in the parliamentary procedure. The hour after question hour is popularly known as zero hour. Members raise matters which they feel urgent. Adjournment. Motion to adjourn the proceedings of the House, so as to take up a matter of urgent public importance. It can be moved by any member. Requires support from at least 50 members. Calling attention. Motion. A member may call the attention of a minister to an urgent matter and the minister may make a statement regarding it. No confidence motion. A no confidence motion indicates lack of confidence of the Lok Sabha in the Council of Ministers. It can be introduced in the Lok Sabha only. If the motion is passed, the government must resign. Constitutional amendments. First Amendment Act, 1951 added 9th Schedule. 7th Amendment Act, 1956 necessitated on account of reorganization of states on a linguistic basis. 15th Amendment Act, 1963 age of retirement of the judges of High Court has been extended from 60 to 65 years. 26th Amendment Act, 1971 abolished the titles and special privileges of former rulers of princely states. 36th Amendment Act, 1975 made Sikkim a state. 44th Amendment Act, 1978 the right to property was deleted from Part 3. Article 352 was amended to provide armed rebellion as one of the circumstances for declaration of emergency. 73rd Amendment Act, 1992 the institution of Panchayati Raj received constitutional guarantee, status, and legitimacy. X8 schedule was added to deal with it. It also inserted Part 9, containing Articles 243, 243A to 243. 89th Amendment Act, 2003 the Act adds Article 338A and provides for the creation of National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. 91st Amendment Act, 2003 amended the anti-defection law and also made a provision that the number of ministers in the center and state government cannot be more than 15% of the strength of Lok Sabha and the respective Vidhan Sabha. 93rd Amendment Act, 2005 to reserve seats for socially and educationally backward classes, besides the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, in private unaided institutions other than those run by minorities. 95th Amendment Act, 2009 extends the reservation of seats for SC/STS in the Lok Sabha for another 10 years. In Article 334 of the Constitution, for the word 60 years, the word 70 years was substituted. 97th Amendment, 2011 Amendment of Article 19, 1, I, insertion of Article 43b, insertion of Part ISB. This amendment gives constitutional status to cooperatives. 98th Amendment Act, 2012, Insert Article 371J, to empower the Governor of Karnataka to take steps to develop Hyderabad Karnataka region. 99th Amendment Act, 2014 deals with replacing the collegium system for the appointments of the judges of the Supreme Court and the 24 High Courts. But Supreme Court of India has declared this unconstitutional and void. 100th Amendment Act, 2015 to give effect to the acquiring of territories by India and transfer of certain territories to Bangladesh in pursuance of the agreements and its protocol. 101 Amendment Act, 2016 which deals goods and services tax. 102 Amendment Act 2018 provides the constitutional status to National Commission for Backward Classes. 103 Amendment Act 2018 provides 10% reservation to the economically backward classes of society. 65 General Knowledge Indian Economy Outline of Indian Economy Economic Planning in India. The economy of India is the fifth largest in the world by nominal GDP and third largest by purchasing power variety, PPP. Planning Commission, 1950, was set up under the chairmanship of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Gulzarilal Nanda was the first deputy chairman. Basic aim of economic planning is to bring rapid economic growth through agriculture, industry, power, and all other sectors of the economy. Nature of the Indian economy, I. Mixed economy existence of both public and private sectors. This term was coined by Pat Mullins and supported by J.M. Keynes. 2. Agrarian economy. Even after 6 decades of independence, 58% of the workforce of India is still agriculturist and its contribution to GDP is around 17% at current prices. Features following are the features of Indian economy. I. Slow growth of national and per capita income. 2. Capital deficiency and low rate of capital formation, hence low rate of investment, low production, etc., poor quality of human capital. 3. Overdependence on agriculture along with low productivity in agriculture, heavy population pressure. 4. Unequal distribution of income and wealth. V. Mass poverty, chronic inflation, and chronic unemployment. Broad sectors of Indian economy: primary sector agriculture, forestry, and fishing, mining, etc. Secondary sector manufacturing, electricity, gas, and water supply and construction. Tertiary sector, also called service sector, business, transport, telecommunication, banking, insurance, real estate, community, and personnel services. NITI or National Institution for Transforming India came into existence on January 1, 2015. Policy-making think tank of government that replaces Planning Commission and aims to involve states in economic policy making. It will provide strategic and technical advice to the central and the state governments. The Prime Minister has the AIG as its chairperson. Rajiv Kumar is the vice chairperson of NITI AIG of India. Historical milestones: Planned Economy for India, 1934, M. Visvesvaraya National Planning Committee, 1938, Jawaharlal Nehru Bombay Plan, 1944, Gandhian Plan, 1944, S. N. Agarwal People's Plan, 1945, M. N. Roy Sarvodaya Plan, 1950, J. P. Narayan 66 Plan. General Knowledge Indian Economy Growth Rate Target Achieved Important Sector First Plan, 1951-56, based on Harid Domar Model. Second Plan, 1956-61, based on P.C. Mahalanobis Two-Sector Model, 2.1%, 3.6% agriculture, irrigation, electricity 4.5%. 4.2% heavy industries. Third Plan, 1961-66, Plan Holiday, 1966-69, Fourth Plan, 1969-74, Fifth Plan, 1974-78, Rolling Plan, 1978-80, 5.6%, 2.8% food grains, heavy industries 5.7%, 4.4%, 3.3%, 4.8% agriculture. Removal of poverty. Sixth Plan, 1980-85, Seventh Plan, 1985 to 90, 2 annual plans, 1990 to 92, 5.2%, 5%, 5.4%, 6% agriculture, industries 8th plan, 1992 to 97, 9th plan, 1997 to 2002, 5.6%, 6.5%, 8.1%, 6.6%, 5.4%, 7.5% human resource education social justice income, energy 8%, 7.9%. Inclusive growth faster, sustainable and more inclusive growth 10th plan, 2002-07, 11th plan, 2007 to 2012, 12th plan, 2012 to 2017, energy, food grains national income in India. National income refers to the aggregate value of goods and services produced in an economy in 1 year. Following are the measures of national income in India. Gross domestic product, GDP, is the final value of the goods and services produced within the geographical boundaries of a country during a year. Net domestic product, NDP, equals to the GDP minus depreciation, value loss of an asset, on country capital goods. Gross national product, GNP, is an estimate of the total value of all the final products and services produced in a given period, usually a year, by the nationals of a country. The net national product, NNP, is obtained by subtracting depreciation value from GNP. When NNP is obtained at factor cost, it is called national income. It is calculated by deducting indirect taxes and adding subsidies in NNP at market price. Indian tax structure. Direct tax. The term direct tax generally means a tax paid directly to the government by the persons on whom it is imposed, e.g. income tax, corporate income tax, capital gain tax, stamp duty, land tax, estate duty, wealth tax, petroleum revenue tax. The government earns maximum from corporate income tax. Indirect tax. An indirect tax is a tax collected by an intermediary from the person who bears the ultimate economic burden of the tax, e.g. sales tax or VAT, customs duty, insurance premium tax, excise duties, landfill tax, electricity duty, climate change levy. Goods and service tax, GST. The GST, as it is more commonly referred to, is a system of taxation where there is a single tax in the economy for goods as well as services. Indian GST was first proposed in India in the Union Budget speech in 2006-07. This tax come into effect from July 1, 2017. The main feature of the GST is that there is a tax credit available at each stage of the value chain. General knowledge. Indian Economy Inclusive Development Human Development Index, HDI. HDI measure was given by Pakistani Nobel Prize winner, Mirbabul Haq. Level of human development is measured by Human Development Index, HDI, published by UNDP since 1990. 3 dimensions. 1. Life expectancy at birth. 2. Education index comprising mean year of schooling and expected year of schooling. 3. GNI per capita, PPP US dollar, index. India has been ranked 129 out 189 countries on 2019 HDI. Program/measures. NRHM, National Rural Health Mission, was launched on April 2, 2005 to reduce infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate. NUHM, National Urban Health Mission, launched on 2013. Education programs like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Midday Meal Scheme etc. were launched. Rural development programs like Mriga and Bharat Nirman. Poverty. The erstwhile Planning Commission estimated poverty rate based on data collected by National Sample Survey Organization, NSSO. Main reasons for rural poverty: rapid population growth, lack of capital, lack of alternate employment other than poor agriculture, illiteracy, and lack of proper implementation of PDS. Main reasons for urban poverty: migration from rural areas, lack of skilled labor, lack of housing facilities, limited job opportunities in cities. Based on 2,400 calories, rural, and 2,100 calories, urban, and monthly per capita consumption expenditure of 454, rural, and 540, urban. Planning Commission, now NITI at IG, estimated poverty ratio L67 in India in 2004-05 was 27.5% and according to the Suresh Tendulkar Committee was 37.2%. The Tendulkar Committee stipulated a benchmark of daily per capita expenditure of 27 and 33 in rural and urban areas, respectively. Program/measure year of launch 20-point program 1975 Indira Awas Yojana Jawahar Rozgar Yojana 1985-1989 Nehru Rozgar Yojana 1989 Svarna Jayanti Shahri Rozgar Yojana 1997 Pradhan Mantri Gram Udaya Yojana 2000 Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana 2000 Sampurn Gramin Rozgar Yojana 2001 Bharat Nirman Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission Prime Minister Employment Generation Program 2005 Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Program 2009 National Rural Livelihood Mission, NRLM, 2011 Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan 2012 Swachh Bharat Abhiyan 2014-2008 Bidi Bachao Bidi Padhao 2014 Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana 2015 Atal Pension Yojana 2015 Digital India Program National Skill Development Mission Hridayi, Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, Smart City Mission Amrit, Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, 2015 Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti Bima Yojana Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchayi Yojana Startup and Stand-Up Yojana Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana Ujjwala Yojana 2015 2015 2016 68 General Knowledge Indian Economy Program/Measure Year of Launch Swayam, Study Webs of Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana Pradhan Mantri Vayavandana Yojana Pradhan Mantri Matrik Vavandana Yojana Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijlai Hargar Yojana Rastriya Bayatri Yojana Sabhagya Yojana UBAN Scheme Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandan Yojana 2016 2017 2017 2017 2017 2017 2017 2017 2018 2019 2019 Program/Measure Year National Mission for Empowerment of Women BAL Bandhu Scheme Nai Roshni 2010 2011 2012 Bidi Bachao Bidi Padhao 2015 PM Ujjwala Yojana PM Matravandana Yojana 2016 2017 Agriculture LL Unemployment. It refers to a situation when a person is able and willing to work at the prevailing wage rate, but does not get the opportunity to work. Estimation of unemployment since 1973 on the recommendation of B. Bhagwati Committee. 3 estimates of unemployment have been brought about by Planning Commission, Viz. 1. Usual principal status persons who remained unemployed for a major part of the year. Agriculture is the mainstay of Indian economy. It makes important contribution in GDP, national income, employment, trade, and industry. Green Revolution is associated with the use of HYBS, high-yielding variety seeds, chemical, fertilizers and new technology, which led to a revolutionary result in agricultural production. Dr. M.S. Swaminathan has been called the father of Green Revolution in India. Revolution production blue golden fiber pink red white yellow fish production jute onion meat milk oil seed 2. Current weekly status persons who did not find even an hour of work in a week presiding the date of survey. Tricolor Revolution. Tricolor Revolution has 3 components: Saffron Revolution, Solar Energy White Revolution, Cattle Welfare Blue Revolution, Fishermen's Welfare 3. Current daily status persons who did not find work even for 1 hour in a day. Industries and LLL Industrial Policies L Program/Measure Year Midday Meal Scheme 1995 Swatter 1995 Swayam Siddha 2001 SSA 2001 Support to Training and Employ 2003-04 MENT Program for Women, STEP, Ujjwala 2007 Dhanlaxmi 2008 Integrated Child Protection Scheme 2009-10 Sabla Scheme 2010 LL Industrial policies were launched in 1948, 1956, 1977, 1980, and 1991. Industrial Policy 1956 is called Economic Constitution of India and gave public sector the strategic edge. Industrial Policy 1991 opened up the economy. Its main aims were A. To end license permit Raj, B. To integrate Indian economy with the outer world, C. To remove restrictions on FDI and D. To reform public sectors. 69 General Knowledge Indian Economy Public Sector Enterprises Industrial Commits, PSCs, LLL Industries requiring compulsory licensing, A. Distillation and brewing of alcoholic drinks, B. Cigar and cigarettes of tobacco, C. Electronic aerospace and defense equipment, D. Industrial explosives, E. Specific hazardous chemicals. Areas reserved for public sector are A. Atomic energy production, separation, and enrichment of fissionable materials and B. Railways. Present policy on PSCs is to A. Not to privatize profit-making companies and to modernize and revive sick companies, B. Not to bring government stake in PSCs below 51%, C. To adopt initial public offering route to disinvestment. Hazari Committee on Industrial Policy. Subimaldit Committee on Industrial Licensing. Abid Hussain Committee on Small Scale Industry. C. Rangarajan Committee on Disinvestment. Memorandum of Understandings, MAU, Arjun Sengupta. Small Scale Industry LLLL Maharatnas, Navratnas, and Mini-Ratnas LLLL to impart greater managerial and commercial autonomy to the PSCs. The concept of Maharatna, Navratna, and Mini-Ratna was started. Maharatnas were started in 2009. 10 Maharatnas are ONGC, SAIL, IOC, NTPC, Coal India Ltd, BHEL, GAIL, India, Ltd, and BPCL, HPCI, and Power Grid Corporation. Navratnas Bharat Electronics Ltd, HAL, MTNL, NALCO, National Mineral Development Corporation, Nevili Lignite Company Ltd, Oil India Ltd, Power Finance Company Ltd, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Ltd, Rural Electrification Corporation Ltd, Shipping Corporation of India Ltd, CCIL, EIL, and NBCCL. Mini-Ratnas Public Sector Enterprises, PSCs, that have made profit continuously for the last 3 years and have positive net worth. At present there are 61 in Category I and 12 in Category II. A new thrust to small-scale industry, given in Industrial Policy of 1977. MIGNT Act, was enacted in 2006. Contributes 8% to GDP, 45% to all manufactures and 42% to exports. According to the 4th Census, 2009, of SSIs, 67% of the MSME are in manufacturing and 33% are in services sector. Classification of MSMEs category annual turnover micro not exceeding 5 crores, small between 5 crores to 75 crores, medium 75 to 250 crores. Major industries in India: iron and steel LLL. First steel industry at Tulsi, West Bengal. Bengal Iron Works Company was established in 1874. First large-scale steel plant ISCO at Jamshedpur, 1907, was followed by ISCO at Burnpur, 1919, West Bengal. The first public-owned steel plant was Rourkela Integrated Steel Plant. Presently, India is the third largest producer of steel and comes first in the production of sponge iron. 70 General Knowledge Indian Economy Location, Plants, Assistance: Rourkela, Odisha, Germany Bellary, Chhattisgarh, Russia Durgapur, West Bengal, Britain Bokaro, Jharkhand, Russia Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, Russia. Jute Industry LL. India ranks number 1 in jute production and number 2 in raw jute exports after Bangladesh. More than 2/3 jute industry is concentrated in West Bengal. Cotton and textile industry, L largest organized and broad-based industry accounting for 4% of GDP, 20% of manufacture value added and 1/3 of total exports earning. Abid Hussain Committee Development of Capital Markets, Damodran Committee, Khandelwal Committee, Patil Committee, VK Sarma Committee, Credit to Marginal Farmers, Sarangi Committee, Non-Performing Assets, Khanna Committee, Regional Rural Banks, Dantawala Committee, Lead Bank Scheme. Gil Committee, Financial Inclusion, Banking and Finance. L Cement Industry, LL First Cement Producing Unit was set up at West Bengal, Porbandar, Gujarat, in 1914. India is the second largest producer of cement in the world. Sugar Industry, LLLLL Bimal Jalan Committee, Malagam Committee, Birla Committee, Kirit Park Committee, Chaturvedi Committee. Bank of Hindustan was the first bank, established in India in 1770. First bank with limited liability managed by an Indian board was the Audit Commercial Bank in 1881. First purely Indian bank was Punjab National Bank, 1894. Nationalization of Bank India is the second largest producer of sugar in the world with a 22% share. It is the second largest agro-based industry in the country. AC Shah Committee, Customer Service in Banks, Human Resource in Commercial Banks, Corporate Debt, Non-Banking Financial Company, Market Infrastructure Instruments, Functioning of Microfinance Institutions, Corporate Governance, Rationalization of Petroleum Product Prices, Improving National Highways in India. SR Hakim Committee, Urban Poverty, Abhijit Sen Wholesale Price Index. LLLA step towards social banking was taken with the nationalization of 14 commercial banks on July 19, 1969. 6 more banks were nationalized on 1980, total number of public sector banks are 27. Later on, in the year 1993, the government merged New Bank of India with Punjab National Bank. Bhartiya Mahila Bank, India's first bank exclusively for women, headquarters in New Delhi, was inaugurated on November 19, 2013. It has been merged with SBI in 2017. IDBI Bank is an Indian financial service company, formerly known as Industries Development Bank of India, headquartered in Mumbai, India. In September 2004, the RBI incorporated IDBI as a scheduled bank under the RBI Act, 1934. General Knowledge Indian Economy. L in 2019, Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank got merged with Punjab National Bank. Syndicate Bank is merged with Canara Bank, while Union Bank of India, Andhra Bank, and Corporation Bank got merged. Similarly, Indian Bank got merged with Allahabad Bank. LL71 repo rate. It is the rate at which RBI lends short-term money to the banks against securities. Reverse repo rate. It is the rate at which banks park short-term excess liquidity with the RBI. This is always 100 basis point 1% less than repo rate. Qualitative/selective/direct Reserve Bank of India, RBI, Credit Control. RBI was established in 1935, under RBI Act, 1934. RBI is the Central Bank of India. The main purpose of creating RBI was to regulate money supply and credit in the country. RBI was nationalized in 1949 and its first Indian governor was C.D. Deshmukh. Its headquarters is in Mumbai. Qualitative measures are used to make sure that purpose, for which loan is given, is not misused. It is done through credit rationing, regulating loan to consumption, etc. Functions of the RBI. In April 2015, Reserve Bank of India provided license for operation to 2 new private banks, namely Bandhan Financial Services and Infrastructure Development Finance Company, IDFC. LLLLLL Monetary Policy, Regulation, and Supervision of the Banking and Non-Banking Financial Institutions. Debt and Cash Management for Center and State Governments. Foreign Exchange Management, Current and Capital Account Management. Management of Foreign Exchange Reserves. Currency Management, Oversight of the Payment and Settlement Systems. Development Role. Research and Statistics. The RBI and Credit Control. Quantitative credit control. It is used to control the volume of credit and indirectly to control the inflationary and deflationary pressures. The quantitative credit control consists of bank rate. It is the rate at which the RBI gives finance to commercial banks. Cash reserve ratio, CRR, cash that banks deposits with the RBI without any floor rate or ceiling rate. Statutory liquidity ratio, SLR, it is the ratio of liquid assets, which all commercial banks have to keep in the form of cash, gold, and government-approved securities with itself. LLL New Bank License Mitra Bank Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency Bank, Mitra Bank, was launched on April 8, 2015. Bank set up under SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India. Bank has launched 3 loan instruments: Tissue, cover loans up till 50,000, Kisore, cover loan above 50,000 and up till 5 lakh. Tarun, cover loans above 5 lakh and up till 10 lakh. LLL Indradhanush Scheme 2015. This is for the banking reforms in India. The 7 key reforms of Indradhanush mission includes appointments discretion, capitalization, empowerment, framework of accountability, governance reforms, and Bank Board Bureau. LL 15th Finance Commission. The 15th Finance Commission was constituted in accordance with the Article 280 of the Indian Constitution. The first Finance Commission was headed by K.C. Neogi and the 15th Finance Commission is headed by N.K. Singh. 72 General Knowledge Indian Economy Stock Exchange of India. LLL Capital Market is the market for long-term funds while money market is the market for short-term funds. Capital Market of India is regulated by SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, 1988. A stock exchange provides services for brokers and traders to trade stocks, bonds, and other securities. The Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE, is a stock exchange located on Dalal Street, Mumbai, and is the oldest stock exchange in Asia. The BSE has the largest number of listed companies in the world, established in 1875. The National Stock Exchange, NSE, is the 16th largest stock exchange in the world. It is situated in Mumbai. Insurance. LLL insurance industry includes 2 sectors, life insurance and general insurance. LIC was established on September 1, 1956. Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, IRDAI, was set up on April 19, 2000 to regulate the insurance sector. IRDA has changed its name to Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India in December 2014. Balance of Payment, BOP. BOP records the transactions in goods, services, and assets between residents of a country with the rest of the world for a specified time period, typically a year. There are 2 main accounts in the BOP, the current account and the capital account. In addition to that, BOP includes errors and omissions and change in foreign exchange reserves. Foreign Direct Investment, FDI. It is an investment in a foreign country through the acquisition of a local company or the establishment of an operation on a new greenfield site. Direct investment implies control and managerial and perhaps technical input. Sector/activity. Multi-brand retail, food, percent of FDI/equity 100%, telecom services 100%, tea plantation 100%, asset reconstruction company 100%, petroleum and natural gas 49%, commodity exchanges, insurance 49%, foreign trade power exchanges 49%, balance of trade, BOT, stock exchanges/clearing corporations 49%, credit information companies, pharma 74%, courier services 100%, single brand product retail trading 100%. The difference between a nation's imports of goods and services and its exports of them is known as balance of trade. There are 3 possibilities in the balance of trade, BOT, which are as follows. 1. Balance BOT, i.e. export equals imports. 2. Adverse BOT, i.e. exports imports. 3. Favorable BOT, i.e. exports imports. Defense sector airlines 100%, 100% and 49%. 73 General Knowledge Indian Economy Census 2011 Population Trend in India. Total population, male-female density, sex ratio, child sex ratio 1891 to 1921. Stagnant population 1921 to 1951. Steady growth 1951 to 1981. Rapid high growth. Stage of population explosion 1981 to 2001 high growth rate with definite signs of slowing down 121-056 9573623121843 51.47%. 587447730 48.53%. 382 per square km 943 914 in population. Top state/us bottom state/us Uttar Pradesh 199281477 Lakshadweep Maharashtra 11237297 Daman and Diu Bihar 10380463 Dadra and Nagar Haveli West Bengal 91347736 Andaman and Nicobar Islands Andhra Pradesh 8466553 Sikkim 64,429 242,911 342,853 379,944 607,688 2001 to 2011 2001 percent 2011 percent difference 64.83 75.26 53.67 74.04 82.14 65.46 10.21 6.9 11.8 persons males females according to literacy. Top state/us in percent. Bottom state/us in percent. Kerala Lakshadweep Mizoram Tripura Goa 93.91 92.28 91.58 87.75 87.40 Bihar Arunachal Pradesh Rajasthan Jharkhand Andhra Pradesh 63.82 66.95 67.06 67.63 67.66 2001 NN males females proportion population proportion in MN 532.2 496.5 in percent 51.74 48.26 in MN 623.7 586.4 in percent 51.51 48.46 51.89 48.11 82.9 75.8 914 adult sex ratio NN males females child sex ratio 2011 population 933 85.0 78.8 927 943 52.24 47.76 74 general knowledge Indian economy economic terms assets property of any kind. Balance of trade, BOT. The difference between the exports and imports of two countries in trade with each other is called balance of trade. Balance sheet is a statement of accounts, generally of a business concern, prepared at the end of a year. Bankers check a check by one bank to another. Bank rate is the rate of interest charged by the Reserve Bank of India for lending money to commercial banks. Barter to trade by exchanging one commodity for another. Bearer this term on checks and bills denotes that any person holding the same, has the same right in respect of it, as the person who issued it. Black money it means unaccounted money, concealed income, and undisclosed wealth. The money which thus remains unaccounted for, is called the black money. Deflation it is a state in monetary market when money in circulation has decreased. Depreciation reduction in the value of fixed assets due to wear and tear. Devaluation official reduction in the foreign value of domestic currency. It is done to encourage the country's exports and discourage imports. Dividend earning of stock paid to shareholders. Dumping sale of a commodity at different prices in different markets, lower price being charged in a market where demand is relatively elastic. Exchange rate the rate at which central banks will exchange one country's currency for another. Excise duty tax imposed on the manufacture, sale, and consumption of various commodities, such as taxes on textiles, cloth, liquor, etc. Fiscal policy government expenditure, tax policy, and borrowing. Bond a legal agreement to pay a certain sum of money, called principal, at some future date and carrying a fixed rate of interest. Gross domestic product, GDP, a measure of the total flow of goods and services produced by the economy over a specific time period, normally a year. Budget an estimate of expected revenues and expenditure for a given period, usually a year, item by item. Repo rate, the rate at which banks borrow from RBI. It injects liquidity into the market. Budget deficit, when the expenditure of the government exceeds the revenue, the balance between the two is the budget deficit. Bold speculators in the stock markets who buy goods, in some cases without money to pay with, anticipating that prices will go up. Buyers market an area in which the supply of certain goods exceeds the demand so that purchasers can drive hard bargains. Commercial banks, financial institutions that create credit, accept deposits, give loans and perform other financial functions. Call money loan made for a very short period. It carries a low rate of interest. Inflation, a sustained and appreciable increase in the price level over a considerable period of time. Monopoly, single sellers selling single product. Monopolistic competition, existence of too many sellers selling differentiated products. Bilateral monopoly, existence of single buyer and single seller. Monopson, a single buyer buying product being unique. Oligopoly, existence of few sellers and few products. Price war is a common feature. Reverse repo rate, the rate at which RBI borrows from banks for a short term. It withdraws liquidity into the market. General science, physics. In physics, we study about a large number of physical quantities, which can be broadly classified into two categories, scalars and vectors. Scalar quantities, physical quantities which have magnitude only, e.g. mass, speed, volume, work, time, power, energy, etc. are scalar quantities. Vector quantities, physical quantities, which have magnitude and direction both, example displacement, velocity, acceleration, force, momentum, torque, etc. For a quantity to be a vector, it is necessary that it follows the triangle rule of addition of two vectors. Rocket moves up due to reaction of downward ejection of gas. Circular motion, Newton's laws of motion. First law, every body maintains its initial state of rest or uniform motion on a straight line unless any external force acts on it. It is also called Galileo's law of inertia. Example, while jumping from a slowly moving train/bus, one must run for a short distance, in the direction of motion. Second law, the force acting on an object is directly proportional to the product of the mass of the object and the acceleration produced on it. Third law, to every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Example, bogies of the trains are provided with buffers to avoid severe jerks during shunting of trains. When an object moves along a circular path, its motion is called circular motion. The direction of motion at any point in circular motion is given by the tangent to the circle at that point. The external force required to act radially inward over the circular motion of the body is called centripetal force. In the death well, the walls of well exert an inward force over the motorcycle, and as a reaction, the motorcycle exerts an outward force on the walls of the well. Centripetal force is such a pseudo-force that is equal and opposite to centripetal force. Cream separator, centrifugal dryer work on the principle of centrifugal force. Friction, it is the opposing force that is set up between the surfaces of contact of two bodies when one body slides or rolls or tends to do so on the surface of another body. Due to friction we are able to move on the surface of Earth. On applying brakes in automobiles, it stops only due to friction. 76 General knowledge, general science work. Gravitation work is said to be done if force acting on a body is able to actually move it through some distance in the direction of the force. Its SI unit is Joule. Work equals Fs cos theta, where F equals force, S equals displacement, and theta is the angle between the direction of force and displacement. If theta 90 degrees, then work will be negative. If theta 90 degrees, then work will be positive. If theta equals 90 degrees, then work will be 0. If a coolie carrying a load on his head is moving on a horizontal platform, then theoretically he is not doing any work because theta equals 90 degrees. W equals Fs cos 90 degrees equals 0. Energy capacity of doing work by a body is called its energy. Energy is a scalar quantity and its unit is joule. Mechanical energy is of two types. Kinetic energy, K, energy possessed by a body due to its motion. 1K equals mv22 where m is mass and v is the velocity. Potential energy, U, the capacity of doing work developed in a body due to its position or configuration. U equals mgh where m is mass, g is acceleration due to gravity and h is height. The sum of all kinds of energies in an isolated system remains constant at all times. This is the law of conservation of energy. L power L satellites L rate of doing work is called power. Its unit is watt. Work done power equals time taken 1 watt-hour 1 kilowatt-hour 1 HP equals 3600 joule equals 3. 6 times 10 6 joule equals 746 watt. Everybody in the universe attracts other body by a force called force of gravitation. The gravitational force of the earth is called gravity. The acceleration produced in a body due to force of gravity is called acceleration due to gravity, g, and its value is 9.8 m/s². Acceleration due to gravity is independent of shape, size, and mass of the body. Escape velocity is the minimum velocity with which an object just crosses the Earth's gravitational field and never returns. Escape velocity at the Earth's surface is 11.2 km per second. Escape velocity at the Moon's surface is 2.4 km per second. Due to low escape velocity, there is no atmosphere on the Moon. Value of g decreases with height or depth from Earth's surface. G is maximum at poles. G is minimum at equator. G decreases due to rotation of Earth. G decreases if angular speed of Earth increases and increases if angular speed of Earth decreases. The acceleration due to gravity at the Moon is 1/6 that of the Earth. So, the weight of a person on the surface of the Moon will be 1/6 of his actual weight on the Earth. L satellites are natural or artificial bodies revolving around a planet under its gravitational force of attraction. Moon is a natural satellite, while InSat-B is an artificial satellite of Earth. The period of revolution of satellite revolving near the surface of Earth is 1 hour 24 minutes, 84 minutes. Geostationary satellite revolves around the Earth at a height of 36,000 kilometers, approximate. The orbit of geostationary satellite is called parking orbit. Geostationary satellite revolves in equatorial plane from west to east. Time period of rotation of geostationary satellite is 24/8. The Earth rotates on its axis from west to east. This rotation makes the Sun and the stars appears to be moving across the sky from east to west. General knowledge. General science. Geostationary satellite is used to telecast TV programs from one part of the world to another, in weather forecasting, in predictions of floods and droughts. Polar satellite revolves around the Earth in polar orbit at a height of 800 kilometers, approximate. Time period of these satellites is 84 minutes. These are used for weather forecasting, mapping, etc. General properties of matter. Elasticity. Elasticity is the property of material of a body by virtue of which the body acquires its original shape and size after the removal of deforming force. A force, which changes the configuration of a body, is called a deforming force. Steel is more elastic than rubber. Pressure. Pressure is defined as force acting normally on a unit area of the surface. Force pressure equals area. Its unit is N/m². It is a scalar quantity. Atmospheric pressure is measured by an instrument called the barometer. Sudden fall in barometric reading is the indication of storm. Slow fall in barometric reading is the indication of rain. Slow rise in the barometric reading is the indication of clear weather. The pressure exerted by liquid column at the surface given as P equals h/dg, where d is the density of liquid and h is height of liquid column. In a static liquid at same horizontal level, pressure is same at all points. Atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude. That is why it is difficult to cook on the mountain. The fountain pen of a passenger leaks in aeroplane. Bleeding occurs from the nose. It is difficult to breathe on higher altitude due to less amount partial pressure of oxygen in air. Water starts to boil below 100 degrees Celsius. 77 Pascal's law of pressure LLL. If gravitational attraction is negligible in equilibrium conditions, approximate, pressure is same at all points in a liquid. The pressure exerted anywhere at a point of confined liquid is transmitted equally and undiminished in all directions throughout the liquid. Hydraulic lift, hydraulic press, and hydraulic brakes are based on the Pascal's law of pressure. Archimedes' principle: when a body is immersed partly or wholly in a liquid, there is an apparent loss in the weight of the body, which is equal to the weight of liquid displaced by the body. The weight of water displaced by an iron ball is less than its own weight, whereas water displaced by the immersed portion of a ship is equal to its weight. So, small ball of iron ball sink in water, but large ship float. A fat person will quickly learn to swimming as compared to a slim person because he will displace more water. So, he will be more balanced. Hydrogen-filled balloon float in air because hydrogen is lighter than air. A person can lift more weight in water. LLLL. Laws of flotation: a body floats in a liquid if the density of material of the body is less than or equal to the density of liquid. When the density of material of the body is equal to density of liquid, the body floats fully submerged in liquid in neutral equilibrium. When body floats in neutral equilibrium, the weight of the body is equal to the weight of displaced liquid. The center of gravity of the body and center of gravity of the displaced liquid should be in one vertical line for this condition. LLL. 78 General knowledge, general science. Density. LLLLL. Density is defined as mass per unit volume. Relative density is measured by hygrometer. The density of sea water is more than that of normal water. When a ship enters in a sea from a river, it raises a bit because the density of saline water, salt water, is higher. The density of iron is more than that of water, but less than that of mercury. So, a solid chunk of iron sink in water but float in mercury. If ice floating in water in a vessel melts, the level of water in the vessel does not change. Surface tension. LLLLLL. It is the force, F, acting normally on unit length, L, of imaginary line drawn on S the surface of liquid, i.e., T equals, its unit L is N/M. The property of a liquid by virtue of which it tries to minimize its free surface area is called the surface tension. Surface tension decreases with rise in temperature and becomes zero at the critical temperature. The surface tension of clean water is higher than that of a soap solution. Formation of lead shots, spraying result in coldness, flotation of needle on water, dancing of camphor on water, are based on surface tension. Raindrop forms spherical shape due to surface tension. When kerosene oil is sprinkled on water, its surface tension decreases, due to which the excess of mosquitoes floating on the surface of water die due to sinking. Cohesive and adhesive forces. Force of attraction applied between molecules of same substance is called cohesive force, while attractive force between molecules of different substances is called adhesive force. Capillarity. The phenomenon of rise or depression of liquids in a capillary tube is called capillarity. A piece of blotting paper soaks ink because the pores of the blotting paper serve as capillary tubes. The oil in the wick of a lamp rises due to capillary action of threads in the wick. The root hairs of plants draws water from the soil through capillary action. Viscosity. Viscosity is the property of a fluid by virtue of which an internal frictional force acts between its layers, when it is in motion. Bernoulli's theorem: when an incompressible and non-viscous liquid, or gas, flows in streamlined motion from one place to another, then at every point of its path the total energy per unit volume, pressure energy and kinetic energy and potential energy, is constant. Venturi meter, atomizer, filter pump, motion of aeroplane are based upon the Bernoulli theorem. Heat and thermodynamics. Heat. LLL. Heat is a form of energy, which measures the sensation or perception of warmness or coldness of a body or environment. Its units are calorie, kilocalorie, or joule. 1 calorie equals 4.18 joule. Temperature. LL. Temperature is the measurement of hotness or coldness of a body. When two bodies are placed in contact, Heat always flow from a body at higher temperature to the body at lower temperature. General knowledge. General science. An instrument used to measure the temperature of a body is called a thermometer. The normal temperature of a human body is 37 degrees Celsius or 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit. 40 degree is the temperature at which Celsius and Fahrenheit thermometers read same. The clinical thermometer reads from 96 degrees Fahrenheit to 110 degrees Fahrenheit. White roof keeps the house cooler in summer than black roof because white roof reflects more and absorbs less heat rays, whereas black roof absorbs more and reflects less heat rays. Ice wrapped in a blanket does not melt away quickly because woolen blanket is a bad conductor of heat. Sliver is the best conductor of heat. Cooking utensils are made of aluminum, brass, and steel because these substances have low specific heat and high conductivity. Thermal expansion. Thermal expansion is the increase in size on heating. A solid can undergo three types of expansions: I. Linear expansion. 2. Superficial expansion. 3. Cubical expansion. Telephone wires are kept loose to allow the wires for contraction in winter. A gap is provided between two iron tracks of the railway track, so that rails can easily expand during summer and do not bend. Specific heat. The amount of heat required to raise the temperature of unit mass of a substance through 1 degree Celsius is called its specific heat. When temperature of water is increased from 0 degrees Celsius, then its volume decreases up to 4 degrees Celsius, becomes minimum at 4 degrees Celsius and then increases. This behavior of water around 4 degrees Celsius is called anomalous expansion of water. 79 Latent heat. The heat energy absorbed or released at constant temperature per unit mass for change of state is called the latent heat. Latent heat of fusion of ice is 80 Cal/G. Latent heat of vaporization of steam is 536 Cal/G. Hot water burns are less severe than that of steam burns because steam has high latent heat. Evaporation. It is the slow process of conversion of liquid into its vapor even below its boiling temperature. The amount of water vapor in air is called humidity. Relative humidity is measured by hygrometer. Relative humidity increases with the increase of temperature. Transmission of heat. Transfer of heat from one place to other place is called transmission of heat. In solids, transmission of heat takes place by conduction process. In liquids and gases, transmission of heat takes place by convection process. In rooms, ventilators are provided to escape the hot air by convection. Heat from the sun reaches the earth by radiation. Simple pendulum. Simple pendulum is a heavy point mass suspended from a rigid support by means of an elastic and inextensible string. The maximum time period of a simple pendulum is 84.6 minutes. The time period of a simple pendulum does not depend upon the mass, shape, and size of the bob and its amplitude of oscillation. A pendulum clock goes slow in summer and fast in winter. If a simple pendulum is suspended in a lift descending down with acceleration, then time period of pendulum will increase. If lift is ascending, then time period of pendulum will decrease. If a lift falling freely under gravity, then the time period of the pendulum is infinite. AV General knowledge. General science. Wave speed of sound. A wave is a disturbance, which propagates energy from one place to the other without the transportation of matter. Waves are broadly of two types: I. Mechanical wave, longitudinal wave and transverse wave. 2. Electromagnetic wave. Longitudinal waves. In this wave, the particles of the medium vibrate in the direction of propagation of wave. Waves on springs or sound waves in air are examples of longitudinal waves. Transverse waves. In this wave, the particles of the medium vibrate perpendicular to the direction of propagation of wave. Waves on springs under tension, waves on the surface of water are the examples of transverse waves. Electromagnetic waves. The waves, which do not require medium for their propagation, i.e., which can propagate even through the vacuum, are called electromagnetic waves. Light radio waves, X-rays, etc. are the examples of electromagnetic waves. These waves propagate with the velocity of light in vacuum. Echo. The repetition of sound due to reflection of sound waves is called echo. Intensity: it is defined as the amount of energy passing per unit time through a unit area that is perpendicular to the direction in which sound waves are traveling. Pitch: the sensation of a frequency is commonly referred to as the pitch of a sound. Sonar: it stands for sound navigation and ranging. It is used to measure the depth of a sea, to locate the enemy submarines and shipwrecks. Doppler's effect: sound waves. Sound waves are longitudinal mechanical waves. Based on their frequency range, sound waves are divided into following categories. The sound waves which lie in the frequency range 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz are called audible waves. The sound waves having frequencies less than 20 Hz are called infrasonic waves. The sound waves having frequencies greater than 20,000 Hz are called ultrasonic waves. Ultrasonic waves are used for sending signals, measuring the depth of sea, cleaning machinery parts located in hard-to-reach places, such as spiral tubes, etc. Speed of sound is maximum in solids and minimum in gases. When sound goes from one medium to another medium, its speed and wavelength changes, but frequency remains unchanged. The speed of sound remains unchanged by the increase or decrease of pressure. The speed of sound increases with the increase of temperature of the medium. The speed of sound is more in humid air than in dry air because the density of humid air is less than the density. If there is a relative motion between source of sound and observer, the apparent frequency of sound heard by the observer is different from the actual frequency of sound emitted by the source. This phenomenon is called Doppler's effect. When the distance between the source and observer decreases, then apparent frequency increases and vice versa. Light Light is a form of energy, which is propagated as electromagnetic wave. It is the radiation which makes our eyes able to see the object. Its speed is 3 times 108 m/s. It is the form of energy. It is a transverse wave. It takes 8 minutes 19 s to reach on the Earth from the Sun, and the light reflected from Moon takes 1.28 s to reach Earth. General knowledge. General science. AV1. Reflection of light. Refraction of light. When a ray of light falls on a boundary separating two media comes back into the same medium, then this phenomenon is called reflection of light. The bending of the ray of light passing from one medium to other medium is called refraction. When a ray of light enters from one medium to other medium, its frequency and phase do not change, but wavelength and velocity change. Due to refraction from Earth's atmosphere, the stars appear to twinkle. Refractive index. Speed of light in vacuum equals speed of light in the medium. Laws of reflection. The incident ray, reflected ray, and the normal to the reflecting surface at the incident point all lie in the same plane. The angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence. Reflection from plane mirror. The image is virtual and laterally inverted. The size of image is equal to that of object. If an object moves towards a plane mirror with speed v, relative to the object, the image moves towards it with a speed 2v. To see his full image in a plane mirror, a person requires a mirror of at least half of his height. The number of images formed by two plane mirrors, inclined by an angle theta, 360 degrees n equals 1. Theta. Spherical mirror. Spherical mirrors are of two types. I. Concave mirror. 2. Convex mirror. Image formed by a convex mirror is always virtual, erect and diminished. Image formed by a concave mirror is generally real and inverted. Critical angle. The angle of incidence in a denser medium for which the angle of refraction in rarer medium becomes 90 degrees, is called the critical angle. Total internal reflection. Here, if light is traveling from denser medium to rarer medium and the angle of incidence is more than the critical angle, then the light is reflected back into the denser medium. This phenomenon is called total internal reflection. Sparkling of diamond, mirage, and looming, thinning of air bubble in water and optical fiber are examples of total internal reflection. Optical fiber. It works on the principle of tear. It is used for telecommunication and various medical purposes like endoscopy. Lens. Uses of concave mirror. I. As a shaving glass. 2. As a reflector for the headlights of a vehicle, searchlight. 3. In ophthalmoscope to examine eye, ear, nose by doctors. 4. In solar cookers. Uses of convex mirror, I, as a rear view mirror in vehicle because it provides the maximum rear field of view and image formed is always erect. 2. In sodium reflector lamp. L lens is generally of two types, I, convex lens, Q, concave lens. When lens is dipped in a liquid of higher refractive index, the focal length increases and convex lens behave as concave lens and vice versa. An air bubble trapped in water or glass appears as convex, but behaves as concave lens. Dispersion of light L. When a ray of white light is passed through a prism, it gets splitted into its constituent colors. This phenomenon is called dispersion of light. 82LLLL. General knowledge. General science. The different colors appeared in the spectrum are in the following order: violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange and red. Vibgir. Rainbow is formed due to dispersion of sunlight by water droplets. Wavelength of red color is maximum and for violet color is minimum. Red, green and blue are primary colors. Green and magenta, blue and yellow, red and cyan are complementary colors. Microscope. LLL. Scattering of light. LL. When light passes through a medium in which particles are suspended whose sizes are of the order of wavelength of light, then light striking on these particles deviated in different directions. Scattering of light is maximum in case of violet color and minimum in case of red color. Blue color of sky is due to scattering of blue and violet light. The brilliant red color of rising and setting sun is also due to scattering of light. Human eye. It is an optical instrument like camera. It forms the real image of the object on retina of the eye. Least distance of distinct vision is 25 centimeters. Simple microscope is a convex lens of small focal length. Compound microscope is a combination of two convex lenses, called objective lens and eyepiece, separated by a distance. Astronomical telescope is also a combination of two lenses in which objective lens is a convex lens of large aperture and large focal length, while eyepiece is a convex lens of small aperture and small focal length. Electricity and magnetism. Charge is the basic property associated with matter due to which it produces and experiences electric and magnetic effects. Similar charges repel each other and opposite charges attract each other. The SI unit of charge is coulomb. Conductors are those materials which allow electricity to pass through themselves. Metals like silver, iron, copper, and earth act like a conductor. Silver is the best conductor. Insulator. Myopia, short-sightedness, hypermetropia, long-sightedness. A short-sighted eye can see only nearer objects. Distant objects are not seen clearly. This defect can be removed by using concave lens of suitable focal length. A long-sighted eye can see distant objects clearly but nearer objects are not clearly visible. This defect can be removed by using a convex lens. Presbyopia. In this defect both near and far objects are not clearly visible. It can be removed by using bifocal lens. Astigmatism. In this defect I cannot see horizontal and vertical lines clearly. This defect can be removed by using suitable cylindrical lenses. Insulator are those materials which do not allow electricity to flow through themselves. Wood, paper, mica, glass, ebonite are insulators. Electric current. Electric current is defined as the rate of flow of charge or charge flowing per unit time. Its unit is ampere. It is a scalar quantity. A lightning conductor is fixed on tall buildings to protect them from the destructive effects of the lightning. An electric bulb produces a bang when it is broken because there is a vacuum inside the electric bulb. When the bulb is broken, air rushes at great speed from all sides to fill the vacuum. The rushing of air produces a noise generally referred to as the bang. General knowledge. General science. Ohm's law. 83 Atomic and nuclear physics. At the constant physical conditions of any conductor, the current flowing through the conductor is directly proportional to the cathode ray's potential difference across it. Cathode ray was discovered by Sir William V. I equals, where R is the resistance. Crook and its properties are these rays travel in straight lines. If a wire is stretched, its resistance will these rays produce fluorescence. change but its specific resistance will these rays can penetrate through thin remain unaffected. Foils of metal and deflected by both on increasing the temperature of the electric and magnetic fields. Metal, its resistance increases. These rays have velocity ranging 1/30th on increasing the temperature up to 1/10th of the velocity of light. Semiconductor, its resistance decreases. On increasing the temperature of positive or canal rays electrolytes, its resistance decreases. These rays were discovered by Goldstein. The reciprocal of resistivity of a conductor is called its conductivity. Its the positive rays consists of positively unit is μ m1. Charged particles. The heating effect of electric current is these rays travel in straight line. Known as Joules's law of heating. These rays are deflected by electric and electric bulbs, electric kettle, heater, etc. magnetic fields. Devices work on the basis of heating. These rays are capable of producing effect of electric current. Physical and chemical changes. These rays can produce ionization in ammeter. It is a device which is used to gases. Measure electrical current. It is connected in X-ray series. The resistance of an ideal ammeter is X-rays are electromagnetic waves with 0 wavelength range 0.1 A 100 A X-rays voltmeter. It is a device used to measure the were discovered by Röntgen. Potential difference between 2 points in a X-rays travel in straight line. These rays circuit. It is connected in parallel to the circuit. Show reflection, refraction, interference. The resistance of an ideal voltmeter is infinite. Diffraction and polarization and do not fuse wire. It is a small conducting wire of deflected by electric and magnetic fields. Alloy of copper, tin, and lead having low melting. Long exposure of X-rays is injurious to point. So, it is protective device used in series. The human body. X-rays shows photoelectric effect. Magnet. Magnet is a piece of iron or other materials that can attract iron containing object and points toward north when suspended. When a magnet is freely suspended, its one pole always direct towards the north. This pole is called North Pole. The other pole is called South Pole. Like poles of a magnet repel each other and unlike poles attract each other. A current-carrying coil containing a soft iron core is called an electromagnet, which is utilized in electric bell, telegraph receiver, telephone diaphragm, transformer, dynamo, etc. Uses of X-rays. In medical sciences, X-rays are used in surgery for the detection of fractures, diseased organs, foreign matter like bullets, stones, etc. They are used in treatment of cancer and in skin diseases. In engineering, X-rays are used in detecting faults, cracks, flaws, and gas pockets in the finished metal products and in heavy metal sheets. In scientific work, X-rays are used in studying crystal structure and complex molecules. In custom department, X-rays are used in custom department for detection of banned materials kept hidden. AV4 General Knowledge. General Science. Nuclear reactor or atomic pile. Radioactivity. Radioactivity was discovered by Henry Becquerel, Madame Curie, and Pierre Curie, for which they jointly won Nobel Prize. The nucleus having protons AV3 or more are unstable. They emit alpha, beta, and gamma particles and become stable. The elements of such nucleus are called radioactive elements, and the phenomenon of emission of alpha, beta, and gamma particles is called radioactivity. Robert Pierre and his wife Madame Curie discovered a new radioactive element, radium. The end product of all natural radioactive elements after emission of radioactive rays is lead. With the emission of an alpha particle, atomic number is decreased by 2 and mass number is decreased by 4. With the emission of a beta particle, atomic number is increased by 1 and mass number does not change. Nuclear fission. The nuclear reaction, in which a heavy nucleus splits into two nuclei of nearly equal mass, is nuclear fission. 92 LLU-235 plus 0 N1 rightward arrow 56 LLLLLL. Uses of nuclear reactor, I. To produce electrical energy from the energy released during fission. 2. To produce different isotopes, which can be used in medical, physical, and agriculture science. BA 141 plus 3692 CROWS plus 30 and 1 plus energy atom bomb is based on nuclear fission. U-235 and Pu-239 are used as fissionable material. Nuclear fission was first demonstrated by Hayden and Fritz Strassmann. Nuclear fusion. A nuclear reactor is an arrangement in which controlled nuclear fission reaction takes place. First nuclear reactor was established in Chicago University under the supervision of Professor Enrico Fermi. Heavy water, graphite, and beryllium oxide are used to slow down the fast-moving neutrons. They are called moderator. The cold water, liquid oxygen, etc. are used as coolant to remove heat generated. Cadmium or boron rods are good absorber of neutrons and called the control rods. When two or more light nuclei combine together to form a heavier nucleus is called as nuclear fusion. For the nuclear fusion, a temperature of the order of 10 K is required. Hydrogen bomb was made by the American scientists in 1952. This is based on nuclear fusion. It is 1,000 times more powerful than atom bomb. There are several components of nuclear reactor which are as follows. Fissionable fuel U-235 or U-239 is used. Moderator decreases the energy of neutrons, so that they can be further used for fission reaction. Heavy water and graphite are used as moderator. Control rods of cadmium or boron are used to absorb the excess neutrons produced in fission of uranium nucleus, so that the chain reaction continues to be controlled. Coolant. A large amount of heat is produced during fission. Coolant absorbs that heat and prevents excessive rise in the temperature. The coolant may be water, heavy water, or a gas like HE or CO2. Laser, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. It is a device that produces an intense, coherent, and highly directional beam of the single frequency. It can be transmitted over a great distance without being spread. Laser technology in India in 1964, the first laser as gallium arsenide, GAA, semiconductor laser was designed and fabricated by Bhabha Atomic Research Center, BARC. 85 General Knowledge General Science. Various institutions as CAT, Center for Advanced Technology, DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, and Indian Institute of Science work on the laser plasma, quantum optics, etc., are going to work with American collaboration. Major, microwave amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. It was invented by three American scientists, Gordon, G. Iyer, and H. Towns in 1952. It uses microwaves in amplified form of longer wavelength of the light, while ordinary laser uses light. Quantity unit, SI. Quantity unit, SI. Length meter, viscosity poise time second, surface tension Newton/meter, mass kilogram, heat joule, area square meter, temperature Kelvin, volume cubic meter, absolute temperature Kelvin, velocity meter/second, resistance ohm, electric current ampere 2, acceleration meter/second, density kilogram/meter 3, electromotive force volt, momentum kilogram meter/second, electrical conductivity mho/meter, work joule, electric energy. Kilowatt-hour energy, joule, electric power, kilowatt or watt, force Newton, magnetic intensity, earthquake pressure, Pascal or Newton/meter 2, charge, Coulomb, frequency, hertz, magnetic induction, Gauss, power, watt, luminous flux, candela, weight, Newton or kilogram, intensity of sound, decibel, impulse, Newton, second, power of length, dioptra, angular velocity, radian/second, depth of C, fathom. General knowledge, general science, chemistry. Chemistry, a branch of physical science, is the study of the composition, properties, and behavior of matter. Physical and chemical changes. Physical changes are the changes which only affect the physical properties like color, hardness, density, melting point, etc., of matter, but do not affect the composition and chemical properties of matter. A physical change is temporary, while a chemical change is permanent. Crystallization, sublimation, boiling, melting, vaporization, cutting of trees, dissolving sugar or salt in water, etc. are physical changes. Chemical changes affect the composition as well as chemical properties of matter and result in the formation of a new substance. Burning of fuel, burning of candle and paper, electrolysis of water, photosynthesis, ripening of fruits etc., are examples of chemical changes. L melting point LL anything which occupies space and has mass is called matter. In general, it exists in three states, i.e., solid, liquid and gas. Nowadays there is a discussion on two more states of matter, i.e., plasma, ionic gases containing superenergetic and superexcited particles, and Bose-Einstein condensates or BEC, a gas at super low temperature with extremely low density. LLLLLLL boiling point LLL the temperature at which liquid converts into vapor is called its boiling point. Boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. The boiling point increases in the presence of impurities. That's why boiling point of seawater is more than the boiling point of pure water, as the former contains impurity. It is a temperature at which a substance converts from its solid state to liquid state. Melting point of ice is 0 degrees Celsius. It decreases in the presence of impurity. Atom, molecule, and element matter L it usually decreases at high altitudes. That's why at high altitudes, the boiling point of water is less than 100 degrees Celsius and more time is required to cook a food. An atom is the smallest particle of the element that can exist independently and retain all its chemical properties. Atom is made up of electrons, protons, and neutrons. Protons and neutrons reside in the nucleus, at the center of atom, whereas electrons revolve around the nucleus. A molecule is the smallest part of an element or a compound capable of independent existence under ordinary conditions. Element contains only one type of atoms, e.g. carbon, C, sulfur, S, diamond, graphite etc. Anunsaptium, a super-heavy chemical element with atomic number 117, is a member of group 17 in the periodic table below the 5 halogens, fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine, and acetine. Its synthesis was claimed in Dubna, Russia by a joint Russian-American collaboration. In 2014, the GSI Helmholtz Center for Heavy Ion Research in Germany also claimed to have successfully repeated original experiment. Isotopes and isobars LL isotopes have the same number of protons, i.e. atomic number, but different number of neutrons and mass number, atomic number and number of neutrons, e.g. 1h1, 1h2, 1h3. Isobars have the same mass number but different atomic number, e.g. 4040 and 20Ca40. 18AR, 19K87 General Knowledge General Science Dating Techniques LL Radiocarbon dating is used to determine the age of carbon-bearing materials like wood, animal fossils etc. Uranium dating is used to determine the age of earth, minerals, and rocks. Colloids LLL these are heterogeneous solutions, containing two phases, dispersed phase and dispersion medium. These show Tyndall effect, i.e. scattering of light by colloidal particles, and Brownian motion, zigzag motion. Colloids can be dispersion medium loving, i.e. lyophilic, or dispersion medium repelling, i.e. lyophobic. Dispersed phase dispersion medium type of colloid example liquid solid gas liquid solid gas liquid solid gas gas liquid 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 solid 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 fog, clouds, mist smoke, automobile exhaust shaving cream milk, face cream mud, milk of magnesia foam, rubber, sponge, pumice jelly, cheese, butter milky glass, color gemstone aerosol, solid, foam emulsion sol foam gel solid sol battery is a device, used to convert chemical energy into electrical energy and is of two types, primary batteries, non-rechargeable, act as galvanic cell, e.g. dry cell, mercury cell etc. Secondary batteries, rechargeable, act as galvanic as well as voltaic cell e.g. lead storage battery, nickel-cadmium battery etc. In electrolytic refining, anode is made by impure metal and a strip of pure metal acts as cathode. LL battery anode cathode Glanz cell mercury cell zinc graphite electrolyte paste of ammonium chloride and zinc chloride zinc mercury paste of HGO, mercuric paste of KOH amalgam oxide, and carbon and VNO lead storage lead lead packed in lead 38% solution of sulfuric battery dioxide acid used in transistors, clocks, hearing aids and camera automobiles. Invertive corrosion. The oxidative deterioration of a metal surface by the action of environment is called corrosion. It is an electrochemical process. When iron is exposed into air, iron surface turns red due to the formation of hydrated ferric oxide, Fe2O3xH2O, which is also called rust. Silver surface turns black due to the formation of silver sulfide, Ag2s, and copper or bronze surfaces turn green due to the formation of basic copper carbonate, CuO2.2CO3. Corrosion of iron is called rusting and is accelerated by the presence of impurities, H+, electrolytes such as NaCl and gases like CO2, SO2, number 2, etc. Corrosion is prevented by electroplating, oiling, greasing, painting, varnishing and by galvanization, i.e. deposition of zinc layer over iron articles. AV8L General Knowledge. General Science. A sliced apple, when exposed to air, turns brown after some time. This is because apple contains iron, which gets oxidized and gives a brownish color to apple. Renewable and non-renewable natural resources. Renewable resources are available in large excess, i.e. never ends, e.g. air, sunlight, etc. Non-renewable resources are available in limited quantity and, if used excessively, after a limited period of time. E.g. mineral, coal, petroleum, natural gas, etc. Fire extinguishers. Coal is obtained by carbonization of vegetable matter and is available in different varieties: peat, 60% C, lignite, or brown coal, 70% C, bituminous coal, 60% to 80% C, anthracite coal, 90% C. Out of these, bituminous is the most common form. Fuels. Flame contains 3 parts. 1. Innermost part, which is black due to the presence of unburned carbon particles and has lowest temperature. 2. Middle part is yellow due to incomplete combustion of fuel. 3. Outermost part is blue due to complete combustion of fuel, which is the hottest part and used by goldsmiths to heat the gold. Water extinguishes fire because as it evaporates the vapors surround a burning substance, cutting off the oxygen supply, thus inhibiting burning process. In case of electrical or oil, petrol, fires, water cannot be used as extinguisher. This is because water is a conductor of electricity and heavier than oil. Thus, oil floats over it and continues to burn. Carbon dioxide, which is generated by the reaction of baking soda with acid, is used to extinguish electrical or oil fires. Quality of petrol is measured in terms of octane number and that of diesel in terms of cetane number. Tel, tetraethyl lead, is an anti-knock compound. Higher the octane number, better is the quality of fuel. The substance, which produce heat and light on combustion, are called fuels. A strong foul-smelling substance, called ethyl mercaptan, C2H5SH, is added to LPG to detect its leakage, as LPG is an odorless gas. The amount of heat obtained, when 1 g of a fuel is burned in excess of oxygen, is called calorific value. Vehicle carrying inflammable substances have metallic ropes, touching the ground during motion in order to provide earthing for lightning. Fuels used in rocket are called rocket propellants. A mixture of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen is most common rocket propellant. Fuel composition sources: water, gas, carbon monoxide, CO, plus hydrogen, H2, producer gas, nitrogen, N2, plus carbon monoxide, CO, 2, 1 ratio, hydrogen and methane and ethylene, C2H4, plus acetylene, C2H4, plus CO and nitrogen methane, 83%, plus ethane, 16%. Butane, C2H2, plus propane, C3H8, by passing steam over red-hot coke, by passing insufficient air over red-hot coke, by fractional distillation of wood from petroleum from oil wells, methane, CH4, 95% from petroleum, methane, CH4, plus carbon dioxide, CO2, plus hydrogen, H2, plus nitrogen, N2, from organic wastes coal gas, natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, compressed natural gas, CNG, biogas or gobar gas. General knowledge, general science, fuel calorific value, kJ/G, coal. Kerosene, oil, petrol, diesel, biogas, LPG, cow dung, hydrogen 25 to 32, 48, 50, 45, 35 to 40, 56 to 8, 150, natural gas 35 to 50, safety matches. In safety matches, the stick consists of a mixture of antimony trisulfide and potassium chlorate at its one end. The box side contains a mixture of powdered glass and red phosphorus. Air and our breath contain carbon dioxide. Thus, when lime water is kept in air or we pass our breath into it, the lime water turns milky. Carbon monoxide, it is a neutral oxide of air and has more affinity towards hemoglobin than oxygen, about 200 times more. That's why in the environment of carbon monoxide, which is a non-poisonous gas, people die for the need of oxygen. It is dangerous to sleep in an unventilated room with fire burning inside because the fire produces carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide gases. Plaster of Paris. L acids, bases, and salts. Acids, these are the substance, which have a sour taste and turn blue litmus red. These are good conductor of electricity in aqueous solution. Pickles are always kept in glass jar because acid present in them reacts with metal to produce hydrogen gas. Bases, these are the substances, which have bitter taste, soapy to touch and turn red litmus blue. Bases like NaOH, KOH, etc. are good conductors of electricity in their aqueous solution and in molten state. Base react with acid to form salt and water. Salts, these are the product of neutralization reaction between an acid and a base. pH is the measure of acidity/basicity. Carbon dioxide, it is an acidic oxide of carbon and is used by green plants for photosynthesis. It does not help in burning. It is chemically calcium sulfate 1 hemihydrate, CaSO4, H2O, and is prepared by heating gypsum, which is calcium sulfate dihydrate, CaSO4 2H2O, at 373 K. On mixing with water, plaster of Paris further sets into a hard solid, called gypsum. Thus, it is used to plaster fractured bones, for making toys, materials for decoration and for making surfaces smooth. Portland cement. L. Some important compounds in everyday life. 89L. It is a complex mixture of silicates and aluminates of calcium with small amount of gypsum. Raw material used for the manufacture of Portland cement are limestone and clay. The composition of Portland cement is calcium oxide, 50 to 60%, alumina, 5 to 10%, and magnesium oxide, 2 to 3%. Gypsum is added to cement to decrease its rate of setting. In cement, if lime is in excess, cement cracks during setting, and if lime is less, cement is of weak strength. Mortar, a mixture of sand, cement, and water, is used for joining bricks and plastering walls. Concrete, a mixture of gravel, sand, cement, and water, is used for flooring and making roads. 90L. General knowledge, general science. Reinforced concrete cement, RCC, which is concrete with steel bars and wires, is used for constructing roofs, bridges and pillars. Soaps, these are sodium and potassium salts of higher fatty acids, e.g. sodium palmitate, sodium stearate, etc. Heavy water is deuterium oxide, D2O, molecular mass equals 20, which used as moderator in nuclear reactors. It is called heavy due to the presence of deuterium, the heavy hydrogen. Hard water. L. Glass, an amorphous solid or supercooled liquid, contains mainly silica, SiO2. Different substances are added to obtain glass of different colors, e.g. color substance added red, green, copper oxide, CuO, chromium oxide, Cr2O3, ruby red, gold chloride, OCl3, blue brown cobalt oxide, Cu, iron oxide, Fe2O3, Ll. The water in which soluble bicarbonates of calcium and magnesium are present, is called temporary hard water, and in which soluble sulfates and chlorides of magnesium and calcium are present is called permanent hard water. The temporary hardness of water is removed by boiling or by adding calcium Clark's hydroxide, CaO, to the process. The permanent hardness of water is removed by adding sodium carbonate or calgon, sodium, Na2CO3, hexametaphosphate, Na2Na4, PO3, 6. Hardening of oil pesticides, hydrogenation. These chemicals are used to destroy the organisms that harm the crop. These are of following types: insecticides e.g. DDT, Gamaxine, aluminium phosphate. Fungicides e.g. Bordeaux mixture, organomercury compounds. Herbicides e.g. benzopyrene, sodium chlorate. Rodenticides e.g. aluminium phosphide. Oil, an unsaturated fat when heated with nickel catalyst and hydrogen, gets converted into a solid mass called ghee, a saturated fat. This process is called hardening of oil and is carried out through hydrogenation in the presence of nickel as a catalyst. Medicines. These are the chemicals used for treating diseases and reducing suffering from pain. Medicine used to example analgesics reduce pain: aspirin, paracetamol, morphine, phenacetin. Tranquilizers to treat stress, mild and severe: Equanil, Valium, chlordiazepoxide, serotonin. Mental diseases and meprobamate. Antiseptic prevent the growth of microorganisms or kill them, applied to living tissues. Dettol, a mixture of chloroxylenol the antiseptic and alpha-terpineol. Savlin, iodine tincture, solution of I2 in alcohol water mixture. Boric acid, antiseptic for eyes. Hydrogen peroxide, iodoform antibiotic destroy microorganisms. These are obtained from microorganisms. Penicillin, discovered by a Fleming in 1929. Ampicillin, amoxicillin, ofloxacin, chloramphenicol, anti-malarial cure malaria. Chloroquine. Sulfa drugs alternative for antibiotics. Sulfanilamide, sulfadiazine antacids reduce acidity. Baking soda, magnesium hydroxide. 91. General knowledge. General science. Polymers. LLA polymer is a compound of high molecular weight formed by the combination of a larger number of molecules of one or two types of low molecular weight, known as monomers. And the process is called polymerization. Polymers are the backbones of four major industries: plastics, fibers, paints, and varnishes. Fiber monomers: nylon 6,6 adipic acid and hexamethylene diamine, nylon 6 or perlin, caprolactam, terylene, ethylene glycol and terephthalic acid, Kevlar terephthalic acid plus 1,4 diaminobenzene, lexin or diethyl carbonate and polycarbonate, bisphenol A, polyurethanes, toluene diisocyanate and ethylene glycol. Uses in making bristles for brushes. Synthetic fibers, parachutes, as a substitute for metal in bearings. In making fibers, plastic tire cords and ropes. For making wash and wear fabrics, tire cords, safety belts, tents, etc. For making bulletproof vests. In making bulletproof windows and safety helmets. For making washable and long-lasting mattresses, cushions. Industrial name. Chemical formula: alum, potassium, aluminium sulfate, KAl, SO4, 212H2O, alcohol, ethyl alcohol, C2H5O, baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, NaHCO3, bleaching powder, calcium oxychloride or calcium hypochlorite, CaOCl2, brine, or common salt, sodium chloride, boric, sodium tetraboric tetrahydrate, NaCl, Na2B4O7.10H2O, caustic potash, potassium hydroxide, KOH, caustic soda, sodium hydroxide, NaOH, chalk, marble, or pearl, calcium carbonate, cathode 3, chilling. Saltpeter, sodium nitrate, nano 3, chloroform, trichloromethane, CHCl3, Epsom salt, magnesium sulfate, Glauber's salt, sodium sulfate, tetrahydrate, MgSO4.7H2O, NaSO.10HO, gypsum, calcium sulfate, dihydrate, hyposodium thiosulfate, pentahydrate, CaSO 4.2H2O, NaSO.5HO, laughing gas, nitrous oxide, N2O, lunar, caustic silver nitrate, AgNO3, Mars gas, methane, CH4, quicklime, calcium oxide, sal, ammonia, Noxidar, ammonium chloride, 2422322, CaONH4Cl, sapphire, ruby. Aluminium oxide Al2O3 slate lime calcium hydroxide CaO, 2 soda ash sodium carbonate Na2CO3 spirit methyl alcohol CH3O washing soda sodium carbonate decahydrate Na2CO3.10 H2O general knowledge general science biology coined by Lamarck and Treviranus 1802, is a branch of science which deals with study of living organisms. It mainly includes botany, study of plants, and zoology, study of animals. The scientist who gave his thoughts for the first time about the life of plants and animals was Aristotle. That's why he is known as the father of biology. He is also known as the father of zoology. Living world in 18th century, Carolus Linnaeus developed binomial nomenclature for living organisms, i.e., scientific name consisting of genus and species. Whitaker, 1969, classified living organisms into 5 kingdoms: Monera, Protista, Fungi, Plantae, and Animalia. Monera includes bacteria and mycoplasma, while Protista includes protozoa, unicellular eukaryotes. Viruses are submicroscopic, obligate, intracellular parasite consisting of nucleoproteins. W. M. Stanley firstly crystal leafed TMV, tobacco mosaic virus. Viroids are smallest infected single-stranded RNA molecules discovered by Tadina. LLLL nucleic acids LLVs contain the genetic instructions used in the development and functioning of all known living organisms. These are of 2 types, namely DNA and RNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, it is a long polymer made from repeating units called nucleotides. It has 4 bases, i.e. adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. Ribonucleic acid, RNA, it is also made up of a long chain of nucleotides. It contains uracil in place of thymine. Human systems. The cells of human and other multicellular animals are organized into tissues. 2 or more tissues group together to form organs. An organ system is a group of organs that function together to carry out the principal activities of the body. Digestion is the process by which complex food is converted into simple components with the help of digestive enzymes, i.e. hydrolysis process. Respiratory system. Respiration in an oxidative process involving oxidation of food substances such as carbohydrate, fat, and proteins to form CO2, water, and to release energy. Respiration may be anaerobic, i.e. without, according to cell theory proposed by O2, and aerobic, i.e. with O2. Schleiden and Svan, 1838, cell is the structural and functional unit of organ animal living organisms. Reptiles and mammals. An organism may be composed of single-lunged frog, earthworm, and leaflet cell, unicellular, or many cells, skin fishes, tadpoles, and prawn gills, multicellular. Insects, centipedes, and millipede cells are of 2 types, i.e. prokaryotic tracheae, which lacks nucleus and membrane body surface, protozoans, porifera, and coelenterate bound organelles, and eukaryotic, which have nucleus and membrane, book-lung spider and scorpion, king crab, prawn, crayfish, and book-gills bound organelles. Daphnia. Prokaryotic cell is found in bacteria, mental mollusca, unio, mycoplasma, and blue-green algae, while air bladder, longfish, and bony fishes, e.g. eukaryotic cell in plants, animals, and labio, fungi. The cell LLLL air sac/lungs. Birds. B12, cyanocobalamin, C, ascorbic acid, B10, folic acid, B6, pyridoxine, B5, pantothenic acid, B3, niacin, black currants, peppers, sprouts and citrus fruits, yeast, cereals, nuts, seeds, and pork liver, milk, eggs and green vegetables, liver, yeast, whole cereals, and beans, animal tissue, whole grain cereals and legumes, meat, fish, eggs, cereals, bran and some vegetables, liver, raw green vegetables, yeast, and gut bacteria, liver, milk, fish and yeast. None in plant foods. B1, thiamine, B2, riboflavin, rich food source vitamin, name, K, toloquinone, E, tocopherol, dry skin and night blindness, nyctalopia, rickets in children, soft bones that bend easily, Osteomalacia, painful bones, in adults needed for healthy epithelial cells and regeneration of rhodopsin in rod cells of the eye, promotes absorption of calcium from intestines. Necessary for formation of normal bone and reabsorption of phosphate from urine. Formation of red blood cells, affects muscles, and reproductive system. Formation of prothrombin, involved in blood clotting. Formation of collagen and intercellular cement. Scurvy and poor wound healing. Pernicious anemia and nerve disorders. Maturation of red blood cells in bone marrow. Maintenance of myelin sheath of nerve. Skin problems and nerve disorder. Interconversion of amino acids. Anemia, especially during pregnancy. Pellagra, severe skin problems, diarrhea, and dementia. Pellagra, dermatitis, and diarrhea. Coenzyme in cell respiration. Precursor of NAD/NADP needed to manufacture adrenal hormone. Formation of nucleic acids and red blood cells. Cracked skin and blurred vision. Coenzyme in cell respiration, necessary for complete release of energy from carbohydrates. Coenzyme in cell respiration. Precursor of Fabry, muscular dystrophy, stunted growth, and nerve degeneration. Deficiency disease. Mild anemia and sterility. Deficiency is rare in humans. Delayed clotting time may occur in newborn babies before their gut bacteria become established. Deficiency disease. Function. Fish liver oils, dairy products, liver, most leafy vegetables and carrots contain carotene that can be converted into retinol. Fish oils, egg yolk, and butter. It can be made by the action of sunlight on skin. Vegetable oils, cereal products, and many other foods. Fresh and dark green vegetables. Also made by gut bacteria. A. Retinol. D. Calciferol, rich food source. Vitamin, name, fat-soluble vitamins. General knowledge. General science 93-94. General knowledge. General science. Enzyme source where active substrate. Main breakdown product. Carbohydrate digestion. Salivary amylase. Salivary glands. Mouth. Polysaccharides. Disaccharides. Pancreatic amylase. Pancreas. Small intestine. Polysaccharides. Disaccharides. Disaccharides. Small intestine. Small intestine. Disaccharides. Monosaccharides. Example: glucose, pepsin. Stomach mucosa. Stomach proteins. Peptide fragments. Trypsin and chymotrypsin. Pancreas. Small intestine proteins and polypeptide peptide fragments. Carboxypeptidase. Pancreas. Small intestine peptide fragments. Amino acids. Aminopeptidase. Intestinal mucosa. Small intestine peptide fragments. Amino acids. Pancreas. Small intestine. Triglycerides. Protein digestion. Fat digestion. Lipase. Free fatty acids and monoglycerides. Nucleic acid digestion. Pancreatic nucleases. Pancreas. Small intestine. DNA and RNA nucleotides. Intestinal nucleases. Intestinal mucosas. Small intestine nucleotides. Nucleotide bases and monosaccharides. Blood, lymphatic system, LLLLL. Fluid connective tissue composed of plasma and blood cells. An adult person has 5 to 6 liter blood. It is slightly alkaline, having pH 7.3 to 7.4. Plasma is pale yellow transparent and constitute about 60% volume of blood. Plasma is composed of 90 to 92% water, 7% organic substances, albumin, globulin, and fibrinogen protein, and 1% inorganic substances. LLLLL. Red blood corpus cleaves, most abundant, are non-nucleated and contains hemoglobin, the respiratory pigment. White blood cells are colorless, nucleated, and granular or agranular. Eosinophils are also called acidophils. 2 to 8% are phagocytic granulocytes and play important role in hypersensitivity. Basophils, 2%, are non-phagocytic granulocytes and increases during chickenpox. Neutrophils, 65%, are phagocytic granulocytes and increase during bacterial infection. Blood group, phenotype, antigen in red blood cells. Antibodies in can give plasma blood to groups. Can receive blood from group genotype O. Non-anti-A, anti-B. O. I-O-I-O-A. B of A. B. A and B. Anti-B. Anti-A. Non-O and A. O and B. O. A. B and of I-A. I-A or I-A. I-O. I-B. I-B or I-B. I-O. I-A. I-B. O. A. B and of A and of B and of 95. General knowledge. General science. LLLLL. Monocytes, 0.5%. are granulocytes called policemen of blood and increase during tuberculosis. Lymphocytes, 26%, are granulocytes producing antibodies and increase during viral infection. Platelets, thrombocytes, are non-nucleated. Platelets have a lifespan of about 8 to 10 days. Rh factor discovered by Landsteiner and Weiner in rhesus monkey, which is responsible for erythroblastosis fetalis disease. Important component of blood clotting are fibrinogen, prothrombin, thromboplastin, calcium ions and vitamin K. Excretory organ animal contractile vacuole amoeba flame cells / solenocytes tapeworm rennet cell * nephridia earthworm Malpighian tubules cockroach coxal glands scorpion green glands prawn LLL heart LLL human heart is myogenic i.e. contraction is initiated by a pulse produced by sinoatrial node, SA node, located in right atrium. It is also called pacemaker. First heart sound is loop and second heart sound is dub. Contraction of heart is called systole. 120 mm Hg, while relaxation is called diastole, 80 mm Hg. Excretion LLL. It is the process elimination of harmful waste products from the animal body to regulate the composition of the body fluids and tissues. Human excretory system is composed of 2 kidneys. Nephron is the structural and functional unit of kidneys. Color of urine is pale yellow. It is due to pigment urochrome. Human urine contains about 95% water, 2% salts, 2.6% urea, and 0.3% uric acid. For brain olfactory region cerebrum pH of urine is about 6.0, mildly acidic. The urine on standing gives a pungent smell. It is due to the conversion of urea into ammonia. Specific gravity of urine is 1.015 to 1.025. Volume of urine is 1 to 2 L per day. Product animal ammonia most invertebrates, fishes etc. Urea ascaris, earthworm, cartilaginous fishes, amphibian, and mammals uric acid insects, land reptiles and birds central nervous system the brain is the organizing and processing center of the body. It is the site of consciousness, sensation, memory, and intelligence. The brain receives impulses from the spinal cord and from 12 pairs of cranial nerves coming from it and extending to the senses and to other organs. In addition, the brain initiates activities without environmental stimuli. 3 major portions of the brain are recognized as the hindbrain, midbrain, and the forebrain. Smell thinking, intelligence, memory, ability to learn from experience, willpower, skilled work, reasoning knowledge, consciousness and speech. Control laughing, weeping, micturition, passing of urine, defecation voluntary forced breathing and voluntary muscular coordination. Diencephalon, sensation of heat, cold, and pain control center of autonomic nervous system, control hunger, thirst, sweating, sleeping and sex. Hypothalamus regulated body temperature so thermostat of body. Appetite and safety control emotions like love, anger, pleasure, and satisfaction. Control metabolism of carbohydrate, fat, and water. 96 midbrain and hindbrain cerebellum general knowledge general science reflex center of visual and auditory sensation. Involuntary muscular coordination, maintain posture, orientation, and equilibrium of the body. Medulla oblongata regulate heart rate, involuntary breathing, respiratory center, blood pressure, vasoconstriction and vasodilation, gut peristalsis, food swallowing and vomiting gland secretion. Disease pathogen incubation symptoms prevention / vaccine chickenpox, varicella, herpes zoster virus 12 to 20 days varicella vaccine smallpox variola virus 12 days poliomyelitis poliovirus 7 to 14 days measles, rubella disease, mumps rubella virus 10 days dark red colored rash or pox changing into vesicles, crusts and falling appearance of rash changing into pustules, scaps, and falling pock marks are left damages motor neurons causing stiffness of neck, convulsion, paralysis of limbs generally legs rubella, skin eruptions, coughing, sneezing, etc. Mumps virus 12 to 26 days rabies virus, hydrophobia, 10 days to 1 to 3 months. Tuberculosis M. Tuberculosis 2 to 10 weeks. Diphtheria C. Diphtheria E. 2 to 6 days. Cholera. Vibrio cholerae 6 to 2 to 3 days. Leprosy. Mycobacterium 2 to 5 years. Lepre. Tetanus. Lockjaw. Clostridium tetani. Typhoid. Salmonella typhi 1 to 3 weeks. Plague. Pasteurella pestis 2 to 6 days. Gonorrhea. Neisseria. Gonorrhea 2 to 10 days. 3 to 21 days. Smallpox. Vaccine. Shock vaccine and oral polio vaccine. OPV, measles, mumps, rubella, varicella combo, MMRV vaccine, painful enlargement of mumps vaccine, parotid and salivary glands isolation, spasm in throat and chest, immunization of dog's muscles, fears from water, paralysis, and death, coughing, chest pain and BCG vaccine, bloody sputum with tuberculin, inflammation of mucosa of BPT vaccine, nasal chamber, throat, etc., respiratory tract blocked, acute diarrhea and sanitation, boiling of dehydration water and oral cholera vaccine, skin hypopigmentation. BCG also offers nodulated skin, deformity, variable amount of fingers and toes. Protection against leprosy. Lepromin skin tests the generation of motor ATS and BPT vaccines, neurons, rigid jaw muscles, spasm, and paralysis, classic typhoid fever, tab vaccine and screening of food and water, bubonic plague effects, killing of rats and rat lymph nodes, pneumonic fleas, plague vaccine, plague affects lungs and septicemic plague causes anemia, inflammation of avoid prostitution, urinogenital tract. 97 general knowledge, general science, disease pathogens, streptococcus pneumoniae, salmonellosis, salmonella, enteritidis, swine flu, H1N1 flu virus, orthomy, pneumonia, incubation symptoms, prevention / vaccine 1 to 3 days, decrease in respiratory efficiency, diarrhea, PCV 1348, H1 to 4 days, fever with or without chill, sore throat, dyspnea, myalgia, diarrhea, vomiting, and dizziness, hemorrhagic fever, muscle pain, headache, sore throat, diarrhea, kidney and liver dysfunction, internal and external bleeding, muscle pain, swollen lymph nodes, fever, headache, and rash. Ebola virus disease, EVD, Ebola virus, filovirus, 2 to 21 days. Dengue RNA virus of genus Flavivirus 3 to 14 days. Chikungunya RNA virus of genus Alphavirus 1 to 12 days. Headache, fatigue, digestive complaints, and conjunctivitis. RASV vaccine, oseltamivir, Tamiflu, Jonamivir, Relenza, are antiviral drugs. Vaccines are available against this disease. No licensed vaccine available. Immune therapies are done currently. No specific antiviral drug is available, however symptoms-based treatment is done. No specific treatment, however supportive case through drugs like naproxen, paracetamol is done. Vaccine discovered by disease fungus, smallpox, Edward Jenner, 1786. Aspergillosis, Aspergillus flavus, a fumigatus, and a Niger blastomyces, dermatitis, Candida albicans, Cladosporium corioniae, coccidios, imitis, lipomix, neoformans, geotrichum, candidum, histoplasma capsulatum, Leucoputulus, tritophagan, purpureum, cholera. Louis Pasteur, 1880. Blastomycosis, candidiasis, chromomycosis, coccidiomycosis, cryptococcosis, geotrichosis, histoplasmosis, neuritis, onychomycosis, diphtheria and amyl. Adolf von Behring and tetanus, Severo-Kittis, tuberculosis, Leon Comet and Camille Guerin, 1992, polio, Jonas Esock, 1954, oral polio, Albert Bruce Sabin, 1995, measles, John F. Enders, 1960, rabies, Charles Nicole, 1909, antibiotic, microbial source, penicillin, Penicillium notatum and P. chrysogenum, bacitracin, Bacillus subtilis, disease fungus, cephalosporin, Cephalosporium acremonium, atlasfoot ringworm, tritophagan, microsporum, and epidermophagan, looker and Rhizopus, Penicillium grizzofulvum, Penicillium grizzofulvum, streptomyces gris, tetracycline S. erythraeus, erythromycin S. aureopaciens, chloramphenicol S. venezuelina, Cormycosis, penicilliosis. 98 General knowledge, general science, Ebola virus according to World Health Organization, whose August 19, 2015 situation report. There were 3 confirmed cases of Ebola reported in the week up to August 16, all of which were reported from Guinea. For the first time since the beginning of the outbreak in Sierra Leone, A full epidemiological week has passed with no confirmed cases reported. A total of 72 cases remain under monitoring in Sierra Leone. On 29 June 2015, a confirmed case of Ebola was reported in a 17-year-old male who had died in Liberia. Apart from Africa, Ebola virus has spread to USA, Spain, Mali, and to an extent in Italy and UK. LLL Biotechnology LL Ecology, term used by writer, deals with various principles which govern the relationship between organisms and their environment. Pyramid of number is upright in grassland and pond ecosystem, while inverted in tree ecosystem. Pyramid of biomass is upright in grassland and forest ecosystem, whereas inverted in pond ecosystem. Pyramid of energy is always upright. L motor vehicle contributes 60% of air pollution in major cities. Photochemical smog comprising of O3, H2O2, PEN, etc. LLLLLLLLLLco has 250 times more binding affinity with hemoglobin as compared to O2. Acid rain is composed of H2SO4 and HNO3. Chlorofluorocarbons released into stratosphere release free chlorine atom that causes depletion of ozone. Sewage is major source of water pollution. Bioremediation is the process of using microorganisms to remove environmental pollutants, e.g. using oil zapper developed by Terry to prevent oil spills. Biomagnification, the increase in concentration of persistent chemicals in organisms in successive trophic levels. Endosulfan is an organic pollutant used as a pesticide in southern states for cashew crops, which is now banned world over. Biotechnology is a field of applied biology that involves the use of living things in engineering, technology, medicine, and other useful applications. Genetic engineering, insertion of a foreign gene fragment into another DNA molecule to produce DNA clones. Gene therapy, it is the insertion of genes into an individual cells and tissue to treat diseases, especially hereditary diseases. Test tube baby pollution. Chernobyl disaster occurred in Ukraine, USSR, April 26, 1986 due to explosion of nuclear power station. Nitrate fertilizer cause blue baby syndrome or methemoglobinemia. Noise pollution is measured in decibels. Generally sound beyond 80 dB is termed as noise. LLL test tube baby is a fusion of ovum and sperm outside body followed by implantation in uterus at 32 stellate stage and further normal development to birth. The IVF, in vitro fertilization, technology is a boon to childless couples. First attempt to produce a test tube baby was made by an Italian scientist, Dr. Petrucci, in 1959. But this human embryo survived for only 29 days. The world's first test tube baby, a baby girl, named as Louise Joy Brown, was born on July 25, 1978 in Great Britain. India's first test tube baby was born in Mumbai on August 6, 1986. Her name is Harsha. Cloning. Cloning in producing genetically occurs in biology is the process of similar populations of identical individuals that nature when organisms. 99 General knowledge. General science. Such as bacteria, insects, or plants reproduce asexually. Dahlia sheep, the first mammal clone, was developed by Dr. Ian Wilmers, UK. Bt crops. Crop plants that contain genes for Bt toxins. Bt toxin gene has been cloned from the bacteria, Bacillus thuringiensis, and been expressed in plants to provide resistance from insects without the need of insecticides, e.g. Bt cotton, first GM crop, Bt corn, golden rice, etc. Seed village concept. It is the starting point of agriculture and dictates ultimate productivity of other inputs. It was organized by Dr. Swaminathan in the Jaunti village of Delhi State in 1965, which was designed to convert the entire village into a high-quality seed-producing center. Over the years, this concept has grown and been refined with aims to import techneracy, technical literacy, or imparting the latest skills to farmers solely, for quality seed production and thereby to make available quality seed to others at appropriate time and affordable cost. Bacteria. Bird. Dialister pneumocyntes. Hummingbird, Cuba, flower mammal Wolfia microscopica, angiosperm, true, Schuntus etruscus, bone states muscle stapedius or erector pili virus foot and mouth disease virus endocrine gland pituitary mammal, on land, African elephant, Loxodonta africana, mammal, in the biosphere, blue whale flower Rafflesia flower in India Sapria vertebral lumbar vertebrae bone femur bone, in frog, tibia fibula muscles gluteus maximus, buttock, muscle of hip, tooth tusk of elephant, upper incisor modification, tallest angiosperm eucalyptus tallest gymnosperm Sequoia sempervirens, Sequoia gigantea, coral reef in Australia, Great Barrier Reef egg or cell ostrich vein inferior vena cava artery abdominal aorta cell of the body neuron or nerve cell virus parrot fever virus branch agriculture concern field study of producing crops from the land anatomy study of the animal forms with an emphasis on human bodies. Anthology study of flowers. Anthropology study of apes and man. Apiculture honey industry, beekeeping. Biochemistry deals with the study of chemical reactions in relation to life activities. Cardiology study of heart. Cryogenic study concerning with the application and uses of very low temperature. Cytology study of cells. Dermatology study of skin. Floriculture study of flower-yielding plants. Genetic study of heredity and variations. Gerontology study of growing old. Horticulture study of garden cultivation. Myology study of muscles. Nephrology study of kidneys obstetrics branch of medicine dealing with pregnancy. Ornithology study of birds phycology study of algae. 100 General knowledge general science branch concern field branch pedology pathology study of soil study of disease-causing organisms. Science dealing with the study of functions of various parts of organisms. Study of fish. Silk industry, culture of silk moth and pupa. Serpentology study of snakes. Taxonomy study of classification of organisms. Virology study of virus. Physiology pisciculture concern field sericulture discovery made by country antibiotic antiseptic blood circulation blood transfusion cholera and TB germs electrocardiogram, ECG, CT scan sphygmomanometer stethoscope thermometer ultrasound X-ray electroencephalogram, EEG, Alexander Fleming, 1928, Joseph Lister, 1867, William Harvey, 1628, John Baptiste Dennis, 1625, Robert Koch, 1883, William Einthoven, 1903, Godfrey Hounsfield, 1973, Scipione Rivarossi, 1898, René Laney, 1819, Sir Thomas Eilbert, 1867, Ian Donald, 1950, W. C. Rankin, 1895, Hans Berger, 1929, Scotland, Britain, France, Germany, Dutch, England, Italy, France, England, Ireland, Germany, antibiotic source action penicillin, Penicillium chrysogenum, P. notatum and phenylacetic acid tonsillitis, sore throat, gonorrhea, rheumatic fever, some pneumonia types Grizzofulvin, Penicillium grizzofulvum antifungal, especially for ringworm nested and streptomyces nurse antifungal for candidiasis and overgrowth of intestinal fungi during excessive antibiotic treatment. Hamicin streptomyces pimprii antifungal for thrush fumigillin Aspergillus fumigatus broad spectrum antibacterial especially against Salmonella and Shigella. Bacitracin Bacillus licheniformis syphilis, lymphedema, or reticulosis. Streptomyces grudge meningitis, pneumonia, tuberculosis, and local infection. Toxic in some through age cranial nerve. Chloramphenicol chloramycidin streptomyces venezuelae, S. lavanduli and now synthetic typhoid, typhus, whooping cough, atypical pneumonia, bacterial urinary infections. Tetracycline/oreomycin streptomyces oreofaciens viral pneumonia, osteomyelitis, whooping cough, and eye infections. Oxytetracycline/terramycin chlorotetracycline rightward arrow hydrogenation streptomyces rhinitis intestinal and urinary infections, spirochetes, rickettsia, and viruses, erythromycin streptomyces erythraeus, equals S. erythraeus, typhoid, common pneumonia, and diphtheria, whooping cough, etc. Gentamicin Micromonospora purpurea effective against Gram, plus, bacteria polymyxin bacillus polymyxa antifungal general knowledge general science 101 computer. A computer is an electronic machine which stores, reads and processes data to produce meaningful information as output. Secondary memory components of computer hardware LLLLL input unit devices used to give instructions, e.g. keyboard, mouse, joystick, optical character reader, CDs, barcode reader, touch screen, light pen, scanner, magnetic ink character recognition, MICR, etc. Central Processing Unit, CPU, is the device for the manipulation of information inside the computer. CPU is known as the brain of the computer, but commonly called a processor and has the following components: Arithmetic Logic Unit, ALU, performs all logical and arithmetical operations. Control Unit, CU, instructs, maintains, and controls the flow of information. Output Unit is the device to display the result of processing, e.g. Visual Display Unit, printer, monitor, speaker, pen drive, etc. It stores data, program, instruction, and information permanently. Any peripheral device which can be seen and touched is hardware. Computer hardware includes input devices, output devices, storage devices, and processing devices. Software: it is a set of instructions that directs the computer to process information. It can be classified as system software and application software. Networking: computer networking relates to the communication between a group of two or more computers linked together. Most common example of networking is Internet, connecting millions of people all over the world together. According to scale or size, computer network can be categorized in three ways: local area network, LAN, graphical area spread over 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers or within a same building; metropolitan area network, MAN, graphical area spread over a city or town; wide area network, WAN, graphical area spread over countries. Memory holds all the raw and processed data, set of instructions and information inside the CPU. Primary memory stores the data which is currently in use by the computer. RAM, random access memory, it is a volatile memory. It is a temporary storage. DRAM, dynamic random access memory, SRAM, static random access memory, ROM, read-only memory, it is a non-volatile memory where all logical data is stored that cannot be changed. PROM, programmable read-only memory. EPROM, erasable programmable read-only memory. EPROM, electrically erasable programmable read-only memory. LL, security threats, worm, it is a self-contained program and does not need to be a part of another program to propagate itself. Spam is an unsolicited message sent over the internet in the form of emails, to a large number of users for the purpose of spreading malware, advertising, phishing, etc. Spyware, it is a type of malicious software installed on computers and collects information about users without their knowledge and may send such information to another entity. Malware, a software which is specifically designed to disrupt or damage a computer system. It is a superset of 102L general knowledge general science computer viruses, worms, spyware, Trojan horses, and other malicious or unwanted software. Virus, a virus is defined as a program or a piece of code that gets loaded onto the computer without user's knowledge and replicates itself, e.g. Creeper, Stuxnet, Melissa, CONFICR, Code Red, SQL Slammer, Nimda, derived from the word admin, etc. Antivirus is a software consisting of computer programs that attempt to identify, detect, and prevent the malware from the computer. Some commonly used terms: cache memory, it is a temporary storage, where frequently accessed data can be stored for rapid access. Registers, these are defined as the special memory units used by the CPU to speed up the rate of accessing information. Operating system, it is a system software, consisting of an integrated set of programs that control computer resources and provides common services for efficient execution of various application software. Compiler: it is a computer program that transforms human-readable source code into the machine-readable code at one go. Interpreter: it transforms source code into the machine-readable code by converting it line by line. Assembler: it converts assembly language program into machine language program. Modem, modulator: demodulator, an electronic device used to convert computer, digital, electronic signals to communication channel, analog, electronic signals and vice versa. Cloud computing is the delivery of on-demand computing resources, everything from applications to data centers, over the internet, e.g. Google. Dual-core processor is the processing technology in which two processors are scheduled together, and when one is busy the other takes over. Internet: it is the worldwide, publicly accessible system of interconnected computer networks that transmit data by using the Internet Protocol. Cryptography: it is a method of storing and transmitting data in a particular coded form so that only those can read and process it, for whom it is intended. It includes encoding and decoding of data. Supercomputers: a supercomputer can be defined as the most powerful computer in terms of performance and storage capacity. They are highly expensive and are employed for specialized applications such as for weather forecasting, several scientific researches, etc. Name year: Purim Shiva Pratyut Purim Kanchenjunga Purim Nissan 2019 2017 2016 MFT Company IITVHU IITM, Pune, CDAC and Nishikam 2016 CDAC and IIT Guwahati Aditya 2013 Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology Purim YUVA 2013 CDAC, Pune Saga 220 2011 ISRO Anupam Adya 2010-11 Bart Name year Country Operating System Frontera 2019 America IBM Summit Sunway Tehulite TNH2 Titan Sequoia K Computer Myriad 2018-2016 America China Linux, CentOS, IBM Linux 2013 2012 2011 2011 2010 China America America Japan America Keelan Linux Sophia in October 2017 Saudi Arabia has provided citizenship to a robot Sophia. This robot can change the facial expressions of the face and can chat with people. General knowledge: first radio telescope satellite launched into space. Hauka, Japan. First country to use glass. First country to make map. First spaceship landed on Mars. World's first multipurpose river valley project. First space shuttle launched. First rocket to go near the sun. First country to make constitution. First country to start underground metro rail. First unmanned mission on the moon. First spacecraft to carry man on the moon. First country to do artificial satellite experiment. Country to give voting right to women. First country to appoint full. First country to impose carbon tax. Egypt and Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia, Greece, Viking I, July 1976, Tennessee River Valley Project, USA, Columbia, April 1981, Helios B America Britain Luna 9 Apollo 11 Russia New Zealand Sweden New Zealand, male. First Asian to head the International Cricket Council. First man to climb Mount Everest. First man to go into space. First man to walk into space. First person to give information about planets and their motion around the sun. First man to compile encyclopedia. First person to go on both the poles, north and south. First man to reach North Pole. First man to reach South Pole. First man to climb on Mt. Everest without oxygen. Jagmohan Dalmia Sherpa Tenzing Norgay and Sir Edmund Hillary, May 29, 1953, Major Yuri Gagarin, USSR, 1961, Alexei Leonov, Russia, Nicolaus Copernicus Ichthyosis, Athens, Ranulph Fiennes Robert Thierry Roald Amundsen Fudorji Sherpa, female, first woman. President of a country. First woman in the world to cross the Strait of Gibraltar. First woman cosmonaut in space. First woman prime minister. First woman to cross the seven seas. First non-white female to win Nobel Prize in Literature. First woman to reach Antarctica. First woman to have a spacewalk. Maria Estela Perón, Argentina. Arti Pragan, India. Valentina Tereshkova, USSR. Suraimavo Bandaranak, Sri Lanka. Beulah Chaudhry, Toni Morrison, Caroline Michelson, Svetlana Yevgenyevna Savitskaya. 104. General knowledge. World. The largest, biggest, smallest, longest, highest, largest airport, by size, King Fahd International Airport, Dammam, Saudi Arabia, longest bridge, railway, Dalian Kunsan Grand Bridge, China, highest airport Bangda Airport, Tibet, now in China, largest dam, concrete, Grand Coulee Dam, USA, tallest building Burj Khalifa, Dubai United Arab Emirates, 828 m, highest dam Jinping I Dam, across River Yarlong, China largest bay Hudson Bay. Canada highest capital city longest big ship canal Suez Canal, linking Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea, highest Asian desert Soviet, Mongolia largest democracy India busiest canal, ships, Kiel Canal biggest bell Great Bell at Moscow longest epic the Mahabharata chameleon largest diamond the Cullinan, South Africa, reptile which changes its color chimpanzee largest island Greenland most intelligent animal largest mosque Masjid al-Haram, Mecca highest volcano Ojos del Salado. Andes, Argentina Chile, 6,893 m, largest volcano Mauna Loa, Hawaii Islands, highest strait dam Bakra Dam La Paz, Bolivia, largest delta Sundarbans, India largest desert Sahara, Africa largest lake Caspian Sea deepest lake Baikal, Siberia, longest wall Great Wall of China highest lake Titicaca, Bolivia, Mount Everest, Nepal, largest lake, freshwater, Lake Superior, USA highest mountain peak the Great Barrier Reef, Australia, highest mountain range Himalayas largest. Coral Formation largest continent Asia longest mountain range Andes Central, South America, smallest continent Australia biggest museum largest country, in population, China British Museum, London, highest waterfall largest country, in area, Russia Salto Angel Falls, Venezuela, longest Gulf of Mexico longest dome World Peace Monument Dome, Pune, deepest and biggest the Pacific Ocean tallest Minar, freestanding, Great Hassan II Mosque, Casablanca, Morocco largest. Peninsula Arabia largest palace largest city, in population, Tokyo Imperial Palace, Gugong, Beijing, China, highest city Wenchuan, Tibet, China, largest park National Park, Greenland largest city, in population, Tokyo, Japan, largest archipelago Indonesia 105 General knowledge coldest place Verkhoyansk, Siberia, temperature, 89.2 degrees Celsius. Driest place McMurdo Dry Valleys, Antarctica hottest place Al-Aziziyat, Libya, Africa, 136 degrees Fahrenheit largest platform, railway, tallest Statue of Unity, Gujarat, India, tallest tower Tokyo Sikri, Japan, longest swimming course English Channel, between London and Edinburgh, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, longest train non-stop flying Scotsman largest bridge, railway, Dalian Kunsan Grand Bridge, China, longest tunnel, railway, Gotthard Base Tunnel largest plateau Tibetan Plateau. Largest river basin Amazon Basin longest and largest Le Rogue Tunnel, South Canal/Tunnel of France, world's rainiest spot Cherrapunji, Meghalaya, largest gorge Grand Canyon on the Colorado River, USA lightest gas hydrogen lightest metal lithium highest melting point Tungsten, 34,100 degrees Celsius, largest port Shanghai, China, hardest substance Wurtzite boron nitride busiest port Shanghai, China, fastest bird the peregrine falcon longest railway Trans-Siberian Railway Nile, 6,690 kilometers. Longest poisonous snake King Cobra longest river dam Karbala Dam, Pakistan largest temple Angkor Wat, Cambodia, largest seabird albatross largest sea Philippine Sea largest diamond mine Kimberley, South Africa, tallest structure Burj Khalifa, Dubai, country capital currency Afghanistan Albania Algeria Angola Argentina Australia Austria Bangladesh Belarus Belgium Bhutan Brazil Cambodia Canada Chile China Kabul Tirana Algiers Luanda. Buenos Aires, Canberra, Vienna, Dhaka, Minsk, Brussels, Simpa, Brasilia, Phnom Penh, Ottawa, Santiago, Beijing, Afghani, Lek, Algerian dinar, Kwanza, Peso, Australian dollar, Euro, Taka, Ruble, Euro, Engultrum, Cruzeiro, Real, Canadian dollar, Peso, UN. Renminbi, Colombia, Denmark, Egypt, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Kazakhstan, Bogota, Copenhagen, Cairo, Paris, Berlin, Athens, Budapest, New Delhi, Jakarta, Tehran, Baghdad, Dublin, Jerusalem, Rome, Tokyo, Nur Sultan, Colombian peso, krona, Egyptian pound, franc, euro, foreign rupee, real, dinar, euro, shekel, euro, yen, pence, 106. General knowledge, country capital, currency, country capital, Kenya, North Korea, Kuwait, Nairobi, Pyongyang, Kuwait City, shilling 1, Kuwait dinar, Qatar, Doha, Riyal, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Singapore, South Africa, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, South Sudan, Moscow, Riyadh, Mogadishu, Singapore, Pretoria, Madrid, Colombo, Khartoum, Cuba, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, Stockholm, Bern, Taipei, Thailand, Turkey, Bangkok, Ankara, Uganda, Ukraine, UK, US, Kampala, Kiev, London, Washington, D.C., Caracas, Harare, Ruble, Real, Somali, shilling, dollar, rand, euro, Sri Lankan rupee, Sudanese pound, South Sudanese pound, krona, Swiss franc, new Taiwan dollar, baht, lira, Uganda, shilling, South Korea, Seoul, 1, Libya, Tripoli, Libyan dinar, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, ringgit, Maldives, Male rupee, Mauritius, Port Louis rupee, Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, Tigrit, Montenegro, Pajorica, euro, Myanmar, Naypyidaw, Scott, Namibia, Windhoek, Namibian dollar, Nepal, Kathmandu, Nepalese rupee, Netherlands, Amsterdam, euro, New Zealand, Wellington, New Zealand dollar, Nigeria, Abuja, Naira, Norway, Oslo, krona, Pakistan, Islamabad rupee, Philippines, Manila, peso, Poland, Budapest, zloty, Portugal, Lisbon, euro, Blue Mountain City, beautiful city of Golden Gate, city of magnificent buildings, city of palaces, city of 7 hills, cockpit of Europe, Nilgiri Hills, Chandigarh, San Francisco, Washington, dark continent. Eternal City, Forbidden City, Garden City, Gift of the Nile, Granite City, Holy Land, Island, Continent, Island of Cloves, Isle of Pearls, Africa, Rome, Lhasa, Tibet, Chicago, Egypt, Aberdeen, Palestine, Australia, Zanzibar, Bahrain, Kolkata, Rome, Belgium, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, key to the Mediterranean, land of cakes, land of golden fleece, land of maple, land of morning calm, land of the midnight sun, land of the rising sun, land of the thunderbolt, land of thousand lakes, land of white elephant, pearl of the Antilles, pearl of the Pacific, roof of the world, spice garden of India, sugar bowl of the world, currency, hryvnia, pound sterling, US dollar, bolivar, US dollar, Gibraltar, Scotland, Australia, Canada, Korea, Norway, Japan, Bhutan, Finland, Thailand, Cuba, Guayaquil, port of Ecuador, the Bermudas, Central Asia, Kerala, Cuba. 107. General knowledge, discovery, discoverer, America, Christopher Columbus, Newfoundland, John Cabot, sea route to India via Cape of Good Hope, Vasco da Gama, Hudson Bay, Henry Hudson, Magellan, solar system, Copernicus, circumnavigation of world planets, Kepler, Mount Everest, South Pole, Roald Amundsen, Brazil, Edmund Hillary, Pedro Alvarez Cabral, North Pole, Robert Peary, Tasmania Island, Abel Tasman, China, Marco Polo, Cape of Good Hope, Bartholomew Dias, Blue Book, an official report of the British government, Green Book, an official publications of Italy and Iran, Grey Book, an official reports of the governments of Japan and Belgium, Orange Book, and official publications of the government of Netherlands, White Book, and official publications of China, Germany, and Portugal, White Paper, and official paper of the governments of Britain and India on a particular issue, Yellow Book, and official paper of the government of France, Monument, Country, Imperial Palace, Tokyo, Japan, Leaning Tower of Pisa, Italy, Eiffel Tower, Paris, France, Pyramid, Giza, Egypt, Great Wall of China, China Opera House, Sydney, Australia, Kremlin Palace, Moscow, Russia, Statue of Liberty, New York, USA, Kinderdijk, Denmark, Taj Mahal, Agra, India, Ancient World, Modern World, The New Wonder, the Colossus of Rhodes, Channel Tunnel, Pyramid at Chichen Itza, Mexico, the Great Pyramid of Giza, CN Tower, Christ Redeemer, Brazil, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Empire State Building, the Great Wall, China, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, Golden Gate Bridge, Machu Picchu, Peru, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, Itapetram, Petra. Jordan, the lighthouse of Alexandria, North Sea protection works, Roman Colosseum, Italy, the temple of Artemis at Ephesus, Panama Canal, the Taj Mahal, India. 108. General knowledge, detective agency, country, Ministry of State Security, MSS, China, Australian Security and Intelligence Organization, ASIO, Australia, KGB/GRU, Russia, National Intelligence Agency, South Africa, MI, Military Intelligence, -5 and 6, Special Branch, Joint Intelligence Organization, United Kingdom Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, Pakistan Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, Intelligence Bureau, IB, India Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, USA Mossad Israel Mukhabarat Egypt NATO Japan Savak, Shaykhamain Atalata Amni Tekbar, Iran General Security Directorate Iraq DGSE, Direction General de la SECU Right Exterior, France Pen Symbol of Culture and Civilization Lotus Culture and Civilization Red Cross Medical Aid and Hospital Red Flag Revolution, also sign of danger Black flag symbol of protest Yellow flag flown on ships or vehicles carrying patients suffering from infectious diseases Flag flown upside down symbol of distress White flag symbol of truth Pigeon or dove symbol of peace A blindfolded woman holding a balanced scale symbol of justice Black strip on face arm sign of mourning or protect one skull on two bones crossing each other sign of danger Diagonally wheel, chakra, symbol of progress Flag flown at half-mast symbol of national mourning Olive branch symbol of peace Language member Language Mandarin Chinese 955 million Arabic member 295 million Spanish 405 million Hindi 260 million English 360 to 380 million Portuguese 215 million 109 General knowledge newspaper Country newspaper The Sydney Morning Herald Australia The Hindustan Times Country India The Age Australia Manatee Daily News Japan New Zealand Globe and Mail Canada The New Zealand Herald The Gazette Canada The Press New Zealand International Herald Tribune France The Times United Kingdom Die Welt Germany The Scotsman United Kingdom The Times of India India The Guardian United Kingdom The Hindu India The Herald United Kingdom The Tribune India The Courier United Kingdom The Statesman India Washington Post United States of America Country name Parliament name Country name Afghanistan Shara India Parliament name Sanskrit Australia Federal Parliament Japan Diet Bangladesh Jatiyo Sanskrit / House of the Nation Nepal Rashtriya Panchayat Bhutan Padja Pakistan National Assembly and Senate Canada Parliament Russia Duma China National People's Congress Spain Cortes Egypt People's Assembly Sweden Riksdag France National Assembly South Africa Parliament Germany Bundestag Switzerland Federal Assembly Great Britain Parliament USA Congress Largest country Smallest country Area-wise, population-wise, area-wise, population-wise, Russia, Canada, China, United States, Brazil, China, India, USA, Indonesia, Brazil, Vatican City, Monaco, Nauru, Tuvalu, San Marino, Vatican City, Tuvalu, Nauru, Palau, San Marino, religion member, percentage, religion member, Christianity, 2.2 billion, 31.5%, Buddhism, 376 million, percentage, 5.25%, Islam, 1.6 billion, 22.32%, Sikhism, 23 million, 0.36%, Hinduism, 1 billion, 13.95%, Jewish 14 million 0.23%. 110 General knowledge Country emblem Australia Kangaroo Italy White lily Bangladesh Water lily Japan Chrysanthemum Belgium Lion Netherlands Lion Canada White lily New Zealand Southern Cross Kiwi Fern Chili Candor and Huemel Norway Lion France Lily Pakistan Crescent Germany Cornflower Spain Eagle India Lion Capital United Kingdom Rose Iran Rose United States of America Goldenrod Newspaper Bengal Gazette Games Tiki Vernacular Daily Samachar Darpan Hindi Newspaper Udant Mart on Telegraph Line Diamond Harbour to Kolkata International Telephone Service Mumbai to London 1851 Silent movie Raja Harishchandra Daj Soheb Falke 1913, Talkie movie Alam Era, Ardeshir Irani 1931, Aircraft Carriage Warship in Vikrant Satellite Aryabh Hatta, April 19, 1975, Satellite dedicated exclusively for education purposes Edges a dedicated multi-wavelength space observatory Astrasit successful. Indigenous Launch Vehicle SLV-3 Nuclear Reactor Apsara, 1956. Lunar Mission Chandrayaan-I, October, 2008, Mars Mission Mars Orbiter Mission, November 5, 2013, Hydroelectric Project Sidrapong, 1897, Asian Games Delhi, 1951, Census 1872 Regular Decadal Census 1881 Onwards Biosphere Reserve Nilgiri National Park Haley National Park, Jim Corbett 1936 Chairman of UPSC Ross Barker E-Court Ahmedabad Court exclusively dedicated to women Malgat, WB, Technology Park. Techno Park, Thiruvananthapuram Cloned Animal Samraparale University Vadodara General Knowledge 111, Male, First Governor General of India William Bentinck, 1828, First and last Indian Governor General of Free India C. Rajagopalachari, First Commander-in-Chief of Free India General K. M. Cariappa, First Field Marshal of India General S. H. F. J. Manekshaw, 1971, First Indian to go in space Rakesh Sharma, First Indian to climb the Mount Everest without oxygen Sherpa Ang Dorhi, First Indian to become the Managing Director of World Bank Gautam Kaji, First Chairman of National Human Rights Commission Rangnath Mishra, First Indian to get Nobel Prize in Physics C.V. Raman, 1930, First Indian to get Nobel Prize in Literature Rabindranath Tagore, 1913, First Indian to get Nobel Prize in Economics Dr. Amartya Sen, 1998, First Indian to get Nobel Prize in Medicines, Physiology, Dr. Hargovind Khurana, 1968, First Indian to get Bharat Ratna Drive S. Radhakrishnan, C. Rajgopalachari and Dr. C.V. Raman, 1954, First person to be honored with the Jnanpith Award T. Sankara Kurup, Malayalam, First person to get Bharat Ratna, posthumously, Lal Bahadur Shastri, First cricketer to get Padma Bhushan C.K. Naidu, First Indian to get through ICS Satyendranath Tagore, 1869, First Indian to swim across the English Channel Mihir Sen, 1958, First Judge of International Court of Justice Dr. Nagendra Singh, First Chief of Defence Staff Bipin Rawat, female, First Indian female chairperson of Indian National Congress Sarojini Naidu, 1925, First woman to climb the Everest Bachendri Pal, 1984, First woman Cabinet Minister Rajkumari Amritkar, 1947, First woman Chairman of the UN General Assembly Vidyalakshmi Pandit, First woman President of India Pratibha Devi Singh Patil, First woman Speaker of Lok Sabha Meera Kumar, 2009, First woman Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha Margaret Alva, 1962, First woman Prime Minister of India Indira Gandhi, First woman to reach Antarctica Meher Muz, 1976, First woman IAS officer Anna Rajam George, 1950, First female Chief Justice Leela Seth, 1991, First woman to win the Jnanpith Award Asapurna Devi, 1976, First woman to get the Bharat Ratna Indira Gandhi, First female Nobel Prize winner Mother Teresa, 1979, First woman to complete century in World Cup cricket Firoz Kamini, First to win silver in Olympics, Badminton, P.V. Sindhu, First Indian woman to become member of International Olympic Committee Nita Ambani, First to win bronze in Olympics, Wrestler, Sakshi Malik, First Indian woman fighter pilot to fly a fighter jet Avani Chaturvedi, 2018, First Indian naval woman pilot Subhangi Swarup, 2018, 112 General Knowledge, India, biggest, highest, largest, longest, smallest etc., the longest river the Ganga, 2,525 kilometers, the largest desert Jar, Rajasthan, the longest canal Indira Gandhi Canal or Rajasthan Canal, Rajasthan, 649 kilometers, the largest. Delta Sundarbans, Paschim Banga, the longest dam Hirakud Dam, Odisha, 26 kilometers, the state with maximum forest area Madhya Pradesh, 25.14% of its geographical area, the longest sea beach Marina Beach, Chennai, 13 kilometers, the largest zoo zoological garden, Kolkata, the highest lake Kolemu Lake, Sikkim, the largest saline water lake Silka Lake, Odisha, the biggest stadium Yuvavarti, Salt Lake, Stadium, Kolkata, the biggest river islands Majulai, Brahmaputra River, Assam, the largest freshwater lake Wular Lake, Jammu and Kashmir, the highest dam Tehri Dam, Uttarakhand, 260 mt, the highest waterfall Kunchikal Falls, Karnataka, 455 m, 1,493 feet, the deepest river valley, the longest national NH44, Srinagar to Highway Kanyakumari, the highest award Bharat Ratna, the highest gallantry award Paramveer Chakra, the largest Gurudwara Golden Temple, Amritsar, the largest cave temple Kailash Temple, Ellora, Maharashtra, Bhagirathi and Alkananda, the highest peak Godwin. Austin K2, 8,611 m, the longest river bridge Bhupen Hazarika, Assam, 9,150 m, the largest mosque Jama Masjid, Delhi, the biggest cantle ever bridge Rabindra Setu or Howrah Bridge, Kolkata, the state with longest coastline, the longest tunnel Jawahar Tunnel, Banahal Pass, Jammu and Kashmir, Gujarat, 1,600 kilometers, the largest auditorium Sri Shanmuganand Hall, Mumbai, the longest river without delta Nirmada, the largest animal fair Sonepur, Bihar, the longest sea bridge Bandra, Worli, 5.6 kilometers, the largest cave Amranath, Jammu and Kashmir, the largest artificial Debar Lake, Rajasthan, Lake the highest gateway, the longest river of Godavari, 1,465 kilometers, southern India Buland Darwaza, Fatehpur Sikri, Uttar Pradesh, the tallest Statue of Unity Gujarat, India, 272 m, the largest public sector bank State Bank of India, the most populous city Mumbai, Maharashtra, Sea Link, the longest railway Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, 1,366.33 m, platform the longest road. Grand Trunk Road, Kolkata to Delhi, the longest corridor of Ramnath Swami Temple at Rameswaram, Tamil Nadu, the highest road at Kardungla, in Lemanali sector, the highest airport Airport, Ladakh, the biggest church Saint Cathedral at Old Goa, Goa, the highest battlefield Siachen Glacier, 5,753 m, 113 General knowledge Author name Book name Alexander Dumas The Three Musketeers Gen V.P. Malik Amartya Sen Identity and Violence, The Illusion of Destiny Kargil, From Surprise to Victory Gunter Grass The Thin Drum Amartya Sen The Argumentative Indian H.R. Bharadwaj Lawyers and Judges Amartya Sen Development as Freedom Time Machine Amitabh Ghosh River of Smoke, Sea of Poppies, The Circle of Reason, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable Herbert George Wells Indira Gandhi Jaisankar Prasad Ajat Chatra Jawaharlal Nehru Discovery of India, Glimpses of World History Jaya Prakash. Narayan Prison Diary Kanutvar Singh Walking with Lions, Curtain Raisers My Truth Amrita Freedom Death of a City Anita Desai Clear Light of the Day Aristotle Politics Arun Shaurya Secular Agenda Kapil Dev Straight from the Heart Arundhati Roy The Algebra of Infinite Justice Karl Marx Das Kapital Arundhati Roy The God of Small Things Karl Marx and Frederick Communist Manifesto Engels Arundhati Roy Greater Common Good Kushwant Singh Train to Pakistan Aswagata Buddha Saritam Kiran Bedi I Dare As I See Aung San Suu Kyi Freedom from Fear Kiran Desai The Inheritance of Laspantin Chandra Chatterjee Anand Mas, Durgesh Nandini Kuldeep Mathur Too Old to Be Bold LK Advani A Prisoner's Scrap Barack Obama Dreams from My Father Mahatma Gandhi Bharat Lee, Marina Chapman The Girl with No Name My Experiments with Truth Benazir Bhutto Pakistan The Gathering Storm Malala Yousafzai Mark Tully We Are Displaced The Heart of India Mulk Raj Anand Untouchable Javier Moro The Red Sari Chandrasekhar Mary Jail Diary Narendra Modi Premchand Exam Warriors Godan Charles Dickens David Copperfield Ram Chandra Guhakat Unbhagat Revolution 2020 What Young India Wants, Half Girlfriend, One Night at the Call Center, Making India Awesome, One Indian Girl Gandhi, Makers of Modern India The Guide R.K. Narayan Ruskin Bombay Garland of Memories, Death Under the Deodar Sarojini Nagi The Golden Threshold, The Broken Wing Sasi Darura. Long Era of Darkness, Paradoxical Prime Minister The Arabian Nights Chitra Subramaniam India is for sale Dalai Lama Freedom in Exile, Ethics for the New Millennium Dante Alighieri The Divine Comedy Dr. C. Rangarajan Indian Economy, Essays on Money and Finance Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time Edward Luce In Spite of the Gods Taslim and Nasreen All About Women Eleanor Catton The Luminaries Thomas Pynchon Against the Day M. Forster A Passage to India v.S. Naipaul India, A Wounded Civilization, Sir Richard Burton's Sri Aurobindo Ghosh Essays on Gita 114 General Knowledge Author Name Book Name Ved Vyas Letters Between a Father and Son Half a Life, An Area of Darkness, Magic Seeds Bhagavad Gita Vikram Chandra Love and Longing in Bombay Vikram Seth and Equal Music Vimal Kumar Sachin Cricketer of the Century Virat Kohli Driven William Shakespeare As You Like It Yuvraj Singh The Test of My Life Bilya Hassan Natvar Singh P. Chidambaram Rajaram Rajan Navin Savla 1997-2006 Congress After Indira One Life is not enough of you from outside I do what I do every vote counts UN Decade for the Eradication of Poverty 2001-2010 International Decade for Culture of Peace and Nonviolence for Children 2011-2020 United Nations Decade on Biodiversity Decade of Sustainable Energy for All 2014-2024 2015-2024 2016-2025 International Decade for People of African Descent UN Decade of Action on Nutrition 2009 International Year of Astronomy 2010 International Year of Biodiversity 2011 International Year of Forest 2012 International Year of Cooperatives 2013 International Year of Water Cooperation 2014 International Year of Family Farming 2015 International Year of Light and Light-Based Technologies 2016 International Year of Pulses 2017 International Year of Sustainable Tourism for Development 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages Important Dates and Days of the Year January 1st 9-12-15 25-26 28-30 Global Family Day NRI Day National Youth Day of Swami Vivekanand Indian Army Day National Tourism Day Voters Day Indian Republic Day International Customs Day Data Protection Day Martyrs Day Mahatma Gandhi's Martyrdom World Leprosy Eradication Day February 4th 2024-28 World Cancer Day World Day of Social Justice Central Excise Day National Science Day March 8, 15 21 22 23 24 International Women's Day World Consumer Rights Day World Disabled Day World Forestry Day International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination World Water Day World Meteorological Day World TB Day April 5th 7 18 21 22 National Maritime Day International Day for Mine Awareness World Health Day World Heritage Day Civil Services Day World Earth Day General Knowledge 115-14 Hindi Day World First Aid Day 16 World Ozone Day International Labor Day May Day 21 International Day of Peace World Press Freedom Day 21 World Biosphere Day World Red Cross Day 27 World Tourism Day World Telecommunications Day Anti-Terrorism Day October June 2nd International Nonviolence Day Lal Bahadur Shastri and Mahatma 5 World Environment Day Gandhi's Birthday 12 World Day Against Child Labor 3 World Habitat Day 20 World Refugee Day 5 World Teachers Day 21 International Yoga Day 8 Indian Air Force Day July 16th World Food Day 4 American Independence Day 24 United Nations Day 7 International Day of Cooperatives November 11th World Population Day 9 Legal Services Day 12 International Malala Day 14 Children's Day August World Diabetes Day 6 Hiroshima Day 20 Universal Children's Day UN 8 World Senior Citizens Day December 12th International Youth Day 1 World AIDS Day 18 Day of the World's Indigenous 3 International Day of Person with Persons Disabilities 29 National Sports Day 4 Indian Navy Day Dhyan Chand's Birthday 7 Armed Forces Flag Day September 10th Human Rights Day 5 Teachers Day 16 Vijay Diwaz Dr. Radhakrishnan's Birthday 25 National Good Governance Day May 1st 3-8-17-21 Abbreviations AABMADDAERE AFSPA AGOCAZAMJLH Apple Anti-Ballistic Missiles Asian Development Bank Atomic Energy Research Establishment Armed Forces Special Power Act Asian Games Organizing Committee Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome All India Institute of Medical Sciences Advanced Light Helicopter Ariane Passenger Payload Experiment Amrit Apekitat Asian ASCII ASLVACIATMOAV Vital Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Anti-Satellite Weapon Association of Southeast Asian Nations American Standard Code for Information Interchange Augmented Satellite Launch Vehicle Archaeological Survey of India Automated Teller Machine African Union Acute Viral Encephalitic Syndrome 116 General Knowledge B Banking Codes and Standard Board of India Bharat Atomic Research Centre BBC British Broadcasting Corporation BCG Bacillus Tom Aaron Anti-Tuberculosis Vaccine BCT2. Banking Cash Transaction Tax BCCI Board for Control of Cricket in India Benelux Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg BIMSTEC Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation BIC Bureau of Indian Standards BMD Ballistic Missile Defense System BPO Business Process Outsourcing Bro Border Roads Organization BCSBIDDAVPDDTDNADPSADPTDRDODTHDVDEECGEEGEETSCAPEDMC Citizenship Amendment Act Central Advisory Board of Education CAD Controller and Auditor General Cates Computer-Aided Paperless Examination System Kadri Central Arid Zone Research Institute CBI Central Bureau of Investigation seek a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement CFC Chlorofluorocarbon CID Criminal Investigation Department CISF Central Industrial Security Force CITES Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species CNG Compressed Natural Gas COFPASA Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention of Smuggling Act CPCB Central Pollution Control Board CPRI. Central Power Research Institute CRR Cash Reserve Ratio CSIR Council of Scientific and Industrial Research CAAK Directorate of Advertising and Visual Publicity Dichlorodigphenyl trichloroethane. Disinfectant. Deoxyribonucleic acid Deep Penetration Strike Aircraft Diphtheria, Pertussis, and Tetanus Defense Research and Development Organization Direct to Home. Broadcasting. Digital Versatile Disc Electrocardiogram Electroencephalography Eastern European Time Economic and Social Commission. For Asia and the Pacific Electronic Voting Machine FFDI FII Faro 50 FDR Flag Foreign Direct Investment Foreign Institutional Investor Federal Bureau of Investigation Foreign Exchange Regulations Act Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry Fixed Deposit Receive Fiber Optic Link Around the Globe G Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gandhi Green Action for National Gandhi Heritage Initiative GATT General Agreement on Trade in Services GATT General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GEF Global Environment Fund GMPS Global Mobile Personal Communications System GNSS Global Navigation Satellite System GPS Global Positioning System GSLV Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle Gain 117 General Knowledge HHAC HAL HIV HTML HTTP HYV Hindustan Aluminium Corporation Hindustan Aeronautics Limited Human Immunodeficiency Virus Hypertext Markup Language Hypertext Transfer Protocol High-Yielding Variety I International Airport Authority of India IAEA International Atomic Energy Agency IBRD International Bank for Reconstruction and Development ICAO International Civil Aviation Organization ICAR Indian Council of Agricultural Research ICMR Indian Council of Medical Research ICRC International Committee of the Red Cross IDBI Industrial Development Bank of India IMA Indian Military Academy IMO International Maritime Organization INMAS Institute of Nuclear Medicines and Allied Sciences INSAS Indian Small Arms System INSAT Indian National Satellite Interpol International Police Organization IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change IRBM Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile IRS Indian Remote Sensing Satellite ISCS Integrated Smart Card System ISRO Indian Space Research Organization ITU International Telecommunication Union MMAT METSAT MNP MSS Modem MRI MRTS MTC RIAA IJKL Jainyarm Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission LCA Light Combat Aircraft LOC Line of Control LOAC Line of Actual Control LTA Light Transport Aircraft Minimum Alternative Task Meteorological Satellite Mobile Number Portability Multimedia Message Service Modulator Demodulator Magnetic Resonance Imaging Mass Rapid Transit System Missile Technology Control Regime and Non-National Airport Authority NABARD National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development NADA National Anti-Doping Agency NASA National Aeronautics and Space Administration NIRI National Environment Engineering Research Institute NADA Natural Aptitude Test for Architecture NCEP National Committee on Environmental Planning CERT National Council of Educational Research and Training NEGP National E-Governance Plan NET National Education Policy NEPA National Environment Protection Authority NHDP National Highways Development Project NHRC National Human Rights Commission NITIAI National Institution for Transforming India OOC OAS OAUOD OIC OPEC OSCE Overseas Citizenship of India Organization of American States Organization of African Unity Ozone Depletion Substances Organization of Islamic Countries Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe 118 General Knowledge Pura Pata POTA PSLV Providing Urban Amenities in Rural Areas Pacific Asia Travel Association Prevention of Terrorism Act Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle QRQIB QIP RAF RBI RCC RDSS RTGS Route RTI Qualified Institutional Buyer Qualified Institutional Placement Rapid Action Force Reserve Bank of India Reinforced Concrete Cement Radio Determination Satellite Service Real-Time Growth Settlement System Right to Education Right to Information TAPS TIN Trade Trips TVOA Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act Tarapur Atomic Power Station Tax Identification Number Telecom Regulatory Authority of India Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights Tourist Visa on Arrival UAV Unmanned Aerial Vehicle UNCTAD United Nations Conference on Trade and Development UNDP United Nations Development Program UNEP United Nations Environment Program UNSPA United Nations Fund for Population Activities UPS Uninterruptible Power Supply South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation SAFTA South Asian Free Trade Area Sale Steel Authority of India Limited SAFTA SATART Preferential Trading Agreement SATNAV Satellite Navigation SALT Strategic Arms Limitation Talk Save SATART Audio Visual Exchange SCO Shanghai Cooperation Organization SEBI Securities and Exchange Board of India SIDBI Small Industries Development Bank of India Spin Software Process Improvement Network STAR Satellite Tracking and Ranging Station STAR Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty SWIFT Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications VSATART VAT VoIP VPN VSAT Value Added Tax Voice over Internet Protocol Virtual Private Network Very Small Aperture Terminals WWADA WAPWAVE WFP WFP UHU WLL WWW World Anti-Doping Agency Wireless Application Protocol Wireless Access for Virtual Enterprise World Food Program World Federation of Trade Unions World Health Organization Wireless in Local Loop World Wide Web XYNG XML YWCABSID UPO Extensible Markup Language Young Women's Christian Association Zoological Survey of India Zimbabwe United People Organization General Knowledge Awards and Honors International L Nobel Prize LLL The most prestigious award in the world. It was set up in 1900 under the will of Alfred Bernhard Nobel. The Nobel Prizes are presented annually on December 10, the death anniversary of the founder. It is given in the fields of peace, literature, physics, chemistry, physiology, or medicine, from 1901, and economics, from 1969. Winnerfield Year Abhijit Banerjee Kailash Satyarthi Venkataraman Ramakrishnan Amartya Sen Subramanian Chandrasekhar Mother Teresa Hargobind Khorana C.V. Raman Rabindranath Tagore Economics Peace Chemistry 2019 2014 2009 Economics Physics 1998 1983 Peace Medicine Physics Literature 1979 1968 1930 1913 L. It is awarded for the outstanding achievements in the music industry by National Academy for Recording Arts and Sciences, America. It was started in 1959. P.T. Ravi Shankar got this 3 times. Pulitzer Prize LL instituted in 1917 and named after U.S. publisher Joseph Pulitzer. It is conferred annually in the United States for the accomplishments in journalism, literature, and music. Magsaysay Awards L. Man Booker Prize instituted in 1968. Is the highest literary award of the world, set up by the Booker Company and the British Pulitzer Association along the lines of the Pulitzer Prize of USA. Right Livelihood Award LL Grammy Awards instituted in 1957. Named after Ramon Magsaysay, the former president of Philippines. The award is given annually on August 31st, the birth anniversary of Magsaysay, for outstanding contributions in public service, community leadership, journalism, literature, and creative arts and international understanding. The Right Livelihood Award was established in 1980. It is also referred as Alternative Nobel Prize. It is given to persons to honor those working on practical and exemplary solutions to the most urgent challenges facing the world today. Oscar Awards instituted in 1929. These awards are conferred annually by the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Sciences, USA, in recognition of outstanding contribution in the various fields of filmmaking. The Indian films nominated for Oscars are Mother India, 1957, Salaam Bombay, 1988, Lagan, 2001. Bhanu Athaiya was the first Indian to win an Oscar award in 1982 for costume design in Gandhi movie. LLUN Human Rights Award instituted in 1966. This award is given every 5 years for individual contributions to the establishment of human rights. 120 General Knowledge National Bharat Ratna LLL Bharat Ratna is India's highest civilian award. It was first awarded in 1954. The actual award is designed in the shape of a people leaf with Bharat Ratna inscribed in Devanagari script in the sun figure. The reverse side of the decoration Satyam Vijay has been written in Hindi with an inscription of state emblem. The emblem, the sun, and the rim are of platinum. The inscriptions are in burnished bronze. Pranab Mukherjee, 2019. Bhupen Hazarika, 2019. Nanji Deshmukh, 2019. Madan Mohan Malviya, 2015. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, 2015. Sachin Tendulkar, 2014. CNR Rao, 2014. Pandit Bhimsen Joshi, 2008. Lata Dinanath Mangeshkar, 2001. Ustad Bismillah Khan, 2001. Professor Amartya Sen, 1999. Upriya Gopinath Bodoloi, 1999. Umesh Jayaprakash Narayan, 1999. Pandit Ravi Shankar, 1999. Chidambaram Subramaniam, 1998. Madurai Shanmukhavat of Yusuf Lakshmi, 1998. Dr. Abul Pakur Jainulabdin Abdul Kalam, 1997. Aruna Asaf Ali, 1997. Gulzari Lal Nanda, 1997. Jahangir Ratanji Dadabhai Tata, 1992. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, 1992. Satyajit Ray, 1992. Morarji Ranjit Desai, 1991. Rajiv Gandhi, 1991. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, 1991. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, 1990. Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, 1990. Marudu Gopalan Ramachandran, 1988. Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, 1987. Acharya Vinoba Bhave, 1983. LL Mother Teresa, Agnes Danka Bohapiu, 1980. Kumaraswamy Kamraj, 1976. Varahgiri Venkatgiri, 1975. Indira Gandhi, 1971. Lal Bahadur Shastri, 1966. Dr. Pandurang Vamantain, 1963. Dr. Zakir Hussain, 1963. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, 1962. Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy, 1961. Purushottam Das Tandon, 1961. Dr. Dhan Keshav Karve, 1958. P.T. Govind Ballabh Pant, 1957. Dr. Bhagwan Das, 1955. Jawaharlal Nehru, 1955. Dr. Moksagundam Visvarya, 1955. Chakravarti Rajagopalachari, 1954. Dr. Chandrasekhara Venkatraman, 1954. Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, 1954. Republic Day Awards Padma Awards, which were instituted in 1954, is announced every year on the occasion of Republic Day. The award is given in 3 categories: Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Shri. The awards fall in line after the Bharat Ratna. There are 3 Padma awards. Padma Vibhushan is the second highest national award given for exceptional and distinguished service in any field including service rendered by government employees. Padma Bhushan is the 3rd highest national award given for distinguished service in any field. Padma Shri is the 4th highest award given for distinguished service in any field. LLL Gallantry Awards. LL Paramveer Chakra is the highest decoration of valor award. It is the most conspicuous act of bravery or some act of valor or self-sacrifice in the presence of the enemy, whether on land, at sea, or in the air. The medal is made of bronze. Mahavir Chakra is the 2nd highest gallantry award for acts of conspicuous gallantry in the presence of the enemy whether on land, at sea, or in the air. The medal is made of standard silver. General Knowledge LLL Veer Chakra is awarded for acts of gallantry in the presence of enemy, whether on land, at sea, or in the air. The medal is made of standard silver. Ashok Chakra. This is awarded for valor, courageous action, or sacrifice, away from the battlefield. It is highest military award during peacetime. Kirti Chakra. The decoration is awarded for conspicuous gallantry. It is made of standard silver and is circular in shape. The obverse and the reverse are exactly the same as in Ashoka Chakra. Shaurya Chakra. The decoration is awarded for an act of gallantry during peacetime. Sports Awards. LLL Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna is instituted in 1991-92 with the objective of honoring most outstanding sportsperson to enhance their general status. It is the highest award bestowed to a sportsperson in India. The amount of prize money is 750,000. Arjuna Award instituted in 1961 by the Government of India to recognize outstanding achievement in national sports. The award carries a cash prize of 5 lakhs, a bronze statue of Arjuna and a scroll of honor. Dronacharya Award instituted in 1985 by the Government of India to recognize excellence in sports coaching. The award carries a cash prize of 5 lakhs, a bronze statue of Dronacharya and a scroll of honor. Dhyancand Award instituted in 2002, carries a cash prize of 5 lakhs, a plaque, and a scroll of honor. This honor is given to those sportspersons who have contributed to sportspersons, and sports by their performance and continue to contribute their promotion for sports even after their retirement from active sporting career. Indian Cinema Awards. LLL Dad Phalke is known as the father of Indian cinema. The highest national film award is named after him in 1969. This award is given to a film personality for his / outstanding contribution to the growth and development of Indian cinema. The award comprises of a Svarna Kamal, a cash prize of Rs 10,000,000 and a shawl. Dhun Dheeraj Govind, Dada Saheb Phalke's silent feature film, Raja Harishchandra, 1913, was first indigenous feature film of India. Ardeshwari Rani in 1931, released first full-length talkies film Alam Era. Mrs. Vivekarani Rohrik was the first person to receive Dad Saheb Phalke Award in 1969. Vinod Khanna has been awarded Dad Saheb Phalke Award in 2017. Amitabh Bachchan has been awarded Dad Saheb Phalke Award for 2018. Other national awards. Bharatiya Jnanpith Award LLL instituted in May 22, 1961, carries a cash prize of 11 lakhs, a citation, and a bronze replica of Bhagdevi, Saraswati. This award is given for the best literary writing by an Indian citizen in a language listed in 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution. 2018 Jnanpith Award was given to Amitabh Ghosh, English. Gandhi Peace Prize LL established in October 2, 1994, on the occasion of the 125th birthday anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, carries a cash prize of 1 crore. Indian government instituted this annual prize to encourage and promote the significance of Gandhian values over the world. Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Disarmament, and Development instituted in 1985. This prestigious award is regarded as Nobel, and over the years, it has been awarded to those persons who have done outstanding work for international peace, Disarmament and Development. Borlaug Award L. Soheb Phalke Award L121 instituted in 1973, carries a cash prize of 5 lakh. Instituted to honor outstanding agricultural scientists. Sahitya Akademi Award LL awarded for outstanding literary work and carries a cash prize of 1 lakh. Sahitya Akademi gives 22 awards for literary works in the languages which has recognized works. General Knowledge Indian Defence Command HQ Location Central Command Lucknow Southwestern Command Jaipur Eastern Command Kolkata Western Command Chandigarh Northern Command Uzmapur Training Command Simla Southern Command Pune Command HQ Location Central Air Command Allahabad Western Air Command New Delhi Eastern Air Command Ceylon Maintenance Command Southern Air Command Thiruvananthapuram Training Command Southwestern Air Command Gandhinagar Command HQ Location Western Naval Command Mumbai Eastern Naval Command Visakhapatnam Southern Naval Command Kochi Nagpur Bengaluru Note Andaman and Nicobar Command at Port Blair is the only tri-service command of armed forces. Training institution place Est in Rashtriya Indian Military College, RIMC, Dehradun 1922 Army Cadet College, ACC, Dehradun 1929 Indian Military Academy, IMA, Dehradun 1932 National Defence Academy, NDA, Khadakwasla, Pune 1941 High Altitude Warfare School, HAWS, Gulmarg 1948 National Defence College, NDC, New Delhi 1960 Officers Training Academy, ODA, Chennai 1963 Counter-Insurgency and Jungle Warfare School Varangi, Mizoram, 1970 College of Defence Management. Secunderabad 1970 College of Combat/Army War College Mao, Madhya Pradesh, 1971 Army School of Physical Training, ASPT, Pune 1978 Army Air Defence College, AADC, Gopalpur, Odisha, 1989 Officers Training Academy Gaya 2011 Indian National Defence University, Hindu, Gurgaon, Haryana, 2013 123 General Knowledge Army Air Force Navy General Lieutenant General Major General Brigadier Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Major Captain Lieutenant Air Chief Marshal Air Vice Marshal Air Commodore Group Captain Wing Commander Squadron Leader Flight Lieutenant Flying Officer Admiral Vice Admiral Rear Admiral Commodore Captain Commander LT Commander Lieutenant Sub-Lieutenant Name Class Range Agni I Agni 2 Agni 3 Agni 4 or Agni 2 Prime Agni V Agni 6 Sunisnir Bug Brahmos 2 Prithvi I Prithvi 3 Sagrakatorya Astronag SRBM MRBM IRBM IRBM ICBM ICBM SRBM Subsonic Cruise Missile Supersonic Cruise Missile Hypersonic Cruise Missile SRBM SLBM TBM Air-to-Air Missile Anti-Tank 750 km 2,500 km 3,500 km 5,500 km 4,000 km 5,000 km 6,000 km 8,000 to 10,000 km 350 km 1,000 km 290 km 290 km 150 km 350 km 700 km 700 km 80 km 100 km 7 km. Note recently, a post, Chief of Defense Staff is created to help improve coordination among the three services of armed forces. Indo-Tibetan Border Police, ITBP, National Security Guards, NSG, NNNN Central Industrial Security Force, CISF, Assam Rifles NNNN Border Security Force, BSF, NN. It was established in 1962, after the Chinese attack. It is basically employed in the northern borders for monitoring the borders and also to stop smuggling and illegal immigration. It was established in 1984 to counter the surge of militancy in the country. It is a highly trained force which deals with the militants effectively. It was set up in 1969 after the recommendations of Justice B. Mukherjee. Its objective is to monitor the industrial complexes of central government. It was established in 1835 and is the oldest paramilitary force in the country. Its main objective is to keep vigilance of international borders in northeast and counter-insurgency operations in Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland. It was established in 1965. It keeps a vigil over the international borders against the intrusion in the country. 124 National Cadet Corps, NCC, Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, General Knowledge NNNNN Territorial Army, CA, Home Guard Indian Coast Guard Intelligence Bureau, IB, NNNNNNN Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, NNN National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB, Rapid Action Force, RAF, NNNN. It was established in 1948. Its main objective is to stimulate interest among the youth in the defense of the country in order to build up a reserve manpower to expand armed forces. It was set up in 1939. Its main objective is to assist the state/union territory police in maintenance of law and order. The 88th Battalion of CRPF, known as Mahila Battalion, commissioned on March 30, 1986, is the world's first paramilitary force comprising entirely of women. It was established in 1948. It is a voluntary, part-time force, between 18 and 42 years, not of professional soldiers, but civilians who wish to assist in defense of the country. It was established in 1962, to assist the police in maintaining security, to help defense forces and to help local authorities in case of any eventuality. It was set up in 1978. Its objective is to protect the maritime and other national interests in the maritime zones of India. It was set up in 1920. Its objective is to collect secret information relating to country security. It was originally set up as Central Special Branch, CSB, in 1887 and renamed IB in 1920. It was established in 1963. Its objective is to investigate cases of misconduct by public servants, cases of cheating, embezzlement and fraud. CBI is also entrusted with the investigation of international crime cases in collaboration with Interpol. It was established in 1986. Its objective is to collect crime statistics at the national level, information of interstate and international criminals to help investigation agencies. It was established in 1991. Under the operational command of CRPF, 10 battalions of the CRPF have been reoriented for tackling communal riots in the country. Research Center Place Indian Rare Earths Limited Uranium Corporation of India Limited Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, Electronics Corporation of India Limited Babha Atomic Research Center, BARC, Radio Astronomy Center Tata Institute of Fundamental Research Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics Center of Earth Sciences Studies Physical Research Laboratory Space Commission Vikram Sarabhai Space Center Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Space Application Center Samba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station Mumbai Jatigoda, Jharkhand, Mumbai Hyderabad Trombay, Mumbai, Ottakamund, Tamil Nadu, Mumbai Kolkata Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Ahmedabad Bengaluru Thiruvananthapuram Bengaluru Ahmedabad Samba, Kerala. General Knowledge Sports Olympics LLLL Olympics Games were started in 776 BC on Mount Olympia in the honor of Greek god, Zeus. The modern Olympic Games were started in Athens, the capital of Greece on April 6, 1896 with great efforts made by French nobleman, Baron Pierre de Coubertin. The Olympic Games are organized after every 4 years. The Olympic flag is made up of white silk and contains 5 intertwined rings as the Olympic emblem. The 5 interlaced rings are arranged in 3-2 pattern on a white background, with the blue ring to the extreme left, followed by yellow, black, green, and red, in the same order. Blue for Europe, black for Africa, red for Americas, North and South America, yellow for Asia and green for Oceania, Australia and New Zealand. The official Olympic motto is Fideus, Altius, Fortius, a Latin phrase meaning swifter, higher, stronger. 2020 Summer Olympic will be held in Tokyo, Japan. Commonwealth Games LLLLL. The first Commonwealth Games were held in 1930 in Hamilton, Canada. Since 1930, The games have been conducted every 4 years except for 1942 and 1946 due to World War II. The Commonwealth Games Federation, CGF, is the organization which is responsible for the direction and control of the Commonwealth Games. There are currently 53 members in the Commonwealth of Nations. The 2018 Commonwealth Games, 21st, were held in Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. Most gold medals were won by Australia. 2022 Commonwealth Games will be held at Birmingham, England. The Asian Games The Asian Games, also called the ASIAD, are a multi-sport event held every 4 years among athletes from all over Asia. The Games are regulated by the Olympic Council of Asia, OCA, under the supervision of the International Olympic Committee, IOC. The first Asian Games were held in 1951 in New Delhi, India. 18th Asian Games of 2018 were held at Jakarta, Indonesia, in which India finished at 8th position. The next game is scheduled to be held in Hangzhou, China in 2022. Cricket World Cup The first Cricket World Cup was organized in England in 1975. A separate Women's Cricket World Cup has been held every 4 years since 1973. 1975 England West Indies beat Australia. 1979 England West Indies beat England. 1983 England India beat West Indies. 1987 India Australia beat England. 1992 Australia Pakistan beat England. 1996 Pakistan Sri Lanka beat Australia. 1999 England Australia beat Pakistan. 2003 South Africa Australia beat India. 2007 West Indies Australia beat Sri Lanka. 2011 India beat Sri Lanka. 2015 Australia and New Zealand Australia beat New Zealand. 2019 England beat New Zealand. 2023 India scheduled 2007 South Africa India beat Pakistan. 2009 England Pakistan beat Sri Lanka. 2010 West Indies England beat Australia. 2012 Sri Lanka West Indies beat Sri Lanka. 2014 Bangladesh Sri Lanka beat India. 2016 India West Indies beat England. 2020 Australia scheduled 126 General Knowledge Hockey World Cup. The first Hockey World Cup was organized in Barcelona, Spain, in 1971. Women's Hockey World Cup has been held since 1974. The 13th Men's Hockey World Cup held in the Netherlands, Hague, in 2014. The 14th Men's Hockey World Cup was held in Bhubaneswar, India in 2018. Belgium won this championship beating Netherlands. LLL Football World Cup The Football World Cup is organized by FIFA, Federation of International Football Association. The World Cup is called Jules Rimet Cup, named after the name of FIFA President Jules Rimet. The first Football World Cup was organized in Uruguay in 1930. In 1942 and 1946, the Football World Cup was not played due to World War II. The 20th FIFA World Cup held in Brazil, in which Germany became the champion by defeating Argentina 1-0 in the final. Brazil is the only nation to have participated in every World Cup so far. The 2018 Football World Cup was held at Russia. France won this championship beating Croatia. 2022 Football World Cup is scheduled to be held at Qatar. United Nations Organization, UNO, LLLLL. The United Nations, UN, is a world organization formed in October 24, 1945. It came into existence after World War II, when the leaders of the world, including American President Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Churchill, decided to create a world organization that would help to ensure peace. The original membership of 51 nations has grown to 193 members. The 193rd member being the newly created South Sudan. The United Nations headquarters is in New York City. The UN also has offices in Nairobi, Kenya, Geneva, Switzerland, and Vienna, Austria. The General Assembly is the main place for discussions and policy making in the United Nations. The Security Council has primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Security Council is made up of 15 members. There are 5 permanent members of the SEC-UTIRI Council: China, France, Russia, United Kingdom, and USA, and 10 non-permanent members elected for 2-year terms starting on January 1st. Country: Belgium, Dominican Republic, Estonia, Germany, Indonesia, Niger, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, South Africa, Tunisia, Vietnam. Term ends 2020, 2020, 2021, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2020, 2021, 2021. Economic and Social Council is the principal body for coordination, policy review, policy dialogue, and recommendations on economic, social and environmental issues. The Secretariat comprises the Secretary-General and other staff who carry out day-to-day work of the UN. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, located in The Hague, Netherlands, is the primary judicial organ of the United Nations. Established in 1945 by the United Nations Charter, the court began work in 1946, as the successor to the Permanent Court of International Justice. Fridtjof of Norway, 1946-52, was the first Secretary-General of the UN. Antonio Guterres is the new Secretary-General of UN. He succeeds Ban Ki-moon. 127 General Knowledge Name est in Headquarter Purpose International Telecommunication Union, ITU, 1865 Geneva sets international regulations for radio telegraph, telephone, and space radio communications. International Labour Organization, ILO, 1919 Geneva to improve conditions and living standards of workers. International Monetary Fund, IMF, 1945 Washington, D.C. promotes international monetary cooperation. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, 1945 New York to promote children's welfare all over the world. Food and Agricultural Organization 1945, FAO, Rome to improve living conditions of rural population. United Nations Educational, 1946 Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, Paris to promote collaboration among nations through education, science, and culture. World Health Organization, WHO, 1948 Geneva attainment of highest possible level of health by all people. International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, 1957 Vienna to promote peaceful uses of atomic energy. International Development Association, IDA, 1960 Washington, D.C. an affiliate of the World Bank, aims to help underdeveloped countries raise living standards. United Nations Development Program, UNDP, 1965 New York helps developing countries increase the wealth-producing capabilities of their natural and human resources. United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, 1972 Nairobi, Kenya, promotes international cooperation in human environment. World Trade Organization, WTO, 1995 Geneva setting rules for world trade to reduce tariffs. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, 1997 Vienna, Kenya, to prevent illicit trafficking and abuse of drugs, crime prevention. UN Women 2010 New York City, USA, to enable member states to achieve gender equality and women empowerment. Manila, Jakarta, Minsk, Belarus, Geneva, Switzerland, Lausanne, Switzerland, Geneva, Switzerland, Brussels, Belgium, Vienna, Austria, Kathmandu, Nepal, London, UK, 1966, 1967, 1991, 1975, 1989, 1894, 1947, 1961, 1993, 1949, 1960, 1985, 1961, European Union North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, Amnesty International, AI, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, 1981 Dhaka, Bangladesh, GLAD, Switzerland, Beijing, China, Brussels, Belgium, 1961-1996 Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral 1997 Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, World Wildlife Fund, WWF, for Nature Shanghai Cooperation Organization, previously Shanghai 5, Gulf Cooperation Council Singapore 1989 Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, Asian Development Bank, ADB, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, Group of 8, G8, Group of 15, G15. International Olympic Committee, IOC, International Organization for Standardization, ISO, Non-Aligned Movement, NOM, London 1926. The Commonwealth Headquarters' name attempts to set world prices by controlling oil production and also pursues member interests in trade and development. To promote economic, social, and cultural cooperation, political cooperation and separate itself from both USA and USSR, in the Cold War era. To create a united Europe in which member countries would have such strong economic and political bonds that war would cease to be a recurring fact. Mutual defense and cooperation. To promote regional economic cooperation. Regional, economic, social, and cultural cooperation among the non-communist countries of Southeast Asia. To coordinate inter-commonwealth relations and to provide a mechanism for the orderly dissolution of the USSR. To promote cooperation among major non-communist economic powers. To promote economic cooperation among developing nations. To promote the Olympic ideals and administer Olympic Games. To promote the development of international standards. It was originally known as the British Commonwealth of Nations. It is an association of sovereign and independent states which formally made up the British Empire. To promote trade and investment in the Pacific Basin. Objective: to keep a watch over human rights violation worldwide. Got Nobel Prize in 1977 for peace. All countries to save the wildlife from extinction. Strengthen relation and cooperation among members in diverse fields like security, economic, culture, etc. Cooperation among states bordering Persian Gulf located near the Sixth Arabian Peninsula. Multi-sectoral cooperation among members of Bay of Bengal region. 813 28 28 128 17 130 163 11 67 10 21 52 Member 128 General knowledge.